Hello everyone and welcome to yet another live coding and chill. I'm your host Johnny, delighted to be here. I hope you're having an amazing weekend, an amazing Sunday. And let me know in the chat what you're up to, what you're doing, what's your weekend project. Although I really hope that today you're gonna be coding along with me because we'll be starting a series that people have been asking me about. They've really wanted this, I really wanted this, I'm super excited for this. We're gonna be building a brand new app and we're going to be implementing with SvelteKit and Svelte 5. Svelte 5 has officially reached the official release status. Svelte 5 is here, no betas, no release candidates. It's here and people want to know how is it to use it in production, how do I get it started? And that's what we're going to figure out today. Of course, we have been using Svelte 5 for quite a while now. We have put together, and by we, I mean me, because there is nothing here, there is just me. I've put together a really big description for today's agenda. So have a look. I have filled my coffee cup into the brim because the agenda is huge and the description should have a lot of helpful links for you, including the last time we started a brand new Svelte 5 app, back when it was in beta, not an official release, and we built this static portfolio website. So the idea for today is that we'll be starting again, this time with official Svelte 5, and we'll be explaining why we're choosing SvelteKit, why we're choosing Svelte for this, and sticking with it all the way from level 1, as the kids say, scrub junior engineers, or I don't really know how to do any code, all the way to level 99, a super complicated app that actually has a mobile app version as well. So we'll be going through the levels with this series, and we'll be starting again with something very similar to the Paulina Puppers project that we did. So it's linked in the description if you want to have a look at what we did back then. Please do. I still think it's the one that has the best light mode of the series that I've designed. Usually, I'm definitely a dark mode type of person, and I like the dark mode here best, but there are days where I really like the light mode here. Anyway, the idea is that today we'll be hitting so many concepts. You'll see that I haven't fleshed out everything that we're going to be learning in the huge series, but I have split the project into various phases. So phase 1, already something that you can pitch to a client, to a friend. If you go to a coffee shop and hang out and you notice that they don't have a good website or a website at all, you may tell them, hey, would you like a website? I can build this. And then you have a project that you'll have a deadline to hit, that you'll want to get it off your hands, and potentially some money will be exchanged, and definitely something to put into your CV if you're starting out. Hello, Kesara, in the chat. I'm very happy you're here. So, even what we'll be starting today is going to be something sellable, something that will help you sell yourself in a CV, and something that you can deliver to a client. And we'll be able to adapt it to do other things like your own marketing for your own self, although I'd recommend against that. I would recommend against your first project, or any project really, to be your own site, your own portfolio, just because you'll probably want this, you probably think you want this because you'll put it in your CV, you'll show it into a potential job, a potential recruiter, someone, and they'll be impressed. But unfortunately, a lot of engineers love to gatekeep, so they'll just dismiss it. But the same portfolio website, if it's for another person, for a real client, then they'll be impressed. They'll be like, oh, they did make it. They did the JavaScript all the way to production. So recruiting life hack tip: don't build a blog site for yourself. You can build a mostly styled marketing site for anything, maybe gift it to a friend, like your mom's birthday is coming up or something. Build a site for her. That's what I did many years ago, like 25 years ago or something. Anyway, that's by the by. But unlike Paulina Puppers, where we kept increasing the complexity in the series, but at some point we moved on to a different project, a project that was working with a database, solving authentication, file uploads. We were doing quite a lot of things there, but it was a completely different project, so a different app idea. We had another client for that one, not our beloved Paulina Puppers photographer. So this time instead, we'll be scaling the app up. We'll be moving through stages. Stage 1 is going to be a mostly static marketing site. Our app idea is a workout or fitness app, and we'll release it in public and maybe send the link to a few of our friends or acquaintances to see what buttons do they click, what features that we claim we're going to have, do they like more. Do some marketing, do some research as well, user research. That's always very, very helpful. That's also something you can put in your CV as well. But then, once we kind of figure out what we want, we'll not pivot, we'll augment the same project to have CMS CRM functionality. So whether it's us or especially if it's a client, we will not, in this project, we will want to have dynamic content. So in our fitness app, the idea for now, which may change as we push this to users, as people in the chat tell me that, oh, actually I want this feature, is that we'll have a publicly available workout plan for the week. So every single week, 4 or 5 day, like upper, lower, or whatever split, something, a workout program that should change every week. And that would be inconvenient to do if we were just hard coding the workout plan in the code for us, because we will know how to commit to version control, push to GitHub, connect this to a deployment. It won't be that bad, but especially if you had a client that would want dynamic content, you definitely do not want the client to be setting you up and telling you, oh, update this copy, update that plan. You don't want to be the middle person there. At some point, you want to just sell the project and move on with your life. So your client would be using the CRM functionality that we'll have built together with another tool to update the program every week there. That's the idea. But then no one can make money from that. People can make money by capturing email addresses and having a newsletter, for example. So the next step from that in the same app would be to start integrating auth and user accounts. So the regular users, maybe in order to see historical programs, for example, they will need to have a user account, a free user account. So visit the website every week to see the workout plan of the week. But if you want to see last week's plan, last month's plan, whenever, then you need a free account. And our client may want this because then they capture the email address, they see how many people sign up, they start having conversion metrics, they start having a flow. And that's a good upgrade. That's stage 3 or phase 3 or whatever you want to call it here. And then we'll start making our users be able to modify the data. So that could be being able to start a specific, to star or heart or love a specific workout, or start being able to do workout tracking. So if they want to say, all right, I did this day of this workout for the week, and I did like 100 kilos on whatever. Maybe that's the feature that we're going to build, but it is a bit far. And according to what our users seem to be wanting, that's the thing that we're going to be building all the way then. But it would be a way where we have the users, they have the accounts, they can see the historical routines that we've published, the programs, and then they can put their own metrics there, that we can start working with graphs, lots of cool things. But then once you start having specific user features, then that's when you can upgrade to a software as a service subscription model. That's where you can have some premium features to say, all right, if you want a customized program, maybe you need to have this premium subscription. Doesn't have to be AI, doesn't have to be, oh, we just asked ChatGPT what should the split be, but maybe we'll do that. If it's better than me writing it manually or another friend writing it manually, maybe we'll have like an AI enhanced thing. But as you know from the streams, I am excited about LLM when it makes sense, when it makes things easier. Sometimes LLMs just make things harder. Sometimes they do make things easier. Check out Trivia Train, for example, for a great use case of where I think having an LLM as a middle layer of trying to figure out, did these users answer in this game show type of app? Is it correct or is it not? Does it have spell mistakes or not? Like, why is it wrong? Why is it correct? I think that's a good use case of LLM, and maybe we'll find a good use case for LLMs here too, but I don't know. We'll figure it out then. The main idea is that at some point we will have some premium features. Maybe, you know, if you have a premium account as a user, then I personally or another personal trainer or whoever is gonna create a custom program for you. I don't know, we'll see. Also, leaderboard functionality go there. Many features. That's why it all starts by having a mostly static marketing site with things that we call fake doors. For example, we can have buttons that you click and then they seemingly do nothing. But on the background, we have the stats, we have the metrics to say, oh, people are actually clicking this AI generate button, or they never click it. They click the book a session with me or create a custom program thing. So that's how we'll figure out what exactly is going to go in the features here. But the idea is we will have premium features. That's a very classic way to go nowadays with any app idea that you may have. And then after we have all of this figured out, we'll also make a mobile app available, probably using Tari, but we'll see what's the state of Tari 2 by then. Maybe we'll just do Swift UI. So many things to do in the future. And the ones that I fleshed out the most, you'll see that we'll never learn as many concepts and as many things as we will in this first series. There are many things that will be hidden: HTML, CSS, JavaScript, the fundamentals of websites, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, general software engineering principles, breaking stuff down, testing, meaningful testing especially, automation, various opinions on the tooling that we're going to use. We'll focus on accessibility, making our site useful. This, by extent, will also affect our SEO, which is a nice bonus as well. We'll be deploying and we'll be tracking analytics and doing clever things like fake doors as well. And we'll be discussing which solution we're gonna pick for any one of these issues, which will segue into the next chapter of today. And I will be adding timestamps here. So even though this first episode is definitely more geared towards beginners, and if you have a question, please let me know in the chat and I'll try to answer it if it's appropriate. I do think people that know their way around app development and SvelteKit will find things that will be new to them. Even if you watch the previous series with the Paulina Puppers portfolio, my opinions may have changed since then. I think one of my superpowers, maybe my most important superpower, is that I changed my mind. I'm not too proud. I don't hang on to opinions that turn out, you know, it's not the opinion anymore. Factually, you were wrong. It wasn't the objectively best thing. I'm not precious about them at all. So sometimes I have an opinion back in the day and hey, turns out there is a better solution. So I'm going to be using that one. An example is of how I do dark mode nowadays. And sometimes my opinions do hit, and appreciating when people change their minds so much and being skeptical of people that don't change their minds. I think that is something good. I think that's something that says that, all right, since I'm sticking with SvelteKit, it means something extra. As if generally, you know, I picked Angular back in the day and then I was still in Angular just because it was the first JavaScript framework that I kind of liked. It carries more weight when I saw a tool here. And of course, no affiliations whatsoever. If I saw something here, it's because I like using it the most. It's the solution that I would recommend. I don't know every solution in the world. I have tried quite a lot of them. It doesn't mean the way that we're going to be showing is the only way to build web apps. If you're doing your app in like Laravel, PHP, that's fine by me. If it works, it works. But the most pleasurable for me has been the solutions that I'm going to show today, and that's why I'm showing them. No one is reaching out to say, oh, do SvelteKit now, or something like that. Right, so that's the preamble. Mike, you're asking about the inline with SvelteKit. Have a look at the live stream that I saw you found. We may do internationalization for this one too, if people ask for it. We did do internationalization for Paulina Puppers as well. It is a complicated issue. That is one of the things where I do think SvelteKit behaves better than Next.js, for example, but you can do it with Next.js as well. Important subject that we may tackle according to whether people want to see it, for sure. So, huge preamble for today. Hello, Christian, in the chat as well. So, tons of fundamentals that we're going to be going over here, tons of specific solutions that we're going to be showing. What do you actually need to start watching this series? Again, my recommendation is that you code along with me. That's my only recommendation. If you want to jump around, I will be putting the timestamps later, but try to code along with me. And even if you know nothing of what is Node, package managers, TypeScript, or even the Svelte tutorial that we're going to have a quick look at, I think you can follow along this series. I think one of the things that you'll have to learn as an engineer, if you don't know already, is how to Google your own answers. This is becoming both easier and harder nowadays because Google itself, literally Googling things, is getting worse. But you do have ChatGPT and Claude and those AI tools that are sometimes better at that sort of Googling. They're definitely better than Stack Overflow has been for the past maybe 5-10 years. But since we're doing SvelteKit specifically, keep in mind that things have changed in SvelteKit. So if you're Googling Svelte specific things, you'll probably get a bad answer either from Stack Overflow or the LLMs. It has changed a lot. But for fundamental things like what is HTML and what we do this and that, then you may be able to Google an answer for you. And of course, in the chat, ask me to elaborate on anything, and I will keep talking about the fundamentals all the time. So we will be using the SvelteKit wizard to start a website from scratch, build the app from scratch. But nowadays, from scratch, what does it mean? We actually have so many libraries that we're depending on, so much tooling that makes our lives easier. It's not like from scratch means we'll be writing assembly code or whatever else. We will be depending on quite a lot of tools, but some things that may be taken as given could be what is Node, like how do I even run the SvelteKit wizard? And Node is the engine that runs JavaScript on the backend, let's say. We won't go deep into details, so don't quote me on this in an engineering exam or something like that. But JavaScript was the language that was running on the browsers. Back in the day, it was super popular because of that ability to run on the browser. And sometime some person was like, well, what if I could actually do my backend stuff in JavaScript as well? And they made Node, which essentially allows you to run JavaScript on the backend. So you should have a version of Node installed, even if you don't know particularly what it is or what the differences are. As the years pass, we're trying to converge how the JavaScript that runs on the browser and the JavaScript that runs on Node looks, but that's by the by. Make sure to not download Node from here, the actual website of Node. That's one of the first gotchas that you'll find, because Node keeps changing versions. The official long time support version is 22.11.0, but we also have 23.1. What these numbers mean doesn't really matter. Just for you to know, there are many versions of Node, and if you actually download it from here, that's not going to be a big problem, but it's very likely that you will want the latest features at some point. It is very likely that if you go to work somewhere, they'll be using an older version of Node, for example. So how do you switch the versions of Node with your system? The tool that I use nowadays is called Volta. So that's the thing that I recommend. Search for Volta, find the link in the description, and use that one to get the latest version of Node or a specific version of Node that you want. That's going to take care of running a specific version of Node in your machine without you having to download anything else. NVM is also a very popular tool that, especially if you're working at another company, they may have NVM to do their Node version management. And since we'll be depending to many libraries, such as Svelte and SvelteKit, we'll be bringing them in from the JavaScript ecosystem of libraries, and we'll be using the package manager called PNPM. NPM is probably still the most popular one, but PNPM is very quickly becoming the favorite. It's been my favorite for a couple of years. Other ones that you may have heard of could be Yarn, that was the best for a bit of time. Ban, which is doing, I'm just laughing at the names because they're quite funny, aren't they? Which is a package management manager that also does other things. It's also a runtime like Node. Dino as well, which is also TypeScript first Node alternative from the same person that created Node back in the day. Actually, and it's an anagram of Node, which is quite fun and has a dinosaur as the symbol. But in any case, we'll be using this one because we'll be learning so many concepts. We'll be trying to keep our hipster stack limit kind of low, our allowance for hipster solutions. We'll be keeping it low. We'll be trying to learn the fundamentals. NPM could be the safest bet for a company, but I still think PNPM is that much better, and we will be doing monorepos and workspaces in later episodes, so I am willing to go for this one. And Mike, as you're asking in the chat, why not Bun? I'm keeping the hipster stack solutions low. We may use Bun in the future, but definitely we want a dependable solution. There is so many things we need to learn at this point, so that's why I'm going with something more battle-tested than Bun. Bun, I think, changes more rapidly still, and especially since we're building a static website at this point, we won't be getting any benefits from using Bun. So it will only introduce new things to learn and problems for no real benefit, so we won't be using it yet. Maybe as we go into level 99, maybe around level 50 or something, we will need something else. PNPM will be battle tested all the way to level 99. So as level 1 scrubs, we're definitely not reaching for Bun just yet, is the quick answer. Right, so TypeScript is my favorite way to do TypeScript. My favorite way to do JavaScript is TypeScript nowadays. That's one of the places where I have changed my opinion. Maybe 10 years ago, I always keep tabs on statically typed languages. Strongly typed or weakly typed or whatever. I generally think that being able to write your code with types is better. There are some environments where typing your code makes your code faster, but in some other places where you actually have a compile step, it doesn't really matter. Anyway, that's by the by. I was keeping tabs on TypeScript and another thing called flow type from Meta, from Facebook back in the day, and I didn't really like it at first because it was bad, let's be honest. But I kept trying it because I'm always fascinated. I always think that eventually, if you manage to have types in a convenient enough way, it will make you go faster in the long run. And about 3 years ago, I do think TypeScript became good enough, doesn't get in the way. Now, when it complains about something, it's probably because I did something wrong and catches an error for me. So even if you don't know JavaScript, I do suggest go straight into TypeScript. There are more things to learn, more keywords to learn, but it keeps you safe from other problems you may have about conditionals, about equalities, about many things that TypeScript will catch for you. When you need to refactor, when you change your mind, and the more junior you are, the more often you will want to change your architecture and your decisions. You'll say, oh, this value is always a number, and then 1 week later, you'll be like, well, actually, this value needs to be an object that will have a label that's going to be a string and the actual value that is going to be a number. So refactoring that single value variable from always being a number to an object that has two properties, one of them a string and a number, even explaining it is confusing to me. Without TypeScript, I'd be definitely making errors. It would be a nightmare to refactor. With TypeScript, it's much easier to change your mind like that. Oh, actually, this shouldn't be a number. This should be an object that has a number. So that's the quick answer there. We'll talk more about it. And if you don't know Svelte or SvelteKit, I do recommend checking out the tutorial. Maybe in one of the live streams in the future, we can go through all of it. It actually nowadays goes all the way to SvelteKit, not just Svelte. But you don't really need to. I do prefer when you build real things and real apps. It is very well made. It is very nice. You should start deepen into the tutorial. But if you feel a bit burned out at some point, just take a break, build a real app, try to use your knowledge. And if you start getting stuck again, jump back into the tutorial here. It is really good and you will learn quite a lot of fundamentals. And what is Svelte? What is SvelteKit? We'll be talking about this as we explain what they do for us later. I see Mike has the popular opinion that they shouldn't have gone with serif fonts. Here, Rich, creator of SvelteKit, thinks that serif fonts are the ones newspaper use, so they are made to be readable, but we're definitely not used to them. Anyway, that's by the by. I think with all of that preamble, did they added Sweets font because people were complaining that much. It's like, oh my god, everyone is going to be talking about this. They're not going to be talking about runes anymore. They're only going to be talking about why is this serif. So thank you, Ken Sarah, for pointing that out. They have on the right. Let's switch to the desktop view. Actually, they have the font button now because people feel so passionately about this. So I used to say, like, will your app make it or break it if it's used in a serif font or a sans serif font? And the reaction to this has been so strong that maybe it is. Maybe it's gonna be a deal breaker. Maybe you'll need to implement the font switch button here, which I find quite funny. Then again, it's a know your audience type of thing. Definitely the people that are looking into Svelte and SvelteKit are more experienced engineers with more opinions most of the time. But again, I am choosing Svelte and SvelteKit for this because it is the framework that looks most like regular HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And it means that I can teach some things about general HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And then even if you don't use Svelte and SvelteKit in the end, even if you go to like React or no framework or Vue or whatever, then you will learn quite a lot of things still. It's not going to be, oh, only in Svelte you get this knowledge, and then if you're out of Svelte, then you lose it forever. A lot of the things are going to be fundamentals, and we are going to be going through a lot of fundamentals here that we're going to be learning. That's one of the reasons we're going with Svelte and SvelteKit. So yeah, lots of notes. I'm using quite a lot of tools to keep my notes together, but we're making this live. Let me know in the chat or in the comments later for the next episode what you'd like to see, and we will be adjusting. And by we, I do mean myself, not a team again, but we're building this together, so you are included in this we. All right, so we're just about to start here. Another thing I get asked about, so we do have the Paulina Puppers, which is Svelte 5 already. We do have the Jonify website, which is Svelte 5 already. We do have the Jonify Premium docs, which are Astro, another framework, because for documentation, I do find that Astro is the best, most straightforward solution out there. I really like it here. And I've also added some sections talking about what I usually use for various solutions. So you can just go read the docs there and see what I use for the terminal, which we're going to see in a little bit. And of course, what I usually recommend for frontend, but also alternative solutions that we're not going to show today, including what I use for game dev as well. So with Astro, we have like this nice, awesome search functionality as well. So yeah, if our project was just from level 1 to like level 20, from level 1 to level 10, so the project that we're going to be doing today, I would actually recommend just Astro. If you're not working with dynamic content, then Astro would also teach you a lot of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript fundamentals, and get you there faster, simpler than SvelteKit. Better tool for the level 1 to level 10 job here. You can still do higher level stuff with Astro, but after level 10, and especially after level 20, that's where I find we're using a more complicated framework, more meta framework, more complete framework, such as Svelte and SvelteKit, or not really complete, a framework made for more complicated stuff, like integrating with third-party APIs, like working with user accounts. All those are things you can do with Astro, but that's where the balance scales in favor of Svelte and SvelteKit in my mind. So level 1 to level 10, the static website, I would recommend Astro for this, but knowing that we need to go all the way to level like 99 with this, that's why we're going with SvelteKit today, because we're not going to throw away the marketing side and then build the rest of the app somewhere else. We are going to be sticking to the same one app that's going to deliver all the things that we have. All right, so half an hour of preamble. My lovely puppy dog is tired of hearing me talk, so time for her to start hearing me type. Let's go through the SvelteKit wizard. And that's one of the points where you can code along and start working with your project. 2, again, you could just copy what we're doing here, the fitness app. You can spin it into your own idea. You can spin it into an idea you can even submit for Svelte hack, the hackathon. But also something that you may want to deliver for another client, or just the app idea that you have. The more comfortable you are with the things that we're doing today, the more you're allowed to do anything. The more you're encouraged to change things for you. So I'm just going into the directory where I have all the Zonify streaming stuff here. That's the only thing I did here. And then I'm gonna paste what the SvelteKit wizard is claiming here, the first step. But the package manager we're gonna be using is gonna be PNPM, so PNPX is gonna work the same, although there may be a different syntax that we'll find out soon enough if it's not this. SV is the Svelte CLI. It's doing quite a lot of cool stuff, and in the same docs that you can find info on Svelte, SvelteKit, and other things, you can find info on the CLI stuff, which is quite cool. The search works across the sites as well. This didn't used to be the case. Now with the Svelte 5 release, they've unified all the docs, which I really like. And of course, remember to not use my app, use your app name. So let's reveal the app name for today. It's gonna be Gainsatron. The project we're doing, we'll call it nothing more permanent than the temporary. So I'm gonna say that's the name. Gainsatron, the fitness app. Right, so name of your app goes there. Let's see what the wizard tells us. There are a few options. The one we'll definitely not be using is the Svelte library one. So these are for people that are already familiar with JavaScript and Svelte. Specifically, if you want to create your own library to help other people build stuff in Svelte, like a carousel or something, then that's the option you'd pick, not the one for today. SvelteKit demo will build a full website that has a lot of the cool features that SvelteKit has. So we will be having a quick look at that later. But what we want for an actual app is the minimal project, because we want to build all the functionality ourselves. This is a showcase where you can see how some of the functionality is built, but they're not built in a fitness app, so it's not going to be always related. It's going to be helpful to get inspired by it, but we want the bare bones scaffolding. So that's what we're going to choose. And then the question is, add type second with TypeScript. I've had my early thoughts of TypeScript. I always prefer static types and statically typed languages. In general, I find they help me more in the long run, even though maybe learning the syntax, writing the code can take a bit more time. In the end, it pays dividends. You can skip out on a whole load of testing if you have this static analysis done for you. So the questions are, yes, I want types the easy way with TypeScript. Yes, I want types the hard way with JavaScript JS comments, which I can go deeper into why I don't prefer this one. And no, which I always say is the I want to shoot myself in the foot option. So we will be doing TypeScript today. And then it's asking, what tooling do we want for our project? Prettier is essential nowadays. It's something that if the JavaScript language wasn't made in like 7 days, it would have had by default. Lots of modern languages like Golang do have this by default. It formats your code in a standardized way. You can configure it a little bit, but it has made people not really care about your formatting options, whether you have semicolons or not. It doesn't matter. Prettier does it for you. And I even like it because it will not format code that's not valid. So if I have like an extra curly or an extra parenthesis or extra character somewhere, if it's invalid code, it will not work. So if I save and the auto formatting doesn't work, I know that I've done something wrong, which is quite fun. Prettier, essential, ESLint. If I were doing React, you need ESLint. Since we're not doing React, it's optional. I will use it because I know people have been told that you need ESLint, so I will use it for today. I'm on the fence. I think on my own I won't use ESLint. Nowadays, Vitest is a testing framework that we're gonna add. Playwright, we'll have a look at what Vitest is a node-based testing framework. It's super fast, and therefore it encourages you to write and run a lot of tests. It allows you to do test-driven development, but because the way our users are going to be interacting with the app, it's not going to be through the terminal, it's not going to be through Node, it's going to be mostly through their browsers. That's why we'll also be bringing in Playwright, which is a browser-based test runner. It makes it easier since it runs an actual browser to test functionality, like what happens if they press the back button, what happens if they try to download a file. So the browser-based tests with Playwright are always going to be slower because it is running a real browser. But there are many benefits on the confidence they give you versus the super fast tests you can write with Vitest. No matter which tool you use, you can write good tests and bad tests, and meaningful tests and meaningless tests. So we will be talking about those as well. Tailwind, now we can just add with the press of button, which I wasn't planning to do. This is like a new feature they've added. We'll be talking about Tailwind. Should I click it? I don't know. Not sure. Anyway, let's leave it in. It's a CSS framework. It's CSS is what's commonly now referred to as the way to style your app, even though you can do it without CSS, without cascading style sheets, technically. Anyway, Tailwind CSS is a library that has tons of ways that help you style your app that someone else wrote it for you. Adam, the original creator of Tailwind, and Adam's team in Tailwind Labs have created the styling solutions for you. And if you want to use them, use them. It's a super popular project that I've been loving from the get-go. We'll be talking more about it later. Drizzle, we won't be adding yet, but we will almost certainly add it when we increase the complexity of our app to actually use user accounts. Lucia is a way to authenticate our users that we will be adding when we need user accounts again. It's worth noting that Lucia is being sunsetted, and it's going to be a documentation website of how you can implement auth on your own without having libraries for you to use to implement auth, but we'll discuss this in the future. MD Specs, by one of the few people in the Svelte team that I know of and have worked with personally. Penguin Pete, hello, if you're watching, which I think you aren't. Anyway, it's a way to render Markdown, which is a super popular way to write files for nerds, into HTML, which is a super popular way for real people to consume content. Paraglide is the Svelte solution to integrate with Inlang. Inlang, for sure, is an awesome tool and standardized tool to do internationalization. Paraglide is a library that's supposed to help with that, but it was a bit iffy the last time I tried it, so when we bring internationalization, we will be talking about it. Until then, we won't be bringing it in, giving them more chance to adapt to Svelte 5 and whatnot as well. Storybook is another one of those tools I have strong opinions about. They allow you to run specific components of your app, specific parts of your app in isolation, which may allow you to test different states, like, oh, this button should be disabled and it looks like this. This button should be enabled and it should look like this. And when you click it, it goes into the loading state that has a spinner and whatnot. But it's one of those where I have the hot take that you don't really need it. I think nowadays it's a tool that us engineers like to set up just to busy work. I think if you want to test the functionality of your app and how it looks, you use Playwright most of the time. Vitest, depending on what you want to do. Storybook, very specific projects would benefit from Storybook. It's like you have more people in the team. They can't be bothered to go through the whole flow to see what the button looks like. But who cares about those things? I don't. So I'm not going to be setting up Storybook. We can talk about it later. Kesara is asking if Lucia is going to be removed from the list when it's officially deprecated. I think they were discussing this in the Svelte Others project, but it doesn't really matter. Even when it's sunsetted, I think Lucia will still be working until its database drivers, for example, stop being in sync. So if Drizzle, which is one of the database drivers, never updates their API, the Lucia solution would be working for you. So maybe you can use that one. It makes, but there is a discussion of why are we showing an option for a tool that is going to be deprecated soon. That's not going to be maintained. I don't know. It's a discussion. You can also have your thoughts in there. Anyway, recap. Formatting with prettier, essential. ESLint, in some projects in JavaScript, you will need it. That's why we're using it today. VTest, fast testing, we will use it. Playwright, slower browser-based testing, we'll definitely use it for meaningful tests. And Tailwind for styling are the things that the wizard, in theory, is going to be setting up for us. So let's press enter. Since we're bringing in Tailwind, they're also asking us what else do we want to bring in. There are some plugins that we can add. Some of them enable things such as prose for Markdown. But since we'll be bringing in another library called Shadcn in the future, and it's doing its own thing to standardize those things, we won't be bringing in anything else unless required. I do know that we'll be adding container queries at some point, so let's bring that in and see how it looks. And press enter. All right, so now it's asking me again, which package manager do I want? It has auto-detected PNPM. But just in case I copied and pasted from the website, I guess, which had NPM, you have another chance to use PNPM. Of course, you can always do a little bit of file deletion and switch a different package manager in the future. So if we do decide to switch to ban, maybe in the future, if we build our extra standalone API service with Hono.js, we will be running that on ban, for example. And if we want ban for that project, then naturally we'd switch the whole thing there. But for now, we have no reason to use ban. We'd be using PNPM. All right, so that's it. So we've brought this in from scratch, but as we'll be able to see, we'll have many dependencies. From scratch means a different thing nowadays than it did 20 years ago. So we can change directory to the new app that we created. It is suggesting to add version control with Git, which we will do later. And we can even start the dev server with PNPM dev. It suggests you can do open, just to manually open the window there, but you can also always like command click and you're there. All right, so this is our new app. Looks beautiful. It does have the Tailwind reset already applied. So an important thing to note for styling is that different browsers have different opinions on how to render things by default. These opinions have converged over the years, but still they have their own like accents on things. So it's very common to have a CSS reset to standardize the way they look across the browser. So even if I were to open this in Safari, it will look the same, which would have not been the case if we didn't have the CSS reset brought to us with SvelteKit. So an example would be the way links work. It would be different from browser. The padding that you'd have would be different. Yeah, I think that's it for going through the wizard and talking about some of the things there. So Nutbake is saying that only the Lucia library itself is deprecated, but the code that would have they would have added for us, I guess, is the fundamental logic of how to set up your hooks, your authentication checks, your database integration. Not sure, but we'll come to that when we go to the auth episode. So maybe they should call it like Lucia style auth. Anyway, that's a big digression. For the future. Right, so time to open the skeleton project and see what we got. Already an error because we don't have the favicons. We wouldn't have seen it if I didn't open with Safari. So once again, the moment you start coding for Safari and solving for Safari, we have problems that we wouldn't have otherwise. That's why we'll be doing our browser testing for Safari as well. One of the reasons there. All right, let's also bring this up. A nice window there, side by side. Make heavy use of the desktop's spaces feature of Mac. And we can have a nice look of what we're getting with the defaults we've selected. So this is our new app project. Let's go by the end. Vite is the way that we are transpiling the code that we're running, the JavaScript that we're running, into the code that's going to be executed in the server. So modern apps are made, well, even older apps are made with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And it used to be that HTML is the way the browser gets the content, knows what content to display in the page. CSS is the way to know how to style, how to make that content look in the page. And JavaScript was the way to make the content look interactive. Now with modern frameworks like SvelteKit or Next.js, many other modern frameworks, even PHP frameworks, but specifically with the JavaScript frameworks, you can actually write your whole app in JavaScript, in Typescript, or things that may look like HTML, like the Svelte components that we're going to be writing, but are actually being read by something else that gets transpiled into the three buckets, into stuff that is HTML, stuff that is CSS, and stuff that is actually JavaScript. So you could be writing only JavaScript as a developer in your source code, but a transpiler, a tool like Vite, would be the one that ensures that your code runs correctly in the browser when broken out into these three essential things. And the config for now is not much. Vite is a tool that is quite popular. It has taken the code by the JavaScript world by storm. Other tools such as Astro is also using Vite. And of course, it's by the creator of Vue, another excellent front-end framework that I just particularly don't like as much as other frameworks, for sure. But Vite itself has been amazing. Next.js had a conference just the other week, and I was hoping that they were like, no more sunk cost fallacy with TurboPack. I know that we are at like 99% feature complete with the other transpiler, but we are abandoning TurboPack. We're switching to Vite. I would have been so happy with that, but that wasn't the case. So Next.js remains to something else, and you may need to do Webpack stuff back then. Anyway, SvelteKit is using the best transpiler in the business. It is using Vite, and since Vite is not made for a particular framework, you actually need to tell it that, hey, we're building a SvelteKit app, and you'll need to do things with like Svelte components, Svelte template files, and that other thing, which is brought in by specific library that the Svelte team has done for us. So we don't need to touch this. And we've picked the option to enable vtest for our unit integration tests, for our fast tests. And it has a configuration here to say, only look at files in the source directory, which is cool. It could be because it wants to differentiate from the tests meant to run with the browser with Playwright. So that's the Vite config. The TypeScript config is another thing. Again, we are writing all the code or the JavaScript looking code in TypeScript, but the browsers do not understand TypeScript. They only understand JavaScript at the moment. Some of the servers could understand TypeScript. If we were running on Bun, it would understand TypeScript as well. But usually you want to transpile again your TypeScript into some version of JavaScript. And TMsConfig essentially is a way to configure what exactly to transpile to what JS features to still keep on, what the target should be. Should it be like a node server? Should it be the browser? This is configuration that you will probably not need to tweak, because magically SvelteKit itself, as soon as you have the dev server running, it will create its own TS config, that the TS config in your source code is going to be in your project, is going to be extending. So a lot of the magic features that we'll be using, like type aliases, like when we get to server endpoints, how they're able to dynamically capture parameters. These are done thanks to this TS config that SvelteKit creates for us, that we won't need to touch, that we shouldn't touch. This one, we definitely shouldn't touch. All this configuration, you don't even need to know. And it's highly unlikely we'll need to touch our TS config. Not at this stage, for sure. Then we have the Tailwind file, which we may need to touch later. So it seems like it's quite bare bones. It is also telling us where our source code lives, where are the files that may have things that need to be styled. Just a source directory, search for anything that ends in HTML, JavaScript, Svelte, or TS. We know that nothing's going to have TS, but that's by the by. It doesn't hurt to have it there. We will be tweaking this because I have opinions, and when they are kind of popular opinions, I like to introduce them. If not, I just go with the flow and let you know fewer things. You don't need to learn why I prefer one thing over the other. And to go with Tailwind, let's go to the PostCSS. PostCSS is the way to transpile your styling and your CSS, let's say. That's why it has two plugins. One of them is the auto prefixer, because different browsers, or rather different browser rendering engines, have different ways they specify some attributes. They can have prefixes like moz that as a developer I don't want to ever have to write. Back in the day I did want to write them, but nowadays I do not want to write them. I want a tool to do it for me. I just want to say, you know, background color blue, and I don't even need to know if for Firefox I need to prefix this with moz. I don't want to know this. I definitely don't want to write this myself. There is this tool that does it for us. And the other plugin is Tailwind itself. That's all there is in the post CSS config. If you have a different way to do container queries, then maybe you'd need to add something in your post CSS config, but it's unlikely we'll touch this. In the Svelte config, this is what it's. This is the place where we'd go to override some of the Svelte defaults, like where is our path alias and some other things. The main thing we will be changing later is the adapter. So our app is going to be built to run on the server and the browser. Our meta framework is full stack, and the way it's going to get built depends on the environment we're going to be deploying on. If we're doing Cloudflare, if we're doing Vercel, if we're doing just a node server in a Docker container, we will need a different adapter. The default is the adapter auto, which auto detects the environments for us, which is nice, so you wouldn't even need to switch it. But if you want to make use of environment-specific features, like if you're deploying on Vercel and you want to deploy on the edge, you need to specifically say, I want the Vercel adapter, and then you can pass in the option to say that the runtime should be edge. So that is a file that we will be tweaking later, because we will be deploying in this episode. I love getting something in the end that you could get. You could WhatsApp a friend or share in Discord and tell them, click here, I just made this, and then they click and then you get happy already. That's one of the beauties of web development, I find. Then we have a README here. I'm laughing because the classic like noob problem is that you say nothing in your README other than the things that the template, the wizard made for you. So what's out? If you want to look professional, change this to something. Immediately, we're gonna say that this is Shadcn. Do read the instructions. If this is the first time you run the wizard, it's gonna tell you again that this is how you, you created this project. To begin with, this is how you run the dev servers, which maybe you have, maybe you haven't, but remember, we're using PNPM. And this is how you build your app for production, and then you can even preview that build. Like, we don't need those instructions, so all we're gonna say, let's say a fitness app implemented in SvelteKit. You can have your mission statement here, and then, of course, in the future, make sure, especially if you're working with others, but even for yourself in the future, to say testing category, this is how you run the tests. Local development, this is what you need to do. If you have some secrets that you need to get somewhere, specify them here as well. It's a good idea to have a helpful README. When we deploy to GitHub, it's this page that's gonna be visible for us. So having a nice README is a cool little pro tip for sure. We've talked about the post CSS. We need it because of Tailwind and because we want to auto prefix some styling inconsistencies between browsers. Then we have the Playwright config, and this is one of the ways where I don't particularly like using the Svelte adder. So having Playwright be created for us gives us this config, which I guess works. If we look into our packagization, we'll see that there are many scripts that have been created for us. The one we've already used was pnpm dev to run the dev server. We also have a pnpm test that runs both the unit tests, the biggest ones, and the end-to-end test, which runs Playwright test. So let's have a look. If I were to run in this window with the dev server running, let's try to run this. And then we'll get that, oh, we need to install the Playwright browsers if it's the first time you're running this version of Playwright. If we were running this on CI, we'd need a step to actually install the browsers as well. It's made it well. So let's try to run the test again. Good. So it did run the test. It is passing. We saw green. We can have a look at the test, which is a smoke test. I guess it just checks. Well, this may look like nothing, but it actually checks that you can go to the homepage of your app and it runs. It has like an H1. It has an element there. And if it has an element, it means that your app at least has not crashed. So that's good. That's the bare minimum smoke test, and it's nice they've configured it for us. But I will actually remove this Playwright config later in the episode, because if we install Playwright going through the Playwright docs, we'll get a Playwright config that has so much more inline comments for every Playwright option, or most Playwright options, that I think you'll find very helpful. This is very bare bones. Frangalo says, do I have any plans to look at Storybook for testing? I did rant against Storybook before. Let me say, I do know other principal software engineers that do love Storybook and do like Storybook. I'm just of the opinion that I'd rather, like for most apps, like 99.9% of apps, just test it in Playwright. I get the argument that, oh, I don't want to go through the flow to just see if this button should be disabled or whatever. And I'm like, okay, if you are building a component library, if that's your product, which it shouldn't be, then maybe I would integrate Storybook. But I do prefer testing things and demoing things in Playwright. And maybe we will be using mock service worker to be able to test use cases like what if the server errors out. So what should happen in case of an error? My plan is to use mock service worker to simulate the backend, having a blow up, and then we need to handle the error. So I get the benefit of Storybook, but I think with Playwright now being this good, I'd rather test things more in Playwright. Unless you have like so many components, so many things that need so many varied states that for some reason you actually need to specifically test, which I wouldn't. I don't think there is user value in specifically screenshot testing, for example, the disabled state of a button. I wouldn't set up a Storybook. But do let me know if you are one of the engineers that do think that Storybook is really good. But yeah, it's been a while since I used it. It's been since the Webpack days that I've used it, which was also a counter argument back then. But I understand that that's not a problem now. Like I got away from Webpack and I'm in VTest, so in Vite now. So why would I bring in Storybook and have a different config just for that? So now if that problem doesn't exist, I may warm up the Storybook as well. So Farnell has the very good tip that it's very good at catching accessibility issues. And again, I would say that if you use Playwright with the selectors like get by role button, get by role heading, get by role status, all the different roles that elements can have, you can write the tests in that way and catch that, oh, I didn't have a heading here, I didn't have an accessible name for that button, I didn't have this, I didn't have that. So that's a way that I would catch the accessibility issues by using the get by role locators for Playwright. Yeah, I wonder it's for Storybook for that one. And if I had to do something else specifically for accessibility, I would use something like AxeLinter for example, not Storybook. But I can see that. I can see that for sure. I can see that for sure. All right, so I think that was my first hot take of the day. I did talk about both Tailwind and TypeScript versus JavaScript, so maybe that's like the third hot take of the day. Right, so I've talked about the Playwright config, which is very bare bones. We'll set it up again later in the episode and see how many options we actually have with Playwright, but we'll keep the convention of let's put all the end-to-end tests here, even though that's not going to be true. Since we are going to be using mock service worker, some of the end-to-end tests are not going to be end-to-end tests, so we'll change the directory. Anyway, that's by the by. We have the packagization in JavaScript and TypeScript apps. We have this file called packagization, which is a file describing what your app is, what's the shape of your app, what's some metadata of your app. Traditionally, you have a version, but you'll never need it for a deployed app. This is if you're building a library, you will probably want to adhere to semantic versioning, but for an app that's going to get deployed, not an app that people are going to download, you can just keep this at version whatever you want, any number you want, never touch it again. The important things in the packagization in relation to apps like this is it has a lot of scripts that we can run. We talked about the dev server. That is just a liaison, like you can do PNPM, a lot of the handy scripts that you have there, instead of having to remember that, oh, running even like the linting or the formatting, needing to remember what you need to do to format. You just say PNPM format and that's it. You don't need to remember that you need to do prettier, write everything. So aliasing some more complicated commands into more simple commands that you can remember and just say PNPM format. That's one of the important things you can do in packagization. We can see here, you can PNPM test and then it will run both your unit tests and your end-to-end tests. That's really cool. One of the important things we need to know. Another one is going to be what are the things that our app is depending on. And you'll see that we're standing on the shoulders of giants here. Lots of things already brought in, including things for just the DevX experience. So a lot of those things are really only dev dependencies that are not going to ship to the user, to the browser. So there are things like formatting the code, making sure with ESLint that some standards are adhered to, I guess. Svelte, of course, and SvelteKit itself. VTest for unit testing, Playwright. Which Playwright? Here. The test library in the Playwright organization. Lots of things like that. TypeScript. the little hat here, the caret, means that you are depending a version of the app that starts with 5, but these numbers can be anything, like anything upwards. It's an up arrow, this little hat, caret, whatever you want to call it. Everything from 5 and up would do. Everything from 3, 4 and up would do. The convention here could be a bit tricky. Important to note in JavaScript convention land and semantic versioning land is that if it starts with 0, it means that the developers don't think that we're stable yet. Maybe you shouldn't be using this in production, but in reality, the developers just be braver. Lots of people are using lots of apps that are still on version 0. But naturally, as humans, we don't like when the number goes high, I guess. With semantic versioning, it means that the moment you introduce an incompatible change, so if a feature that you never intended got out, that people started using, and then it causes like 10 bugs, so you need to remove it, and you do remove it, then in theory, if you are, you should be increasing the major version, so the first number here. But loophole, if you're in version 0, you don't have to do that, which I think it's bad, to be honest, because someone can then switch from 0.6 to 0.7 and expect that nothing will be broken, but it will, because it's still in version 0, in the loophole version of where anything can break. So yeah, I don't like that pattern, but this is the world we live in. Make of that what you will. But the reality is that people are afraid of higher numbers. Maybe they think we have finite numbers when we have literally infinite. And they wouldn't want to be like, oh, now it's like version 4. Now it's like version 400. Like, if you've made 400 breaking changes and you needed to use version 400, it doesn't really matter, but psychologically people will not like it, so they hide behind the 0.0 release. Anyway, unnecessary tangent. Here we can move on with our lives with ESLint, the tool that does look complicated, but again, it's instructions to say, look at all the files that are in specific places and try to run some recommended linting rules on it. So when I do something I'm not supposed to, I'll get a hint from my editor, from VS Code, or when I run the lint command to tell me, hey, you shouldn't be reassigning this variable, or you forgot to use this, or whatever. The problem with this is that a lot of the time I find the ESLint warnings are useless to me and they just distract me. They have like a red squiggly when I'm not using a variable yet, but I was going to use the variable, I just declared it. So I don't think it's actually helping me. Again, I'll say if you're building in React, with the way hooks work, and especially how useEffect works, you do need ESLint, because that's the only way to know, that's the only way to really remember what an effect really depends on. You can see it visually, but you may slip because you're human. And that will actually affect how your app runs. So that's a meaningful thing for you to do. But in SvelteKit, the Svelte compiler and the Svelte language server will be checking for those sorts of meaningful errors for you. So I don't think you need ESLint for a Svelte project, but you may see it in real life working somewhere else. So there you go. This is ESLint. This is why you may find it in some projects. In SvelteKit, you don't really need it. And famous for having lots of breaking upgrades and changing how things are supposed to work. Prettier, there you go. Prettier is the tool for formatting our JavaScript. I've set up my editor to format everything with Prettier according to this Prettier RC. It has opinions on how code should look, but they've begrudgingly allowed for some options that people can still debate about, but it doesn't really matter. You just switch your Prettier config and then run the formatter, and then that's it. Like, I don't care how your code looks. The big things that I don't like is I don't want trailing commas. I don't like semicolons. I like trailing commas, and I don't want semicolons. The idea here is, why use more characters when fewer characters do trick? I'm a no semicolons type of person. Don't hold that against me. And I don't particularly care about the others. Because I got into software engineering with PHP, where single versus double quote strings has a bit of a difference, then I also prefer the single quote. Use tabs, I've been told it's better for accessibility. And that makes sense because you can customize how wide you want your tabs to be. While if it's spaces, people aren't really, they want to customize a space different than a tab. So using tabs all the time instead of spaces for spacing, for formatting like this, makes things more accessible. That was explained to me back in the day, and now I agree. Trailing comma, I do like to always have it. Even though it looks weird in functions, this is going to be the default eventually. The default is going to be, I think the current default is ES5, I don't know. It does allow you, when you're doing like a git diff, to just do this all the time, to not see, you've added a semicolon there and be kind of confused. And when you're creating JavaScript objects, you are able to slide around even the last element, move it back up. That's why I like it. That's why I always do it. ES5, like the defaults, could also be fine, since I'm doing it for the objects. I will talk about this later. How long the lines should be before you're up. The default is 80. I guess the Svelte team is like, oh, we're doing Typescript sometimes. So we want more characters in the page. Some people say, well, researchers are saying that the most readable amount of lines is 40 to 80, so it should be 40 to 80. But I don't know, especially when using Typescript, the type definitions, I don't see them in my head. I filter them out. So I guess that's the argument for why they're changing this default. But we did say we don't want semicolons for sure. And the other one I like is bracket spacing. So interestingly, in JavaScript, when you do arrays, for some reason, the common thing is to not have a space here. So keep that tight. But when you do objects, then the default convention is to actually do this. So that's pretty crazy. So what I want is consistency and just to not have space anywhere. And then it's fewer lines as well, fewer characters. But I think that's it for my little prettier stuff. Then we have a prettier ignore that says, don't try to format these things like the PNPM lock. This is a file that says, all right, for these dependencies that you have, these are the actual versions that we've managed to download. So you have consistency across different developers using the same app. With your build system, when you're deploying the app, it's going to be using the exact version you have. This didn't used to be a JavaScript in JavaScript in NPM back in the day, and it was a huge problem because people loved using the Carre version in here, where they'd be like, all right, version 15, and anything up goes, and then they'd have version 15 because they installed the project like 3 months ago, and then their deployment tool or another engineer coming into the project, they'd go in, they try to install the same thing, but because it's three months later now, they'd get like version 3 of this library that actually turns out did have a break-in release, so it wouldn't work for them. So it was without this shrink wrap type of thing, without this resolution type of thing, resolution map, telling you exactly which version of any library you got, we had a lot of it works on my machine problems, and I don't know why it doesn't work with yours. The answer was because you had a different version of these dependencies. Having stuff like a PNPM lock has solved this huge issue. We don't have to worry about it. You don't have to worry about it nowadays. Right, so ignore pretty much only ignores these three things that are here's what version of its library you actually have. This is the npm file that keeps track of that. This is the PNPM file that keeps track of that. And this is the yarn file that keeps track of that. I think ban is binary anyway, so they don't have it, or maybe they just don't like ban. I don't know, but they don't have it there. Right, so npm rc, so to respect the version of Node that you have running. We've talked about how we'll manage our version of Node with Volta soon enough. And git ignore will be using version control later. And in version control, there are many things that you won't want to commit to version control. For example, all the dependencies that you have, every dependency that we have in package.json gets installed from the internet and put into a directory called node modules. This is where Svelte lives, for example. But since it's available on the internet and we have this file telling us which version of everything we want, we don't need to copy this file we don't need to have a version of what this looks like everywhere. Another engineer wouldn't need to download a version of this. They could just download the much smaller version of this project that doesn't have node modules and then run npm install and install the correct dependencies. Also, the node modules may change according to the environment you're in. So your CI may need Linux versions of these things. Another engineer may need like Windows version of some things. I need Mac versions, Silicon Mac versions of this thing. Who knows? Avoid having this in version control. And similarly, the same goes for the magic.SvelteKit path. These are things meant for local development. SvelteKit creates lots of things meant for local development and for building the app that don't need to stay in version control. No one else needs to download. That's why they're Git ignored. All right. So in the root level, we have a lot of the configuration objects. This thing has a test results directory that Playwright creates. I guess you can have a look at what is in there and use this as a status badge or something, this JSON file. Also, if you're capturing video whenever you run Playwright or when Playwright fails a test, which we're going to have a look at later, this is where it's going to be kept. So maybe you'd want to ignore this directory as well. Static is where the static files of your app live, including the favicon, which we're going to change. End-to-end, we had a look. It's the end-to-end test, the Playwright test, the smoke test really, that exists. We've told that every Playwright test will live in this directory. I'm going to change its name later. And finally, our source directory, we get to the actual code that we're going to be amending. It has this app.html, which is the template of your app. SvelteKit is going to be magically injecting a few things into the head of the document, some metadata things, some styling things here, some information about what the page should be called is going to be injected here. But the main thing, the main app is going to be injected wherever this template is, the SvelteKit body template. The rest of our app is going to be here. And do note this cool display contents trick, which tells the browser to ignore this element as if it wasn't there. This allows us to render the rest of our app inside the div and not straight into the body, which has a few problems that we won't talk about, but still be able to do some cool styling things more easily than what we needed to do before this display content string was available. And interestingly, they are also starting with this hint that is telling SvelteKit the moment we hover with a mouse over a link, it will try to load that page if it's within our SvelteKit app. So that will make our app feel faster because as a user, I hover over a link, SvelteKit is already starting to run this. And I click and it had a head start into rendering the next page that I'm going to. Some people don't like this because they're like, what if people just hover around and they don't go to the page? Doesn't really matter. Some of your users will eventually hit that page, so use better casting and you're fine. And in the head, this has to do with how your app should scale in mobile devices and stuff. We won't be talking about it. And we will be talking about the favicon and other things. Note that, again, it's a magic template string that will be getting replaced at build time, saying that actually the favicon is available in this directory. So in local development, it's available in this static directory, but in the deployed app, it won't have any knowledge of most of the things in this project. So it will need to be told that your favicon lives somewhere else. Maybe it will just be this, but it can be dynamic. You can reconfigure this. So this makes sure that it's in the correct place in your app. It can be different according to your deploy target as well, Vercel versus Cloudflare or whatever else. Cool. Language, hard-coded English. If we do internationalization, this will need to be dynamic or change somehow. We'll be talking about that in the future. But yeah, that's for our app HTML. We have a little demo test here. So that's the fast v-test test. Even if it was something that was running 1,000 times, doing 1,000 loops, it should be really fast. And it's just a test checking that 1 + 2 = 3. Great. And I think we can run with npm test unit. And you can see it's running quite fast, especially like rerunning takes 5 milliseconds, which is cool. These tests super fast, unlike the browser tests. App type definitions, we'll be getting into those later in the project. Our regular CSS file, we can add lots of things here. This is where we bring in Tailwind as well. So without Tailwind, you can see what I was talking about before. Tailwind applies a CSS reset for consistent styling across browsers. So just by removing this, you can see the app hot reload, and we can see the little inconsistency between the two apps. I guess they kind of look the same nowadays, to be honest. The padding looks the same. I should be doing like a weirder browser for this, but look at the visited style as well. Anyway, doesn't really matter. We will. The other thing with the reset is that just because someone 15 years ago, decided that there should be some padding in the browser at the top and at the left, maybe on your side you don't want that sort of padding. You want no padding. So that's another reason besides the browser inconsistencies. Just because someone decided that every H1 should be bigger, doesn't mean that in your app the H1 should be bigger, doesn't mean that the links need to be underlined. So a CSS reset is a way to ensure that you start from the plainest styling possible, and then you can augment to taste according to your brand. And then this app CSS file is loaded into the layout. So interestingly, we do get a layout file, our root layout file created by the SvelteKit wizard. We don't need to create it ourselves. And we're doing our first Svelte 5 thing here. So rendering children, getting children from the props rune here, and rendering everything inside here. That's quite interesting. We'll be getting deeper into that later, but essentially every page in our app will have anything we add here. And with SvelteKit, much like with other famous meta frameworks nowadays, the moment we save a file, you can see the change happen here. So every page will have everything we have in the layout file, which does mean that every page is going to have this app CSS there. This CSS file that brings in Tailwind, every page is going to have it because it's in our layout file. And individual, this page is the individual index page, home route here. So anything I do in this page will only appear in this page only. So welcome to SvelteKit 2025. You can see it here. Good. The lib directory, I guess in SvelteKit, we've decided that we want to put some common modules in a lib directory. We're going to use it heavily later, but of course, we don't have anything here just yet. And that concludes the tour of what we get just by running the SvelteKit wizard. Hope you liked it. Hope it was fun. We'll start implementing realer things soon in the next chapter. I do need like a quick breather here. Oh, didn't add a timestamp. Ah, no, yes. I did add a timestamp. So one more thing to do here. Let's run the formatter. The few things I changed in prettier RC, like no semicolon, I don't want this. Which does mean that if I manually go to any file and save, it's gonna make everything tighter, the curly brackets, it's gonna remove the semicolons. Great, I don't want to go to every file to do this. but we have the handy script that just formats everything with PNPM format. I can run it, and then we're good to go. Then we can do what the SvelteKit wizard suggested ages ago, which I can't find now, but it was to do an initial commit. Since I'm using VS Code, I can actually just click the source control tab here and initialize the repository, git init, and then I'm even using a library Gitmoji called Gitmoji that has dedicated an emoji for the type of things that you're doing. I find this is very fun. It can make it easier at a glance to see what you've changed, like, oh, you've changed copy documentation, or you've added a feature, or you added animations. I kind of like it, and it's been a tradition to start with begin a project and committing everything, just so we can see what will be changing soon. And we'll be posting to GitHub later, not now. All right, so we'll do a quick aside here. We have this Barepons app, which is the one we'll be working on to implement, what do you call it? Gainsetron. But what would we have gotten for inspiration if we went through the wizard and added and chose the demo app? Let's see. So way back, PNPX create, let's say demo. That's this. I have another one. So again, the main change we'll do here is that we'll use the demo app. Still TypeScript. Let's add the same things. Let's add storybook for the fun of it. For Tailwind, let's add nothing. Let's do PNPM again. See what we get. So my main idea was just see what the demo SvelteKit app is, but since people are asking, let's see what Storybook gives us. So let's cd change directory to cv demo. Run the dev server. It's gonna magically detect that we have that port busy for our real app we'll be developing. So it will run the app in a different directory, and we can see but we have an app, we have a reactive button that has like a nice animation of the counter going up and down according to what I click. Accessible, can navigate there with the keyboard. It doesn't have view transitions. Has a little game for Wordle, which is using cookies, I believe, to remember what I've submitted and what I've played. How did I manage to have nothing here? Right, a quick break to play Wordle. This is not the Wordle of the day if you're worried about spoilers. Nope. Flick a word. Flick. Nope. Close. Pluck. Pluck an object in JavaScript. Very appropriate. We see the confetti animation. So lots of cool things. It does remember my thing. I don't know if it nukes cookies when you press this button. Has another page for how to play. still navigate here. Every time I go in this page, it does so this. Yeah, since we have this app, we can quickly have a look at the code, some features that we'll be getting deeper into later. Ugh, storybook. But at least, I guess, no webpack config for storybook. That's something. Anyway, no hooks file. Interesting. So if you're like, how does Svelte works? You can have a look here and see that it's using form actions, lots of stuff that we'll be using later, like setting stuff in cookies for the current state, how to set cookies. It has a lot of inspiration you can take on. And you can also see even this, like the reactive state of the counter, that is something you may want to investigate. So we have like a counter object, feels like something that would exist. Yes. So you can have a look here, like, oh, the effect rune derived from something else, a state, lots of things going on there. We have a few styles. It would be interesting if it's your first time with SvelteKit to have a look at this app and then have a look at how they've implemented all of these features here. But that's not what we want. We have a specific app in mind. So we're gonna forget this ever happened and move on developing the app no, not yet. Let's have a look at the storybook. Is it PMPM storybook? All right, so I guess you're making a component library and you want to show all the different variations of your button without telling your designer, you know, on this page you can see this button and then you can see it active and then you can see it large. You can set up storybook, I suppose, and then you can see every version there, or even link them. You can even publish this app, which is, you can publish storybook, which is cool. And you can see, like, the idea is that we can check out how the header is supposed to look and see the logged in state and the logout state without having to go through the process, without telling the designer, oh, you need to click around the app and do it, or without having Playwright to click around the app to actually see the various stages. So authentication can be a tricky thing with Playwright, for example, or any browser-based tool. So testing authentication states, I find a hard time saying that it's easier with Storybook, but it's an alternative way to change those definitely tricky things there. Right. Ooh. And I have the interactions there. So yeah, the Playwright does have components, so you can also test the isolated components there. Definitely my preference is test your whole app, have more confidence that your app is actually working, and also provide a way, like my main concern is my app working, is my app accessible? My secondary concern is how my app is looking, and that's why I'd prefer spending a bit more time writing good Playwright tests than setting up something like Storybook. If my app was actually a library and I had like a million components to keep track of, that's where the argument for Storybook makes more sense in my head, for sure. But yeah, so that satisfied my curiosity as well. I haven't seen Storybook in a while. Great opportunity to change my mind. That's something as well. We'll be having another look for sure. All right, so we haven't done much. A lot of overview, a lot of talking. That's why I put the timestamps in, so you can move around as much as you want. it may be of benefit to new people here. If you're watching this series, who am I anyway? Who is this guy? Why should I listen to them and their opinions? As I said, no affiliations whatsoever. If I saw solutions, it's because I think they are the ones I enjoy using the most. It's not that I think they are the best ones in the world. This can be very, very objective, but it's the ones that I enjoy the most and the ones I have found work well with the teams I've worked in. I've reached the level of principal software engineer, which is the highest one you can get, to be fair. Not in the biggest company in the world, but a pretty big company. If you are in the UK, you probably know of Zoopla, for example, the biggest real estate company in the UK. Zillow for the UK, I like to say. But I've come to terms that I'll never be a principal software engineer like Google or Meta or like one of those places, for example. So, you know, it's not like, wow, this person has worked in the biggest places in the world and now has the official opinion. Just, I'm a real person, I'm a real engineer. I've worked by myself, I've worked with teams, I've worked on top of teams, I've worked in many, many ways. And these are just the opinions I found more pleasurable. Nowadays, I do mostly consulting and contracting work. And of course, I do these videos and live streams for free. Sometimes just to showcase things that are neat, but also to learn, to put things forward and have them challenged, have people telling me, oh, this is the better solution for something else, or consider this approach. I love that. It's the best way, one of the best ways for me to learn is to try to teach things, which is a big motivation for why I'm doing these live streams. You can find out more about me in the various pages that I have. This one, like, can you guess which side I'm using in which project? Which framework I'm using in each project? My argument is that you cannot. If you look at the inspector and you see what the tags are, then you will. But the user doesn't know what the framework you're using is, but they do care if the developers are having a happy life and if they're able to deliver fast. So framework plays a choice. On this app, my Blockfolio website, it is Next.js, actually. On this one, Zonify, the premium project, where you can actually get Zonify Premium and get the source code that we end up with any project that we saw in the live streams. With the subscription away, to also show me that you find this content helpful. But no matter what, like, what I want is to help people. If you tell me, oh, this answer a question that I have, I'm super happy. I'm delighted. I'm chuffed every time. But if you don't want to code along, or if you want the latest version of something that I've coded, it's very likely you'll find it in Zonify Premium. Lots of happy members there. And the docs for free, you can just go to the Zonify docs and find quite a lot of answers to quite a lot of questions. I will be adding this new series here soon as well. This one made in Astro, as I mentioned before. So the best tool for the job. I think for my personal website, I may switch to Astro as well. But it is handy to have a website that I support a lot in a popular framework. Although Next.js is falling far back behind, that I can just let it go. So besides doing live streams and stuff, I am consulting a lot more. In the past year or two, more Svelte and SvelteKit projects have been popping up. Sometimes when I consult, of course, they ask of my opinion, how can we do this? And I tell them, well, you can do it with anything. But I think these are the best choices. Usually, I do advocate for full stack TypeScript, because then you can have more of the dream engineering team where people can do front-end and back-end stuff without needing to be blocked by the other side of the team. But especially since ML is very trending, AI and LLMs are very trending nowadays, and Python seems to be the go-to language for that, I find quite a lot of combos of where back-end is in Python and front-end is in TypeScript. And I've been advocating in either case for the front-end or for the whole thing to be in either SvelteKit and Next.js. 2 to 3 years ago, usually Next.js would win, but past year or two, SvelteKit wins handily for me. Lots of features that we're going to be talking about have made the developer experience much better, and more jobs in Svelte and SvelteKit have been opening up without me actually advocating for it. I think engineers are finding the benefit of SvelteKit countering React fatigue and having it look more like the regular HTML, getting features for free, standard features like view transitions without needing to hack things around. It's been great to be able to use SvelteKit more in professional paid projects as well. So yeah, that's some of the things that I've been doing. Of course, since we are doing a fitness app, I figured I should unearth this sort from a long time ago as well. Gamer, coder, back in the day, it's back in London there. So one of those here is the fitness cred, which is why we're doing a SvelteKit app today. So yeah, maybe I should do a new version of that one. But yeah, that's why fitness app today. Christian in the chat, hello, thoughts on Svelte 4 versus Svelte 5? Well, I've been using Svelte 5 for like a year now since Paulina Puppers, and I've been doing this live, and I do like it more. I can say there are some things that I'm sure in a live stream I would have said back in the day that, oh, I find this weird, this will take a bit of time of getting used to. But overall, a lot of the things I do with SvelteKit are on the backend, so nothing changes, regardless of whether the frontend has Svelte 4 or Svelte 5. And the things I do in the frontend using runes, I think they're making more sense to me now. They're making at the very least enough sense for me to trust the team when they said, all right, we brought the genius behind Inferno, and they say that now it's gonna compile faster and run faster on the browser if we do like these changes. So it makes enough sense for me to put up with and take all the benefits that the user gets in the end in resulting into faster websites. So we will not be doing complicated rune cases today. I don't think so. We'll see, because my preference is to usually do the complicated stuff in the backend anyway. Have I found something in Svelte 5 that I don't particularly like? I don't think so. Like the very weird thing that many people were used to is the dollar thing with reactive statements that lots of people will just not know what it is. Let's go to the layout file. So old Svelte, you do this, and then you'd run something or declare like a derived reactive variable. But that's, even though this technically means something in JavaScript, no one really uses this outside of SvelteKit, of Svelte. So I won't miss it. I'm not missing it with Svelte 5. What we do quite often nowadays is this props thing and this runes thing, which looks more like something you'd see in JavaScript. It looks like you're calling a method, and the method has a return value. That's an object that you can destructure, and then you can do stuff with it. And then in the template, and you do like some magic Svelte specific stuff like rendering these children. It just takes getting used to, I would say. I wouldn't say, oh, this is better than doing like let children or export let children. I don't think one of them is better than the other. And I think both of them can be confusing enough, because even though this looks like you're calling a method, in reality, you're telling the Svelte compiler, you're giving it a hint on that you want this component to be able to take children in the slots. So even though it looks like you're calling a method, that's not what is actually shipping in the browser. The browser will not see the $props call here. It will be seeing something else. This is just for the compiler to do something clever for you that you don't need to worry about that much. The things that people also like or don't like is when you have to declare that, oh, this value defaults to bindable. Like, what does that mean? If you kind of know JavaScript or TypeScript and you see this, you have an idea of what this means, but it's not what you thought. It's a Svelte specific thing. You're telling the compiler that, oh, you want the value to actually be reactive. So you're hinting to the compiler that this you can not only have this be reactive, but also bind it two ways. I wasn't prepared to do this explanation. But anyway, my point is that Svelte 5 can look weird, but similarly, Svelte 4 could look weird as well. And we're just used to it for longer. Having used Svelte 5 for a while, I find it nice enough to trust that it will benefit us in the future, especially Svelte 6 or whatever they're promising for the future, where the compiler will be able to look across components and maybe across your whole app to do the optimizations. Big question from Sean that I'll need to have a look at. But yeah, we'll be talking more about Svelte 5 and runes when we actually start using more runes as well. Sean says that I'm still unclear on the safest way to persist users' projects throughout the app. So projects, I guess each user has projects. In our case, maybe each user has workouts, for example. How do I persist it throughout the app? Would you create a store? Would you create state? Would you use classes with the state? What would you even do? Well, what I would suggest is just do it on the backend. On every page that needs the user's projects, we'll be having server-side load methods that is loading the user's project. And then on the client side, you just get the projects from the backend. And according to whether the user has favorited a new workout, for example, then if you use forms correctly, then you will be invalidating how many projects or how many workouts the user has saved, and will cause the load methods to rerun, and then you'll see that the user has like more workouts. There are some use cases where you may want to share these. So maybe you have, for example, a layout where you have the sidebar of all the users' projects on the left, and then you are focusing on a detail of one project there. So how does the sidebar know of all the projects, and then your main component knows of the one? Yeah, that's again a case where I would use load methods, but other people could reach for client-side stores. Probably not state, but I'll try to engineer a way to come into this problem, because people are asking for sure. But not today, not for this phase of the app, because it's mostly going to be static stuff and not dynamic stuff. We're taking it easy. It's going to be a few episodes till we get to that point. But the early answer is try to do more stuff on the server. Don't keep state on the client and be happier. And the state that you do keep on the client, I would keep it on the URL. So, you know, projects this, it's like, oh, that's how I know this current page needs to show this individual project. And the moment you go into the projects, then you load every project, but this component that only renders in this page, then it knows to also fetch this single project. I think it would be efficient enough while also showing a project. But again, we're still in like, you know, level 1 land, and it's more complicated. Frangalo says, quick pickle. Given then when, which is a common BDD technique or testing technique, actually. So I haven't found it, and I'll need to write it down for the future. Maybe adding JS. I guess it's named pickle because cucumber was a famous language to do BDD here. Anyway, let me write it down to research it later. We will be talking about Playwright more later in the episode, but again, I have been reminded recently that the Playwright extension is really handy. The VS Code Playwright extension is really handy for running the tests. It actually gives you a lot of options here, including whether you want to show the browser or not, which makes debugging much easier. But also, if you are testing things that are under auth, and therefore you need a setup step to actually get Playwright to have the credentials, you can do a cool trick that will be showing, not in this episode because we're not doing auth, but something to keep in mind. If you're not using the Playwright extension for VS Code enough in your Playwright tests, definitely give it another try. Look at the options that are here as well. They're very handy. It makes writing Playwright tests like 10 times easier and more pleasurable. And on my side, I will have a look at QuickPickle as well. All right, so what else? All right, we'll be going back into fundamentals again. We'll be talking about CSS styling. Again, lots and lots of fundamentals we'll be going over today. People who are more advanced, hopefully I'm still saying some things in some fresh opinions, or re-establishing or recontextualizing enough things that you find this interesting, but especially for beginners, a lot of stuff to take in. Watch this video again as well, use the timestamps too. I know that every person has a limit of how much information you can really parse in a day, but even for myself, I do find that I can have someone talk to me about a project, and then I understand more and more, and then I'm like tapped out for the day. And even if they keep talking for hours, I can't really comprehend what is happening. But then next week, I hear even another person saying something related, and it will just click in my head. So by osmosis, I do think how much you learn when you are exposed to things like that, like full stack keywords. It does help. I do think it progresses. But if you're finding that you're being overloaded, if there is steam coming out of your head, then take a moment, take a sip of coffee, come back to it a bit later, or maybe another day, but keep going, deliver this project, make this promise to me that you're building this app. And again, if you're further along, maybe you can already have a view of how you'll be integrating dynamic content into this side. But it can't hurt to start with a static marketing side. I think it will allow you to go to market faster, because if you do the static marketing side and you figure out deployment and you're already sending out links, then you're already out there, you're already live. Then you'll have less qualms about adding the actual app functionality into your app. So I strongly recommend, even if you really know what you're doing and you're an expert, start with the mostly marketing side. Start with the simplest thing possible. Even if you can fly through all these fundamentals, start with that, get it out there, get it deployed, send it to people, and it will help you deliver even the next stuff down the pipeline. The unique selling points for your app idea is not going to be the mostly static stuff. It's not really going to be the branding or what font you picked or whatever else, but having all of these out of the way will help you focus later on the actual content. And we'll be doing fake doors today to see where people are actually clicking and what features they actually want us to build. But I have the unfair patterns as well, where I'm building this in public, so you can tell me, oh, this feature sounds cool, let's build that one as well. I have the extra feedback user research loop of people in the Discord or in the comments in the chat. They can tell me which feature sounds cool and which feature they'd like. Anyway. Also, haven't been taking breaks. So if I start getting even rumblier, then bear with me. I'll get my second wind. So, fundamentals again. How do you do styling? We've already brought in Tailwind with the SvelteKit wizard, but we didn't really talk about what Tailwind is, other than it does have a common thing called a CSS Reset that makes our app look the same, regardless of which elements, HTML elements, we're using. But let's start by the way I learned how to do CSS back in the day, by declaring a class, or maybe not, in a CSS file, which has a different syntax than an HTML file, or a .svelte file that pretends that is really an HTML file. So this page, this plus page.svelte here, as far as anyone else is concerned, this looks, you can write HTML stuff in it. You can add HTML elements in it. And because we have the server running, they will render here on the left. And it looks the same as if I were to do it here in an actual HTML file. Although this doesn't hold a reload, this is gonna be like old school. SvelteKit doesn't expect that you'd be changing this file, because that's insane. SvelteKit expects that you'll only be changing stuff here and here, so it's not watching for these changes. But that's by the by. Yeah, I guess it found it now, so maybe sometimes it checks, sometimes it doesn't. Anyway, that's by the by. HTML elements, I have them in the page, and because we have a CSS reset, then every element looks the same. So this heading 1 element as big as any other element in the word. An anchor element here, even though it's an anchor, it's a link, it doesn't have the underline, although it does have the Mickey Mouse hand when I hover over it. It's kind of interesting, which buttons do not have by default. And people get confused by that. Anyway, let's say that our app is called games.rom. And let's have a few buttons in the page. I guess we'll have like accessibility concerns because this shouldn't be buttons. Let's have a few anchors in the page. Let's say we'll go to the generate page. This week's program. And join the community. I don't know what to call them. We're not going to be building these pages, just I think in 2 months. So we have these 3 links that you can barely see because they're so small, and they're also inline. And the most traditional way to style them back in the day would be with a global CSS file where you can specify a few things. In this CSS file, I could say that every anchor tag has a specific color, I guess, is what it's trying to say here. And the GitHub Copilot autocomplete is trying to do some Tailwind stuff. But let's do the most classic thing, where let's set a background color of black, why not? And a color of papaya whip. And then you can see on the left that these links, every link in the page becomes a bit different. And we could also say that the background color of everything is papaya whip. Why not? So the whole HTML, like all of the document, it's gonna be this color. This is where you'd specify things that you want to apply everywhere on the website. But wait a minute. What if I didn't want this outbound link? Let's say this one that's not supposed to look like a button. What if I didn't want to target this? Well, back in the day, maybe you'd only want to hit this style, to apply this style to elements that have a specific class. You'd specify any class with the dot, and maybe you'd give it a name like button. It's maybe some people wouldn't like it wouldn't matter what you actually call it. This could be anything, so the dot anything class. Let's call it this. And now this is applied to nothing because nothing has the anything class. But if I go back to my page Svelte and I say that its anchor element actually has a class called anything, then that specific style that I said gets applied. So in CSS, this is how you'd specify some rules that would apply to any element, HTML element that has this class. If you wanted to target a specific element, you can get it by an ID. When you prefix a style, a name with the hashtag symbol, then it will target the element with that ID. So if we said that this one actually has background color red and color whatever, give me a color, GitHub Copilot. It's not going to be accessible, and give it like some padding as well. I don't know. Rem is a unit like pixel, but more accessible based on a user's font size option, so it's preferred. So if I were to go to any element and give it an ID of some ID, then that will be applied to it. That style is going to be applied to it, and it looks horrible. But hey, that's just to prove a point, just to make things more readable. I could say that anything has a font size of 2rem, so everything on the page will be a bit bigger, so you can more read it. Doesn't really matter what we're doing, but just to give you what CSS used to look like. You'd have some global CSS, maybe you'd be targeting some elements with ID if you only wanted this to just apply to a specific element. If you had many elements that you wanted to look like something like CTA button, so you'd probably call this CTA for call to action, and maybe give it a padding of like, say, half a rem top to bottom and 1 rem side to side, and then you went here to change anything to CTA, then it'd be applied kind of like this. And it looks kind of horrible because it's breaking, but that's by the by. Let's also make them as well. Anyway, these are like the classic, the most, maybe not the most old school way to styling. There is also another one, inline styles, which used to be hated at some point, but now it's very understandable that you may want to use them. In fact, we will use them to do view transitions in some specific cases. For example, to pass in some CSS variables to some modern things. So inline styles, not bad anymore, and also can be faster. So you may want to consider using them for things that are above the fold and have your page be styled faster. But anyway, these classic CSS rules get applied, but if you, in an individual element, specify a style here, it would win. So if I say that this is actually papaya whip, then you'll see that this changes. So even though I have this tool that targets this element with an ID, because I have this specific style here, inline style, this wins regardless. There are some issues that cause people to not like CSS regarding specificity. So if you have an element that has two classes and both of these classes try to apply the same thing, like they try to apply a different background color, which one wins? Is it the one that was declared first, or is it the one that was declared last? Who knows? If you have a class that tries to apply a style in an element that's further in deep to it, but that element also has a class that tries to apply it to something else, which one will win? So specificity styling race condition there. It is deterministic, like you know which one is gonna win nowadays, but it is confusing to keep track of. And we won't go further into it today. I guess we could say that usually the harder it is, the more bigger specificity wins, the more specific rule wins. But what does that even mean? The longer your rule is to find that element, it would win. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's one of the reasons that people don't like CSS. But we won't need to get into it today. We won't even be using inline styles that much, or these specific styles for like the CTAs and stuff here. Maybe let's keep the background color. Why not? And let's keep the font size too, because one of the ways SvelteKit makes it easier for you is by having this concept of scoped styles. This didn't used to be a thing. So if I had like a button and I wanted to stylize it and I wanted to be like, all right, this is a button, so I'm going to give it a button class or like the CTA class. And then another engineer needed to create another CTA button. And then they were like, oh, this is called, this is a CTA, so I'm going to declare the CTA class and apply my styles there. So two engineers had the same idea to call two different things to style them using the same class, and they've overwritten each other's rules. Or maybe the other engineer was you in the past and you just didn't remember that you've used this already. Or maybe you're bringing in a widget or a plugin or something else that they decided that they will call their magic buttons. Like maybe you had like a mailing list plugin that styled the mailing list capture button with the CTA class. You had the same idea. Which one would win? Why is this button purple? Is the question you may be asking. So with modern frameworks and with SvelteKit, by default, SvelteKit is gonna try to scope your styles. So only things in this component you're looking at are gonna get the style that you're trying to apply. It's not gonna apply to anything else. So let's see how that would look like. And maybe let's keep the CTA class. Let's try to create, did I have this for further down the line? Let's just create an Ancon component. Start thinking components. Maybe a hello world. Svelte. And maybe a CTA. That's Svelte. Here. And let's bring back these CTA rules here. So we have the CTA button, and let's render it here. So this one if I give it the CTA class, because it exists, because it's in my global CSS file, it will actually be applied to it. But if I took the CTA definition, removed it from here, it gets applied to nothing, and I introduced a style block here and specified the language that it's post CSS, so we can have like some extra features, and specified the same thing, you'll notice that only this gets styled, not the other elements that still have the CTA class. So what's that about? That is because Svelte does some magic to scope every style that you declare inside a Svelte component. So even though you're saying that you're targeting something that has the CTA class, behind the scenes, SvelteKit is going to say you're targeting something I can see that in this page, in this file that you have open, that has the CTA class, and it's going to create these rules specifically for anything that is inside this file. So Svelte doesn't see, or doesn't care, chooses not to see, that in this other file you have other components that have the CTA class, ignores them. It knows that in this file where you've declared some classes, anything that has a CTA class in this file is going to get a display block, a background color, papaya whip, and all of that. Similarly, if I were to remove this and actually add the style block here, it's only going to be applying the styles into everything that has the CTA class just in this page. So Svelte is not going to look into your CTA component that also has the CTA class. It's just going to say, all right, you want me to apply scoped styles just in components with the CTA class in this page. How does it do that behind the scenes? It does it by introducing a random class here. I don't know if this is deterministic, but it is a unique name per component. I don't know if it's based on the file name or something like that, or the version of your app or whatever. But it is saying that only apply these styles that I'm declaring to everything in this page that has a CTA class, and also this random has that I've decided this Svelte component is going to have. So if I look at the rules here, you can see that these display block, background color, and all of these rules are actually applied to something that has both the CTA class, the one that I specify here, plus the random class that Svelte creates for me that I don't need to know about. Why is Svelte doing this? To avoid things like styling races, specificity wars, and that sort of thing. Traditionally, we would find things that, oh, I just want to style this component, but then this rule that I create just for this component is also affecting something else elsewhere in the app. And that caused unintended visual implications. And to prevent that, we have this concept of scoping the CSS. So I think that's quite interesting. I think that's quite handy. You don't really need to know that Svelte does this behind the scenes. But what to take away from here is that if you defined styles inside the Svelte component, it will only touch anything that SvelteKit can see here. That also means that you don't even need to bother with classes a lot of the time. So if you're like, every anchor here needs to have this these rules applied, then you can just target every anchor element like this, and these don't need classes. Just take them out there, they just look like this. This still doesn't leak into this other component. Even if I were to make it an anchor, it won't touch this, because Svelte will only look at every anchor that's directly inside this file. It won't look inside this component and look, oh, there's an anchor there, I'm gonna touch this. No, it's gonna scope it to everything you can see. I think more often than not, this causes the intended behavior that engineers are looking for. So not leaking styles was the goal with scoped CSS, and we've achieved it like this. I think it's interesting. And yeah, the big takeaway is not necessarily that, oh, SvelteKit adds this random class and that's where it actually specifies the rules and all of that. I think the takeaway here is that when you specify the styles like this, you are guaranteed they will only apply into the elements that you can directly see, the HTML elements that you can directly see in the page. If there is a Svelte element there, it's not going to look into that element as well. Yeah, good, makes sense, hopefully. Hopefully it does. So let's create something we're actually going to be using. And like the classic hero section. any marketing page needs this. Any marketing page needs this. We're gonna be creating a classic hero section, and I have a few links in the description that you may wish to follow here, but also to recommend small CSS. They have quite a lot of cool little rules that you may want to choose or copy paste for to peruse for inspiration, or just copy paste, including a very modern and common one of stacking elements in front of each other. Very usually you'd see this with like a picture or a video and then a big heading or a call to action or something like that. And that's what I think I like more for our call to action here in this stage. But the same person also has a very nice, beautiful blog elsewhere. Stephanie, who has this also common pattern of call to actions, like a little blah blah on the left and a call to action, and then a nice image on the right. Or again, the same idea, a few things on the background, and then some copy and a call to action in front. That also looks cool. And another one with a form on the side, also classic. Links in the description if you want to follow this around. I do like the way that this is responsive, and if you actually are on a mobile device, you still get something nice, readable, but still nice. So I'm not sure which one we'll go for. I think we'll try to keep it simple and just do a stack layout. So what we want is a hero section, let's say. So no CTA. Why are we in the page file here? So in SvelteKit, where you want the user to go is how you'll find the plus page element that you'll need to be modifying, the Svelte elements that you need to be modifying. So the user is routed into the index route for this. Therefore, in my SvelteKit project, I will need to look into source, routes, and the home route, it's just going to be on the root level. I'll explain this again when we do some pages like about or contact or whatever we're going to do in the future. SvelteKit has since version 1 actually, but not since we started using SvelteKit, has this pattern where every magic SvelteKit file, every file that needs to have a specific name, is prefixed with a plus. So we saw the plus layout file, and we'll dig into it a bit more, and we have the plus page file. So what the user sees in this home page is going to be in source routes plus page dot svelte, magic SvelteKit file. And we can collocate the hero section, the component here, and say that my hero.svelte, Svelte components usually use uppercase, kind of like React components as well. And we can say that my hero section is going to have, that's the name of the app, I guess. And games that run. And go to our page and say CTA, don't really want this, not this. I do want the hero component here. And let's remove this default CSS. Maybe, should we keep the background color? Nah, let's not. Let's not. So in my hero component, so on this page, in the script input, let's say that the language can be Typescript, so we don't forget. It doesn't make a difference at this point, but if we were to write some types here, we would need to specify that the language for the script up here is Typescript, not JavaScript. The CTA component, we're not going to use it, at least not now. So, is it annoying that I need to click manually to go from page to page? It is, What if I could click in the browser and actually go to the component there? Well, thankfully, we have the Git inspector. Which, is it already a dependency here? Let's see. Yeah, I think it's part of the Vite plugin. So in our Svelte config, let's say, we can specify the Vite plugin option and say that we want the Svelte inspector. And if we just say true, then we're gonna go with the defaults, which means that if I press Alt X, I get into Svelte inspector mode, and I can actually click anything on the page and open the related file. So you can see that if I Alt X, if I have focus here and I Alt X, click here, it does open this file. If I Alt X and go to like here, it will be like, oh, this is in the page in this line. So that's quite cool. Remember to open the Svelte inspector, pro tip. Remember to enable it. I find it very handy, especially with the default shortcut now being Alt X, Option X, or whatever you have. It doesn't get in the way. I found before that it was like Command something. I did accidentally enable it quite a few times when I was trying to take a screenshot, but now they've put it on Option X. So just set it to true, play around with it, and see if you like it. I think you're gonna love it. A classic thing that I learned thanks to a kind comment in a stream, in a video. Right, so this should be our hero section. So I never know how to name these, so very often I would name them like containers. But now we only have one div, so you could just say that this actually should just have a background color of something. So same trick as before. Let's say black, and see what happens there. Say blank post CSS again. But that's not exactly what we want. We'll want to do the we'll want to do stacked grid, because maybe we'll have a video one day. So I don't know what we'll actually have in the future, but we want to have to apply this trick from Stephanie. So let's see what they want us to do. And this is something that I'm gonna have globally in the app. So I'm gonna say, I'm gonna declare the stack class if I want a container to be stacking things in it. And what we need is to have this be display grid. Great. We want to apply a 1x1 area here, but if we give it a specific name, it would also have the same effect. And it doesn't matter what you name it, but why not name it stack and have it be more explicit, as Stephanie suggests. And then we can say that every child of the stack class, every direct style of the stack class belongs into this grid area. So these two names have to be the same here. And I guess that's about it. Like a few lines of CSS and it's just gonna do it. Let's remember to say where we got this from. It's inspired by or just copy paste. Doesn't really matter. So if we just give this element the stack class. Visually, things are the same, but if we had like another paragraph here, then you'd see that they get stacked on top of each other. It's quite cool. And we can still apply more classes to that thing. So we could say that this has a background color of something. And then our h1 a bigger font size. And we want to place this in the center. How do we place things in the center? Can use this, for example. Place of center, it's 2024. It's easy to place things in the center. And what else? What else did I want to do here? Ah, right. So I want this section to be bigger. And a way to do that is to specify a height for this section, or maybe a min height. Maybe just height. And have it be at least 50% of the smallest possible viewport height. So SV8 is a relatively new CSS unit that is gonna not account, it's gonna count the amount of space according, without calculating whether there is an address bar or other browser elements at the top. So how much, the smallest possible amount of web page your user would actually be able to see on their device. That's what the small viewport width calculates. Viewport width would be this, but if you're in a mobile device where a user is scrolling up and down, and it tends to happen in mobile devices, when you scroll down that the address bar disappears, that would change, because then the browser would say, oh, the browser bar disappeared, so the web page is more visible, more content in the web page, and then it would jump up and down as the user scrolls. With the S viewport width, the calculation will be as if the browser bar, this section, was always visible. So in a mobile device, even if it hides, it will still accommodate for if that was visible. So that's the one I use for hero sections like this. Is the sort of this story. Would I do anything else here? Maybe not. Let me know if you want to go, we want to go deeper into these things. Jean-Pierre Paul, hello, and thank you very much for taking the time to leave a lovely chat message. It's my pleasure, for sure. My voice is gonna remember this tomorrow. I've been talking so much. I was wondering why not use Tailwind CSS for styling. Yes, we will be using Tailwind CSS. I'm taking it slow because it's we're trying to go from level 1 engineers into level 99 eventually in this series. And next up, we will be using Tailwind CSS. It's actually the very next step from here. And we'll be talking about how I do like to mix global styles with scope styles and Tailwind CSS as well to deliver what I consider to deliver a design spec, or what I consider is a nice design. So an example of why not use Tailwind here, I do think having like a common rule here for the stack layout, where I can have a link as well saying that I was inspired by this work of Stephanie, is better for other developers than just having a component that is like a grid component, stack grid component that has some Tailwind CSS styles. I love Tailwind, I use it all the time. There are some cases where I do prefer just having a global class, and fewer cases where I reach for the scoped styles, maybe for view transitions and stuff like that. But in any case, whether you use Tailwind or not, I do think it's important to go step by step with these things. Great question. And Zamkiak says, great, we've always found theming to be rather confusing, but really useful to reuse code in different projects. That's a great point, and one of the reasons I love Tailwind. Tailwind is still CSS. CSS is in the name. It's just CSS that someone else has wrote for you. Adam has wrote this CSS for us, and we don't need to go into every project and say, oh, this is how you change into a bigger font, and this is how you change into a bold font, and this is how you center align things. Adam has done it. You bring in Tailwind, you have it in every project, and you move on with your life. And if it had like something like a stack layout here, I would prefer it. But for the things that it doesn't have, I do like specifying something like this. Usually, some of the more modern CSS features may be slightly behind in Tailwind, or things with specific grid formats, for example, they cannot account for everything that you may want. So if you want a 24-layer grid and you want 3 parts of the grid to be like this, then it starts getting kind of not convenient to do it in Tailwind because it just don't have these classes and you need to use arbitrary classes. So that's when I'd reach for the scoped CSS, but we may arrive to that later. Right, so we have this call to action. Again, I don't know how much you'd like me to style this, if you'd like me to style this more, because there is no call to action actually here. Let's add a gradient. So a cool thing with CSS, which we will be adding to with Tailwind later, is that you can easily add linear gradients now. Let's add one. Let's say this. And let's say it goes from orange to teal. And maybe we can even specify the degrees. Is that the real thing? Let's see. Just needs a comma. And we can even specify the color space. See if that makes a difference. So how it transitions from orange to teal, you can specify that, oh, I want it to be in the HSL color space. Maybe not. I won't do this because I actually don't know how to do this live apparently. But something you can mess around with is the different color spaces here. I need to remember their name. The default one nowadays is not that bad, but you will find that back in the day, some of the color spaces, the way it goes from very different colors to others was quite harsh. So, and even now you can see that maybe if I use this color space, it actually has a smoother transition there. But anyway, like color space is just a bit too complicated, to be honest. But can specify gradient slopes, doesn't really matter. But how would I specify also how much to tilt this? Angle, color hint, I think. So I was thinking that this would work. apparently it doesn't, so fair enough. Ah, this one does. Okay, so no comma for the hint. There you go. There we go. And that's why I wanted to stack this. And I wanted something to have a background here. It's graphite, gray, black, bronze, red. Don't like W3 schools. Clearly, I'm in a CSS rabbit hole already. Just want a dark thing. Something I like with Tailwind, even when you're not using Tailwind, is the Tailwind palette here. So I'll just steal like this one, I guess. Let's do the same thing. But go from 2 different colors. So go from this dark to this dark. And have this be papaya whip rather, but also have this have some margin, and have this have some border radius. Is this nice? Is this not nice? I don't know. Just want to do like something different here. Does it look like a chalkboard you would see in like a box, theme box or something? Maybe. But yeah, Tailwind definitely really good, especially if we want responsive design. They have so many utilities that we can use, which you can apply with regular CSS. You can have a role to say if the screen is bigger than this, then actually apply this style. But you don't want to do this every time. I do like the way Tailwind specifies those things. All right, enough. Enough design, Johnny. Do we like it? Do we not? Unclear, but we need to move on with our lives. We did some inline styles. And my plan here is to set up Tailwind, but now the SvelteKit wizard is doing it for us. We did go through the files that they told us we need to create. It's also creating a TypeScript file for Tailwind, which the instructions aren't saying that it's a TypeScript file. So that's something to keep in mind. It's good that they did it like this, but knowing how to do the setup yourself may help you in case you want to upgrade to a different version of Tailwind. For example, Tailwind 4 is in alpha. If you want to do this, then you'd need to manually change something here, bring in a different version of Tailwind. So I usually advocate for just going through the tutorial to add this for the first time you do it, and then you just copy paste from the last time you did it as well. Anyway, Tailwind here. I love Tailwind. Even more, I love trolling people that don't like Tailwind because I simply do not understand the hate that Tailwind gets sometimes. I know lots of great engineers have like a very bad opinion of Tailwind, and I really don't understand. I've never had a good argument of why people don't like Tailwind. One of the poor arguments that I hear is that like it's not CSS, factually incorrect. It is CSS that someone else wrote for you. Another one is that it makes people forget how to do CSS. I disagree. I think it's made CSS much more accessible than any other library I've ever seen. If you go to the Tailwind documentation, it has lots of things that you can search for and see exact examples of what may happen when you apply a few classes there. So people don't know how to search for things they don't know about. It makes sense. So maybe I know that I need to search for in MDN or another nice resource for grid, but some people that are starting with CSS, they don't know about Flexbox, they don't know about grid. So where do you start? You can start with the Tailwind documentation site, which has examples of lots of common design patterns that you may want to use. And then be like, oh yeah, that's cool. Like, I want to use this. Like backdrop blur, like you can find this and then you can look it up. And then do you forget CSS? No, you actually learn something, because if you're using something like the Tailwind plugin for VS Code, which you should be using the plugins, let's have a look here. So let's say instead of applying the font size here, we actually applied it with Tailwind, text 4XL, 6XL. You get a nice autocomplete here as well. With the plugin, you actually get the colors right here if you want to apply the different colors. It's very nice. And if you hover over it with a plugin, you'll see what Tailwind is applying for you. So with this text, it's not only applying a specific font size for you, it is also applying for a line height. And then you're like, what is line height? Why are we trying to apply this? What's the reason? So you learn something more about styling that you wouldn't have known, even if you knew that you can change an element's font size by the font size style property. You'd also learn that, hey, this line height may be important. What's that about? And you look that up. So I actually think using Tailwind unlocks the ability to learn more about styling and CSS than not using Tailwind. So go for it and give it a try. I also like how they've added that the rem and how much this is in pixels if people are using the default font size as well. That's really cool. That's very handy. Nicer than the trick of like dividing rem by something to... Anyway, I won't get into that. The other thing that Tailwind allows is consistency. So if you want things to have like consistent borders, instead of remembering of, I'm doing one rem everywhere, you can just use the same Tailwind class everywhere. So you can just do rounded here. And then remember to just use rounded XL everywhere, or something similar. And apply shadow, can do it like this. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. You can see what shadow actually applies. Like, would you know how to create a beautiful shadow without Tailwind? Like, you wouldn't if you are starting CSS, and then you start looking into these things and then be like, whoa, what is this? What's var? Then you'd start learning more and more about CSS if you want it. If there is a lot of things to learn, as we've seen in this episode, and you're at your limit and you want to learn other things, then you just go about your day. You find some cool things to apply from the site. You hover over. If you're curious to opt in and learn more about the CSS specifics, what's happening behind the scenes, if you have the bandwidth for it, then you learn more and you go into a rabbit hole there. But if not, then it just makes everything more accessible in my book. It also has things about gradients. So let's try to use a gradient, for example, like this. Let's go. Let's use 3 colors, I guess. So we have 3 colors here. How do we do the viewport width? We can use the H for height. And then this is the thing that you should avoid with Tailwind. Don't do too many like custom variables, custom properties, whatever they call them here. If you're doing too much of the brackets, which allows you to do anything, then you're missing the point of Tailwind. You want to be consistent as much as you want, because people love consistency. To that effect, I will have a look at the height here and see how much they have by default. I think they only have like full screen with this. And I do think it's a common use case to want 50% of SVH, which is why I reach for something like this. It's maybe like 70 or 75. Depends on how much stuff we put in there. Anyway, that's by the by. And it's gonna be a gradient to bottom right. And we're gonna go from, let's say, orange. Keyboard Stein. Via another orange. Deeper orange. Let's go to teal. Does that look nice? Probably not. Does that look nice? Maybe yes. We'll be figuring out the app later. And yes, Jean-Pierre, in the previous time we did a Svelte 5 series around a year ago. We did do this portfolio website which is using Daisy UI. We'll talk about it later for sure. So I do find it's an excellent resource, Daisy UI. It has a lot of building things. If you don't know much about theming and stuff, it can give you quite a lot of components that look nice, quite a lot of themes that look nice. You can pick and choose like something for light mode and dark mode. And all of those things we saw in that previous live stream, that one. But we are gonna be using the one you're mentioning later in this episode. We are gonna be bringing in Beats UI first, and then we're gonna be using Shadcn and Svelte. Both of them Handabyte projects. Anywhere you look, Handabyte is there already. I remember now. That's great. So yeah, definitely I should have called out Daisy UI already here, but what we'll be going for later in this episode is going to be Shadcn. It's mega popular even in React and in other languages as well, and especially if you're making a dashboard app, a more app type of app, I do find the Shadcn standard is the standard for a good reason. It's so popular for a good reason. For dashboard style apps, it looks great. Maybe for something that's really just a static marketing page or something, maybe you want something more playful like Daisy UI. Maybe you do want something like that. But we do know that we'll be building a proper app in the end, and Shadcn does have that extra feel. And all of those libraries, including Skeleton UI that you mentioned, are Tailwind based as well, which also means that you can override a lot of the things that maybe you don't like about them, or that you can tweak them as much as you want by adding your own Tailwind styles, or in fact your scope styles, as we've been doing here. All right, so we've done the gradient effect. I wonder, like with Tailwind, for example, can I specify the color space? I think not. So that's a reason to not use Tailwind for this specific thing. We cannot say that the space should be the OK Lab one, but that's fine, doesn't really matter. And yeah, instead of specifying the background classes here, we can actually say, doesn't too bad to be honest. We can say the same thing. Background gradient from a deep gray to a lighter gray. And with the Tailwind plugin, do notice that I do get the underline to tell me, oh, you're overwriting the same row. Essentially, this is critical. And with the Tailwind plugin for Prettier, it will also order the classes in a deterministic way, so it will shuffle them around as soon as I save, which is also nice. So let's do some padding there. And a reason to do this in Tailwind is that maybe I want the chunky borders in bigger screens, but in smaller screens, maybe I want less chunky borders. So at some point they become chunkier. I think it looks kind of nice. Right. So, did we recreate every effect that we wanted? I think so. There is also the text gradient, which I have a video about, which I didn't link to in the description. Maybe I should. We could make this text also have like the same effect here. Maybe we should do it quickly. So another video that I didn't mention, the first one in this new channel actually, is how to do a text gradient like this. Oh, hello. Younger Johnny. Every video of me is a video of Younger Johnny. And once again, I saw how to do it in Tailwind, in basic CSS, and then how to do it with Tailwind in the end here. And have a project for you to have a look at and get the code for free if you want. If you don't want to watch the little 4-minute video, I also have a short, I guess, that you can do this in. So Tailwind section is it here. So maybe this doesn't need to be behind a thing. We need to say that this can have the same gradient as this. This could be another case if you want your gradients to be consistent. You could be applying like the brand gradient somewhere. But we only want this gradient to be applied wherever we have letters. So we want the digit clip, right? For Tailwind or something else, I do see this trick applied to the parentheses element too. It's not just for headings. For example, we can have a section containing more. I think they have it in the box as well. There you go. the example, yet again, using the Tailwind docs to be inspired and do something. So I was correct, it's clip text, but then you don't see the gradient because the text itself is overriding it on top of it. So the color of the text should be transparent. And then it should work. My brain is rebooting. Let's reboot this as well. If something fails, start the dev server. Yeah, I think I just didn't apply something correctly. Ah, yeah, I have this class still. There you go. So now it will be applying the gradient, I suppose. But then it's not placed correctly, but we can place self-center, I believe, and then it goes to the center, and then we can see that it has the same gradient, the same on-brand gradient. Do we like it? Not sure. It's just a way to get us going. How big do these go? 8 XL, good. For a smaller screen, maybe too big. So again, we can do the same thing. Or maybe it's like 7 XL on most devices. And then it becomes bigger when your device becomes bigger too. So there you go, responsive design by mixing regular styles and Tailwind. I love doing this. Sometimes you can reach for regular styles, like to do this stack grid effect. You can do it with Tailwind too. But for some things I know that I'm going to be using again and again in the app, why not define them here in the one CSS file as well. Something that Tailwind themselves think is an added pattern is to define like a button component, a button class here, where you can say, well, I want every button to have a color of text gray this, and background color of slate 200, and some padding, blah blah blah, and rounded corners. So this is a Tailwind thing. You can apply some Tailwind classes and make this like super class, but Tailwind themselves say that this is an anti-pattern. Don't do this. Daisy UI, a super popular library, thinks that that is good, and they like it. I'm not particularly fond of this trick. I do think that you should be aliasing the Tailwind colors to the ones that you'd be using in your app. So don't just use gray, or maybe gray is a bad example. Don't just use purple or orange. Use primary as an alias to purple. So then when you create a different app where the brand color is not purple, is orange, then you keep the same styles. You can copy paste your gradients going from the primary to the secondary colors without having to manually say, oh, instead of purple to green, do orange to red or something like that. But the pattern of specifying a button class, I don't really like. With modern development, I think we are supposed, instead of creating like super classes, composite classes like this, I think the way to go is to create components. We're thinking in components, we're using a meta framework, we're using Svelte, a modern front-end framework. And the way to go is to create components you are using alongside the app, and they have the bespoke Tailwind classes in there. You just specify them there once. If you want to change every link in your app, you can just change this one component without creating like these super classes. You don't need them. But it's something that you may see around. Daisy UI, again, super popular. They think that's the way to go. So that's fair enough. I don't particularly mind. That's just a pattern to be aware of. Right, so here I wanted to talk about the other, but we just press the button since the wizard asked us in a checkbox, do you want to add Tailwind? Might as well just do it there. My reasoning of doing it manually is that sometimes the way they do it may not be the best, may not get you the latest version of Tailwind, for example, if you want to work with the beta 4, the alpha release, alpha version of Tailwind 4, for example. Maybe you'd need to know how to do it manually, but the example we'll reach for later is the Playwright config they set up. I think it's too minimal. When we set up Playwright ourselves, we'll get a very nice config file with comments that if it's your first time using Playwright, you will learn more about the options that you have using Playwright. So knowing how to bring in some tools is important, especially if it's your first time. And then if you've done it many times, you can skip the steps. Even myself, I've talked about how my most common way to build a project, even for real clients, I take the latest related project that I have, which often is available for you as well to get a head start in with Zonify Premium. Clone that one and start from that. It has like a ton of things. It usually has authentication, user transitions, light and dark mode, lots and lots of things already made for me. GitHub actions that run the end-to-end test, themselves. But I'm only comfortable starting from that project because I've added those things myself. I've talked about them a lot, and still every so often I do a little checkup to see if I were to start a clean project now, what would I get with the others? What would I get if I were to manually try to install the project, just to see the times change, what are the best practices, what are the actual tool managers recommending to do. So add Tailwind yourself once, follow along, and then you can just skip that step. Locally styled apply, says Son, was got your blog across the line. Locally styled applying is fine, so that's why they have it. They wouldn't introduce a way to use Tailwind if you weren't meant to use it. But what they claim in the example as well on how to set up Tailwind. Let's have a look. That in a Tailwind component, oh, they're using global styles here. So not exactly, they're not using an apply example. I was wrong. Anyway, if you do use apply, then you are guaranteed to get a Tailwind approved variable. So if you do want to do something in a global CSS file or a local CSS file, like for example here, maybe we had decided that we will try to do the grid layout like this, but we want everything inside the grid layout to have some padding. You could manually say, I want 2 rems of padding, but probably to keep your app consistent, you'd want to use the spacing methods that Tailwind provides, and you have access to the methods, the spacing Tailwind uses when you do things like p-2, p-4, if you use apply and just say apply before. So everything in the stack grid will have a padding of 4. That's what we're saying here. So, nothing wrong with doing this. Can help keep your app consistent. What I'm saying is that I wouldn't have a global file where I specify like the button class and then I apply various Tailwind classes. What we'll see later is that I'll have a Svelte component, and in that Svelte component, maybe I'll be using apply, maybe not, maybe I'll just be doing class 1 to 3. Because we're using Svelte. That's how to create reusable components when you're using a framework like Svelte. You shouldn't be predicting, I want every button to look like this on this level, on the app CSS level. This is how you predict the type of elements that you would be using when we didn't have frameworks like Angular, React, and Svelte way back in the day. But yeah, my BEM days are also behind me. There are other people with popular YouTube channels that know more about semantically, like your CSS rules should be like this or whatever. So all sorry to them for advice. For me, I'm in the component-based thinking world with frameworks like Svelte. So I do keep the styling inside the files, whether it's like with inline railroad classes like this, or going down here to apply the scope styles there. The point is that instead of going to my global CSS file to predict that every button should be like this, I go into the Svelte component to catch this. Right, so, and thanks for the remark and the question or statement. We are about 3 hours in and I've been talking non-stop. So if I'm starting to make less sense, keep me accountable, please. Right, so we did use the Svelte other. This will need a different name. So this section. And I guess all this time I've made my argument of mixing and matching global scoped and Tailwind CSS. Oh, and I had like a break here. So yeah, to reiterate, nothing wrong with any approach really, but it's good to understand why you iterate for one approach and why you iterate for another. Again, I put it out there that I've never heard a good anti-Tailwind argument so far in my life. You know, the best ones are the joke ones, like I cannot afford a wide enough keyboard, a wide enough monitor to see all of my Tailwind classes. And I'm like, all right, that's funny at the very least. If you needed like to write your CSS yourself instead of having Adam do it for you, then you'd be like vertically applying all the classes here, and you can always scroll up and down better. Tailwind causes code stuff, and I've never heard that before. Tailwind causes more horizontal scrolling, which is worse than vertical scrolling. I cannot argue with that. That's a true statement. Any questions so far? Again, I'll reiterate that the most concepts we'll ever hit is going to be in this first series and first episode. Tons and tons of fundamentals and specific solutions that we've got. We have covered, we've talked about Node, NP, NPM. We've talked about SvelteKit, picked SvelteKit over Astro for this one, even though realistically for a project at this stage, Astro would be better, I'll say again, but because we know that we're going to be going all the way to level 99, SvelteKit will help us get there more easily. We talked about scoped CSS, not really CSS modules, kinda. Not really about the CSS modules. We talked about Tailwind and Shadcn coming up, the Bits UI library as well. We've talked about Vite, we've talked about Playwright, we talked about vtest, we still have GitHub actions to go, we still have deployment, which I will be looking into the chat to see if we're gonna do Cloudflare or Vercel or something else, who knows. We will be buying a domain. I haven't bought a domain for this yet, as is tradition. If someone converts to 25 premium, I spend the money, well, I spend more than that money, if we're being technical, to actually get the domain. Really, it's a way for me to be more accountable and not have like 1,000 euros of random domains over the years. If someone converts, I will be buying a domain for this app, which will help other things in the future, such as when we're gonna do email sending, to send emails and have them be more guaranteed to actually reach the inboxes that you want. You will want your own domain. We will probably be using a solution called Recent, but maybe others. But always, if you have your own domain that you can verify, then you can send emails from that domain and not be affected by anything else that may be happening elsewhere on Recent. And it will look more official. The user will get an email from you to log in, for example, and it will say Swalotron, Gamesatron, log into Gamesatron, and the domain will be gamesatron.uk or whatever. And that looks more official than Recent or any other domain. The user was just on your website, and then they get an email from another website claiming it's the one to log in to you. Doesn't look good, especially for marketing emails. So if someone converts, we will buy one. And we haven't even touched Core Web Vitals, font optimization, image optimization. This will go well together. We'll get there. Just above 3 hours in. Someone says, it's muted for instant design. Let's see. If we didn't have a gradient, the real thing, I don't think they have muted by default. It's something that I would, I guess Shadcn will talk about it soon. Something that Shadcn adds to the Tailwind config. So we'll come to that soon enough. I may need to refill my coffee cup. If you have questions, write them out. I think it does make sense to have a little break here. We have a lot to cover, and I think we'll make it. We're just talking with Son on the Discord about estimation, how to do estimation well, and I am finding myself in in that place where I can see that we are 3 hours in and we've done like a set amount of tasks. And yet I think, oh, the next amount of tasks before the next spray, we're gonna do them faster. Even though the data points are saying, well, this amount of tasks takes you 3 hours, Johnny. It will probably take you 3 more hours to do the rest until the next break, which I find kind of funny. But we'll see. Hopefully less talking for the rest of the items here, less rambling and opinions by me. So that's why I think it may be a bit faster. So I'll switch the screen off just for a little bit, and just to see what my doggy is up to, refill my coffee, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Let me know in the chat if you have questions in the meantime. Hello everyone, we're back. We're back for more. We still have a lot of stream to go, but I'd say, the boilerplate is in place. We're starting to look like a site we could get people to click on and advertise. Yeah, if you have a deployed site, you can go out. You can tell your friends when they ask you what you're up to. You're like, oh, I've been building this fitness app. And then they're like, oh, sounds cool. And if they do give you that in, then you give them the link or you saw it on your phone and you have a more impressive story to tell. So let's get something we can deploy and show our friends. Is the sort of it. Next thing, we'll be thinking of components kind of ties into how I'd like to specify what my button would be looking like. We have links to this week's program to generate a program and so in the community. These should be buttons, and to keep them consistent, we will be creating the one anchor component, a reusable anchor component. We've talked about how maybe with some libraries you'd just create like a button or anchor class. But I think when you're using a framework like SvelteKit, where you have to be thinking in components, you just create the one component and you can apply your styles there, not in your general CSS file here. Maybe we've skipped something actually. Have we skipped like my classic reset? Oh, have it months later. Okay, all good, all according to plan. So maybe here, let's place. We've talked Svelte so far, and a bit of SvelteKit as well, but we haven't really been thinking in components. This hero section, we did say, is a Svelte component here. It is full of Tailwind classes, but we won't be using this hero component elsewhere. The big power of front-end frameworks like Svelte is when you create reusable components, and that's what I want to do for these action buttons that should actually probably be inside this hero section. Maybe there should be a callout there, but maybe I want a callout along, like just one callout, and then you have like two callouts there, two call to actions here. Not sure. We'll figure it out. In any case, in order to make them look the same, we will be creating an anchor component to reuse. So in our main page here, we've done some classes here for how the buttons are gonna look. So yeah, let's do this. Let's say div element here. This is the thing that's going in the center. And besides the H1, we want a call to action like this. But we want this button, this main hero button, to look the same as the other buttons or the big buttons that we have in the page. Maybe in a different page, even like our contact page or any other form, or to create your workout later, we want the same call to action main button. So how do we keep those consistent? The worst way to do it is to just keep copying and pasting, like everywhere you're gonna use the same classes. So that's an example of it would work, but then you'd get another designer, or you'd wake up the next day feeling dangerous and wanted to change the whole design of your website. And then you'd need to go in every place where you've done these similar styles about anchors and change it in a million places. And you'd hate yourself. You'd be like, why did I do this? What you could do is start by having just the one anchor element, and you keep using it in many, many places. So kind of common with SvelteKit is that in your source directory, you have the lib directory, and in there, you have a components directory, and in there, you can start having all your components. Shadcn default is that you have components / UI, another subdirectory. Do you have Svelte components that are not UI? Is my question. My answer is no. So I don't put another directory there. So just in lib components, we'll have this anchor component that let's say it's gonna be an anchor. It's gonna be linking to like the contact route or whatever. And it's gonna have some specific styles, like a background color of say orange deep, and a text color of orange light. And It's gonna have some horizontal padding, some vertical padding, and it's gonna have rounded corners. And we want to use it in our hero section. And we also want to use it in our main page for the other callouts that we have. So instead of anchored here, Son correctly says that I could have a view model component that wouldn't be UI. Would that be in my SvelteKit project? In my Svelte lib components directory. So, yeah, I can see it. I can see it. I was trying to like the rest of my hand here. I think that's more likely to happen in the REST API that we'll build eventually. So in this SvelteKit app, I don't think we'd have this, but that's a great shout. That's definitely a great shout. Right, so no more styling here. Every time you remove a style block, SvelteKit flips out apparently. But every one of these is actually going to be the anchor component. But, so they all look the same. That's great. If in the anchor I decide, well, the background is like too deep, I'm going to make it a bit brighter. Great, they all change correctly. But the problem is they all say contact and they all have a link to the same place. And Typescript is complaining that why are you trying to give me an href? Why are you trying to give me like something here? That's not going to work. So the reality is when you're using a framework like Svelte is that you want to have reusable components, but you'd want some parts of them to be dynamic. So in this case, you'd want contact to be dynamic. You'd want to be able to say later that, oh, I want this to be generate and I want to link to the generate page. So how do you make that dynamic? Well, with Svelte 5, you use runes. So in any Svelte file, you can have 3 sections. We've explicitly talked a lot about the section where you do the templating and it looks like HTML. Hello, Bida in the chat. Nice to see you today. So we've talked a lot about this explicit HTML section. We've talked about the styling section, which for now we are not using any components. It's we're heavily using Tailwind, where you do your styling. And the other one, which we've implicitly used by importing some components here, is the script section, the let's do some JavaScript section here. And that's the one we'll need to use here because we do want dynamic stuff. To do stuff dynamic in on the web, you use JavaScript. That was the case many years ago, and it's still the case today. So we want this content to be dynamic and the href to be dynamic. Let's make the href be dynamic first. So Svelte 5 has this thing called runes, which look like methods, but actually they magically do some stuff that we don't particularly care about. It looks like calling a method, and methods can return things, and it looks like this method returns an object. So we can let a reference to that object here and destructure from it whatever we want. We can decide what is in there. But how do we know what is in there? How do we work with Typescript to have more control or more understanding of what should be passed into the props of a Svelte component and what shouldn't, instead of just making it up? We can define a type. You can call this anything, but the common convention is props. We can say, oh, we actually expect this to have an href. And then we can declare that this object should look like this. And SvelteKit will magically infer what the return value of this should be, and we'll know that this works. So here, we can specify that our anchor will be getting the href from the props here. And the moment I save, my formatter will do the shorthand syntax for this very, very common use case. Because the name of the property of the attribute is the same as the value, it does this shorthand thing, which is the same as this, but it just looks nicer if you happen to use the same name. Cool. So now in my hero section, the anchor is complaining. It's like, oh, you need an href here. You've set in the props. Great. So here, I think, what do we want to say? We want to say, we want to go to the program page. Good. And in here, an href is given, but we get the squiggly because what? It says children does not exist in type props. What is children? If you've done React, you kind of know that the children are the things that are inside the components here. So in regular HTML, you can have a div, and anything you put between the HTML element opening tag and the HTML element closing tag are the children. This includes any other components you can have in there. So all of this would be as a child of this div, and hello would be a child of the span. And it is called children because you can have as many as you want. And you don't need to do any weird fragment stuff and only have one child actually in Svelte. So how do we let Svelte know that I actually want a component, a Svelte component, to have children? Well, you specify in the props, if you have them, that we expect children here. And children will not be a string because in our example here, it does happen to be a string, so it would work. But we did say that this could actually be anything. This could be HTML elements. This could even be other Svelte components, including itself. I have a little loop there. I have some recursion there. So instead of just specifying string, what we need the children to be is snippet, which is a special type that Svelte has defined. It will accept a string actually, but it will also accept any Svelte component. So that's what we want. So that's fine. That makes Typescript happy, and it's like, oh great, this anchor component does expect children, but still nothing happens. The copy is exactly the same, because even though you are expecting these attributes, you've defined them, you want them, you're not magically using them. You need to use them somehow. You need to implement this. So we need to take out the children. And how do we render them in SvelteKit? Usually in SvelteKit, you can do the curly syntax to indicate I'm gonna do JavaScript. So curly href would work. If children were a string, using children here would also work. But since it's not just a string, since it's a Svelte component, it's a Svelte snippet that goes there, then it just flips out and it's like, oh, it's rendering the Svelte component here. So to actually render this Svelte component, this is a magic Svelte thing. We still want to open the curly brackets to say we're going to do something JavaScript, we're going to do some Svelte, but we need to specify that we want to render something, and we want to render children. And children, as we can see here, are actually functions, they are methods indeed, but that's important. Anyway, if we save now, my jokes were too much to handle. Of course, we do have the one place where we're not specifying anything, so everything blows up. So here we want to say see this week's program. All right, so now we do have the dynamic label for every anchor element here. If you're coming from Svelte 4, children is kind of like the default slot that we used to have back then. If you're coming from web components, how did you get here? From like 2017. Did you time travel? But take down the side. This is how you deal with children in Svelte 5. One of the maroon things that are new with Svelte 5, something that takes some time to get used to. We will be doing more advanced things in the future with children that specifically can take some arguments, for example, and more complicated snippets, but that's for the future, not for now. For now, the very common use case, I just want a label, an anchor button or whatever, that if I change my mind and I'm like, oh, I want it to be lighter or I want it to be darker, then I can just do it once and it applies throughout the app. I don't have to hunt it down in like a million files. And if I have the Svelte inspector, I can even command click and go into the correct component. So if I'm in the hero and I have the anchor and I'm like messing with the copy here and I'm like, oh, actually, I want to make this be bigger or whatever, the text be bigger, I can use the inspector to just go into the file there and do whatever I want. And what I like to do with buttons is to make them bounce, but that's by the by. Right, so a quick talk about what components are. Do I also want to like grid place these or not? Cool. So these are kind of overflowing, not in the best way possible, but hey, something to fix later. Doesn't look too bad. Some says, kind of confusing that children refers to child and parent pushing props. Still great to know. Yeah, I think we'll come to that later. Kind of confused that the parent can like do something like this. Maybe. I can see that. We'll see the use case. It will be easier for me to understand it first of all. Right, so we have the common anchor component here. What should we do next? Let's create another route. Let's make one of our callouts. At the timestamp. Let's close every file we ever made. And some of that goes too deep in the Svelte inspector. So yeah, let's call this contact. And we want to render this contact route. What happened here? Who knows? Right. So this is a regular HTML anchor, as we've seen. If I click here, I'll try to go to the contact route, but it's not going to be found we haven't declared anything there. So what's up with that? In SvelteKit, just keep this open, close everything else. We've talked about how where the user wants to go needs to be reflected in your directory structure. But this is the first time we'll really apply it. We've applied it for the home route. So here the user goes nowhere. So we need to be in source, routes, look for the magic plus page without any subdirectory. And what would we do if we wanted the user indeed to click contact and go to the contact page? We'd need to reflect this path in our directory structure. So in source routes, we'd need to have a contact directory, and inside there, we'd want to have a magic plus page of Svelte file. The moment we do this, it will magically not 404 anymore, and will show nothing just because we have no content here. But if we say hello world, we're here. If we want to say hello from the contact page, we're also here. This will hot reload, and forevermore, whenever they click the contact button, link, they'll go to the contact page. What do we want the contact page? Just like haphazardly create like a contact here. Make this be a bit bigger. And start this, it seems to have kind of flipped out. And back in the day, that's where clients would want me to have contact forms. But now I just feature rejected because they're too much work for nothing. I just link to their socials, so link to their Instagram, threads, whatever else. Discord community would be big for us, so that's what we could do quickly here. And hey, that may be another link, but it would be an output link, and I can go to my Discord server because I haven't created a Discord server for this app. Not yet, maybe in the future. And I'll need to find an invite link. Invite people. Get a link that never expires. Copy it, paste it, and that should get you in the Discord. And then here we can have an unordered list of anchor tags. But I can fill in later. this by heart. Do I have another? Really? Anyway, maybe you get the idea. You see, this is getting crowded, but we'll be fixing this soon enough. This thing, let's make it cool, so I can put like a nicer gap, and keep this a gap as well. Right, so not the best page, not the most beautiful page in the world, but it's something. We'll be adding various icons. Maybe we'll only have one primary button look like this. But that satisfies creating the contact route. Let's move on to create an shared layout. So every app needs a few things. Every app needs a header, I would say. You could have like a single page app, I guess, that everything is on the same page, but we know that this app is actually going to have a lot of functionality. Already we have the contact route. Maybe someone would say, instead of doing this thing where you go to a separate page, you just keep scrolling vertically because people like scrolling vertically more. And you see the contact section where you have the Discord and the stuff. But in any case, the problem is we are on this page and we want to go back to the home page. We can use the browser back button, but no one is going to do that. No regular user is going to use the shortcut to go back using the keyboard. They don't want to go here, click up there. Usually you want some in-app navigation to happen there. And you'd want the same consistent in-app navigation to happen on every page. So let's introduce a common header, something that we want to appear on every part of our website. And the way to do that is by adding stuff in our root layout. You can have multiple layouts in a SvelteKit app, but for our purposes, we'll only be using the root layout for now. We'll see use cases of having multiple layouts later. But for now, just to show, anything we can add here. So let's say we want to add like a header, which does say the name of the app again. You can see that the moment I add it here, it also appears on the homepage route. In fact, even if I were to create like 1,000,000 routes, this would always appear, because what SvelteKit does is first figure out which layout to render whenever the user visits any route. Since this is the root layout, SvelteKit will render it no matter where the user goes. And the instruction in the layout is to render this header element on every page, then render the respective plus page.svelte. So in the home page, it will go to roots plus page.svelte. For the contact page, it will look for roots contact plus page.svelte and render this. So the children, as far as the root layout is concerned, will always be exactly one plus page.svelte. It could be more layouts, sub-layouts, and a specific plus page.svelte. It could be multiple layouts, but it will never be multiple pages. Only one page will be rendered there. Cool. And similarly, we could have a footer here saying anything. Where's the orange heart? There you go. Again, this footer will appear in every single page because it's on our root layout. We'll talk about nested layouts in a future episode. But why are we doing this? We're doing this commonly because we want a way for the users to go back to the home page and other potentially critical pages of the app. So I'm already in the Discord community, so I cannot actually go there. So in the contact route, you can see that I can click here and go back to the home page. Can I actually click this? I'm making this up. My keyboard is stuck with one key here. Maybe not. 1 second. Alright, so something funky was happening before, but it seems like we're all right now. So we have this link at the top, and maybe we can have like the most helpful pages in the app. We'll have the dark light mode toggle there in the header, and we'll make everything look nicer in sort order. But that's just a quick introduction on what we can do with the layout file. Someone says Safari prevent navigation. It's made without the purple, so that will never happen by the Agrippa. The moment I added this and there was no purple on the website, Safari knows that's not going to be me. Good one. Right, so we have the shared layout here, and then we're talking about back in the day, in contact pages, people would want me to have like a form where you could have a free text input and then a submit button, and then you click this actual button, not an href. This looks like a button, but it's actually an anchor. And even in this website, we may, so something weird is happening there to prevent navigation. Who knows? Could it be the Svelte inspector? I'm hoping it will fix itself at some point. So we could have like a fake button here that actually runs some code, submits a form. Maybe that's a bit too advanced to do, but let's try to do it. Just quickly, I won't explain this too much. Let's say, let's create the, just to prove our point, let's duplicate we want to go to the /program page. How do we do that? We need to create a routes program here. There you go, we're in. And we change the copy here. And here it's like, week starting, what's the date again? 4. Not bothering with localization or too much. And we'll have a few more headers here. Don't worry about it. Say leg 1. Overthinking it. So let's see, lower 1, upper 1, row, and we have lower 1 and just some dummy data, doesn't need to be anything fancy. No anchors. And after having this, we could even say well, a download button wouldn't look like this, but hey. Let's say we would have a button to download this. But even though this is a button, we do want to style it like the anchor. But for whatever reason, we don't want to pass an href here because it's a button. We want to pass like a non-click or something. And how would we do that? Well, that's where some other libraries come in. There are things like Bits UI that the very, very popular library Shadcn is using behind the scenes as well, that has very useful and styled components like this button that standardize a few things and make a few things a bit more accessible. So for example of the button, it has this clever logic where if you give it an href, then it knows it's going to be an anchor and it's going to render an anchor element. But if you don't give it an href, then it assumes that it's just going to be a button, as in one in a form that would submit something or clear the form or whatever. It's a very common use case in web apps that you'd style those the same, anchors, action anchors that get you to another page to search, for example, or to submit forms. So in Bits UI, the clever work is done for us in that we just use this one button component that's sometimes not a button. So it's important to know the difference in HTML elements between an A tag, an anchor, and a button. But if you know that, then it's fine to not do things yourself and just depend on another library that does it for you. So that's the first UI dependency framework that we're going to bring in. But first, let's do another thing with our anchor component that we're going to remove later. So actually, since this is an anchor element, we may want to pass in other attributes as well. How would you do that in Svelte? You'd use props again. So in theory, we could say, if you really wanted to, you could pass any other attribute to this anchor element. So for example, in this page, if we wanted to keep track here, and whenever you click this button, you console log, or you hit a backend service or an analytics service to keep track of this fake button being clicked, then we'd need to pass it a non-click handler, something to happen every time we click this button. But we'd get the squigglies because we haven't specified in the props that we can actually pass a non-click to this element. But we don't want to manually specify that, oh, you can pass a non-click that does like whatever. Since this is an anchor, we can safely say, and what we want is to just spread anything left over the rest of the props. You can also call them props, you can call it whatever you want. I think in React, commonly you call them rest of the props. If it's confusing, let me know, I'll switch to props. Handabyte seems to prefer just props there. So we're using the children, we're using href, and we can optionally use any other prop that you like and just spread it in the end here. But what is this going to be, really? We still haven't defined what onClick is, and we don't want to do it manually. So that's where HTML attributes comes in. Svelte has this thing that annoyingly doesn't get auto-completed for me. But let's see. GitHub Copilot is trying to do its best, but I think it's in Svelte element. So, right. And with this union TypeScript type, we're saying that it's going to have these props and it's going to have any HTML attribute that's valid for an HTML anchor element. So magically, that will mean that onClick is valid. So that's good. So the contact page, if I look at the inspector, if I click this, anchor is not found. Let's try to use anchor. That's why that wasn't working. Is that a real thing, or was that from ages ago? Yeah, that was from ages ago. So this onClick magically runs because I've spread it in the anchor component. Great. But guess what? Anchor elements do have an href. So I don't actually need to also specify href, and I don't need to pass it along. It's just part of the rest props now. So this will work just the same. Do the onClick, do the href, do everything as part of the edge props. The only thing I'm specifying is the special thing for SvelteKit, for Svelte, that it can take children. They need to render like this. This will mean that it can take Svelte components too. And if I wanted something specific with the links, I could use them here as well. Cool, so that's done. Now, let's never use this anchor element again. What's the problem here? Shouldn't be a problem. OnClick is fine. href is not fine. Why? I won't look into this that much because it doesn't feel correct. Much like it accepts the onClick, it should be accepting this. Yeah, it has an href. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. We're going to be moving on to use the button element. Let's get unblocked. Here. Yeah, we did explicitly have like the href here, and then it's happy, right? So when we explicitly say href, it's allowed, it can be like this. But my reasoning is that the HTML anchor element, it takes href by default. So am I using like a weirder thing? Is it not the anchor element? That's the A tag. is. So yeah, I don't know what the problem is here. Ah, I see. Anyway, let's move on to bringing in the Bits UI library and the clever button. So we're not gonna be needing this anyway. And the way to bring this in, what's out for Svelte 5, there is this next version of Bits UI that you need to bring in. The Svelte 5 version with runes of Bits UI. So we go to our terminal. And we're going to be adding this as a dev dependency, Bits UI. Is this, it looks like this is bringing in correct version of Bits UI now. Let's double check. Yeah, that wasn't correct. We need to specify Bits UI next, so that's something to change in the docs. I guess when it goes live, it's not going to be a problem. But what's out for that? We have these releases as well. These are the Bits UI with runes releases, so that's the one we want. So we can manually go here and target this version. This is the one we want to use with Svelte 5 for now. And now that we've brought this one in, so make sure to install the correct version of Bits UI. We can bring in this button, reuse this button, maybe in our own component here. Let's try to do the same trick, actually. So in our anchor component, going back. And yeah, we don't need to type this, but I want to type this because we're using Typescript here. I want to be specific. Then it's not going to know what the children is if I don't type it. Right, so let's bring in the button from Bits UI and just use it here. But then can just have all the props. Can we? Maybe. Not sure. Can have the button. Did I not do union type? Yeah, I should have done union type. Maybe. Not sure. Anyway, the attributes here should be button props. Bits UI, I think, has something. All right. So now the way we use this, as with many Bits UI components, you get exported everything with the namespace, like every button related thing from Bits UI, but you actually want the root of the button. With a button where there are no other components, then that feels like it doesn't really make sense. But with other components like the accordion, then you start seeing why that makes sense. You just bring in everything for the accordion, and you have the accordion item. Each item has a header, each item has a content. And the same thing for the more complicated components like the combo box, the selects. You just bring in everything, and then in the combo box namespace, you have the portal, you have the content, you have the scroll up button, you have all of these things. So even if it feels like, well, like why do I bring in button just to use the one thing here? It's for consistency. Other parts of Bits UI do have multiple things in its namespace, and therefore for consistency, for the button, even though it only has root, we bring it in like this and use it like this. So we're doing this here. Is Typescript any happier or any less happy? It's happy now, even though we're not doing something else with the props. Yeah, I think that was still specifying this explicitly. But yeah, it works. Great. It just works. Cool. So union type, anything that this button component works, needs, that can be an anchor element or a button element. You can give it here and it will just work. And the idea is that I can use the same thing from the program page, I guess, in the download button here. Even though this is a button because it doesn't have an href, now, well, I don't want to call it anchor anymore. I should be calling it button. Anyway, you get the idea. I could be using the same component here, but actually it's not going to be an anchor. Because I'm not giving it an href. But it's going to look the same, and that's what we usually want on front end. So then I need to rename this a button component, and hopefully VS Code is gonna rename everything. Well, it changes the imports, but not the names. This is the button component. These are the button components. These are the button components. And we can still say on click. So we can use our analytics solution later to not provide a downloadable program here, but to track that people did click this. If no one clicked this, if you had this out for a week and no one clicked it, then you don't build the PDF version of your program because people don't want it. But if people click it, then hopefully they won't be too upset that nothing happens. Maybe you have a message that says, oh, sorry, this is coming soon. That would be a better way to implement this. But you know that 10 people clicked it. Clearly, it was the hottest button of the 3 that you created there. So yeah, that'd be neat. Cool. So Bits UI is in. Oh, light and dark mode. Next. Right, we're getting through. So time for another video. Maybe for me to rest, I should actually let the videos play. Even this one by Adam, who is awesome and made this video after I made my own video about how to do SvelteKit dark mode. And I stole some ideas from here later. Well, I adapted some of my ideas to these things that Adam says in the video here into my solution. And for the past maybe 3 years, I've been using this. So initially, and mostly just to figure out how to do server-side stuff back when SvelteKit wasn't even in beta, I was doing dark mode on the server. But I think people get too confused like this. For devices like Safari, it can be a bit more buggy because Safari is very particular about cookies that you want to set. So the thesis here is just have a very lightweight script that you execute on the server. that checks has the user toggled light or dark mode. If not, then either defaults like light or dark mode if you want, if you have an opinion like me. I always like dark mode more. So almost always I default to dark mode. Or respect the user's preference and check to see if they want light or dark mode and switch to that one. But why, Johnny? Why wouldn't you always respect the user's preference? It would be because I find that users just don't fickle with light and dark mode at all. There are people that don't know that this feature exists, that you can set dark mode elsewhere. And I just don't trust that they want light mode because they prefer light mode or because they don't know that dark mode is an option. That's why I default to dark mode. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, the script that I'm going to use here is something that I will copy paste, but you can have a look at this. I have other episodes where I talk about dark mode myself. We've implemented this many times in the script. So essentially, I want some code to run the moment the site starts getting loaded on the client when you're on the browser, because it's the browser that has access to what we call local storage, which is where we're going to be storing the user's preference. So we're not going to be storing it in a cookie. We won't be using cookies for that. We will be instead storing it in the user's local storage and have it run in a lightweight script. Everything we have in the layout file will run in the root layout file, will run in every single page as we found. So in theory, we could be looking into local storage here and then flipping to dark or light mode accordingly. However, by the time this layout runs client side, the app needs to be hydrated. So the JavaScript interactive functionality needs to have been enabled. And that takes a while because SvelteKit, you know, as Svelte is, as lightweight as it is, it's still a front-end framework, lots of things to load, and it's gonna take a while. And if you were to do dark mode in this way, by doing something in the layout file as a side effect, the users would probably see what we call a flash of white light or whatever we call it. So it will paint white, and then if they had dark mode, it will go dark and just blind them, which is why I wanted to do this server side. I traditionally did this server side. But maybe a better approach is to have a little lightweight, super fast script that executes even before the Svelte hydration happens. And the way to do that is to go into your app HTML, and then you'll find that anything you add here can be, it will be running on the client side. So you can have a very small blocking script, but it's so small that it doesn't matter. So here, you could have some blocking JavaScript. That's usually a bad idea, but because it's so small, it's not going to be bad. And we're going to say, let's put it here, that actually, for our benefit, let's just take the theme toggle JS file that we have. And actually, we can use this assets directory path because we are indeed gonna save this here in our static directory. So we're gonna use JavaScript after all, create this lightweight theme toggle file. And in here, anything we do will execute the first time we get to the page on the client before the app gets hydrated. Let's prove that this is correct. So let's say we wanted a side effect here in the layout. In every page that we go, we'll have this running, and you can see that it happens right after this script runs, because this is a blocking script. But also it won't be running on any other page. So when we go back to the home page, and it's gonna be fine. But we're not gonna do this. What we are gonna do with the theme toggle though, we are gonna be copy pasting a few things that we are a million hours in. I need to have a little shortcut. So let's see, is this really how I've done it? In the latest app that we've shown, the cron app, started the directory to have a theme toggle CS, does quite a lot of things, but we will talk about them. And the way we do the import, let's see, in app.html, yeah, I have this blocking script, so I am doing it like this, no joke. So in here, what do? We have a storage key for where in local storage we will be storing the theme. You can name this anything. I have this comment here that I will be defaulting to dark mode just because I like it more, but we could do a match media query to see if the user prefers dark mode. Again, I think most people don't know about this feature, or enough people don't know that they can set light and dark mode. And therefore, it's not like they're choosing light mode, it's just that they don't know that they have this option. That's why I default to the way I designed this the most, to dark mode. And then I have this helper method that checks if local storage is not defined, which means we're not running on, if local storage is undefined, it means we're running on the server. This is just sanity type of thing. We want to only be running this on the browser because only the browser has access to local storage. So if we're in the browser, essentially get the theme if it exists, or else return dark mode because that's the default that I want. So that's what I should be using here too. And if we're not on the browser, just return the default theme that somehow runs on the server. Then we also declare the setTheme method, and we execute this script immediately so we do not get the flash of white that we were talking about. And we set the theme to whatever this value is. And then we create what is called a mutation observer. What we will be doing to actually be applying styles according to whether we are in dark or light mode is adding a data-theme attribute into the HTML element. Lots of frameworks and languages like applying a class to the HTML, like a dark class, but I never liked this. I guess usually I like convention over configuration, but I think data-theme is the way, it's the proper way to do this. So that's why I insist. And this mutation observer, what's it gonna be doing? We're gonna be telling it to observe the HTML element. So the document element is gonna be the HTML element. This whole thing is the document. This is the document element, the HTML. And we're gonna just be observing an attribute of it. The only attribute we're gonna be filtering to observe is gonna be the data theme attribute. And it's gonna be running whenever the data theme attribute changes. What is it gonna be doing? It's gonna be doing whatever we're defining here in the mutation observer. It's gonna be saying that the next theme is gonna be whatever the theme, the data theme attribute is. And if that is defined, if that's already there, then put it in local storage, store it for later. This will happen when people click the button to toggle the dark or light mode. Cool. So then I'm also exporting a handy toggle theme functionality, so I can have a little button to toggle light and dark mode. So maybe in our layout file, we can use our button element. There you go. That's where you need the button. And on click, we can say that it's going to be running window toggle theme because that's where I'm storing this. Back in the day with JavaScript, people could be doing anything and put it in the window as much as they wanted. So maybe you can like namespace this or something. But nowadays, I don't think we're in danger of anything like that. Everything is compartmentalized. So just having this handy method will be enough. But problem, TypeScript is not happy with this. TypeScript doesn't know that I have this crazy thing about toggling the theme. So what's that about? What's that about indeed? So there you go, window is undefined. So here we're gonna be like, maybe this sometimes exists. Is that the problem? Should we just be using like the mod wizard? Did they change this at some point? Ah, of course, like what am I doing? On click, I want to pass in a method here. And then if we have a window, do something. But of course, we'll always have a window because you can only click on the browser. So when window is going to be defined. All right, so we have this, which is going to be running the toggle theme method. And when we do this, the theme is going to be toggled. But TypeScript is like, what is this? I don't know what this is. So we need to go into our type definitions file where we can do like quite a few cool things. One of them is going to say that Johnny wants us to overload the window with his helper method for toggling the theme. So what we're going to say is we're going to declare the window again and say it also has this method. So I'm also going to copy here. So we're going to say in the global namespace, the window interface that you already know about, sometimes it has a toggle theme method that returns nothing. And when we specify this, then this thing we can say, well, if that method exists, then call it. This we can do. If the method exists, then you can call it. And that is going to be setting the data theme attribute here. So you can see kinda here, very small in the screen. It does change the data theme here. How do we prove this works? Can do another custom Johnny thing before standardizing stuff. We can specify some CSS variables. And let's say that we want the background color to be whatever this, but when the data theme is dark, then we want the background color to be dark. And also we want to say that the scheme the color scheme here is dark and the color scheme here is light by default. And what I want to do or I want to specify in the HTML that the background color is going to be whatever this CSS variable is. So when I toggle the theme, you can see that when it's dark mode, it's dark. When it's light mode, it's light. Yeah, hopefully it makes sense. Son is saying that Skeleton Labs has the dark mode water. Shadcn, which we're gonna use later, the Svelte system has the mode water tool as well. So if you think that whatever I was doing is too crazy, then you can bring in this library, relatively popular. I do find that these libraries sometimes are a bit finicky, especially when trying to sometimes render things from the server, but we'll come across this when we need to work with the toast component as well. And you'll notice that this is doing the Svelte 4 slot thing. So maybe this is the thing that makes me not want to use a library for this, for the dark mode. But keep in mind there are some solutions to magically do it. Frangla with a great question. How do I respect any user's color and motion preferences set in the browser? So for the color preferences, for the dark mode, as I said, for most apps, I do think that users just don't know about dark mode enough. Maybe they're starting to get traction, especially for Mac and iOS, that the system is asking them, do you like light or dark mode? But lots of users don't even know this. So I just looking at other people's phones, I see that they're going to my apps and it's always light mode, even though they'd like dark one best. But also the look of your app is a design choice as well. So if I think it looks better in dark mode, then it's fine. The user is not a designer. So long as it's accessible, then it is fine. And providing the option for them to actually, well, if you like light mode, then you can toggle the theme and you can see this, then that's great. That's a bonus. So I think both of them should look all right. I think you should consume my app on dark mode because I've designed it mostly like this. But if you really like light mode, press this button to do it. I can see people just looking at the user's preference with the media query as I've shown here. So if you really wanted to start the way that the user has defined, you can run this window match media query to check if they explicitly prefer the color scheme of dark, and only then use the dark color scheme. For the motion preferences, for sure, we'll do view transitions later. So that's where we'll see that we'll only be applying the sliding view transition if the user does not have the preference to use less motion or use reduced motion or use no motion at all. So that's where we'll be respecting that one. For sure, we'll have the cool view transition where you slide in, but some people don't think it's cool. Some people just think that's annoying. It makes it hard to focus. So that's how we'll be respecting that at that stage. Right, so motion preferences, we'll get there. The quick light dark mode here. The question is, these CSS properties and variables, I made them up. I have some preferences. Daisy UI, the framework we won't be using today, has some other preferences. Shadcn has some other preferences as well. Since we will be using Shadcn, I will just copy paste their standards here and adhere to them. So that's what we will be doing later on in today's stream. And by later on, I mean now. All right, so we've seen Beats UI. I should have shown some of the cooler things that they have. They're trying to have it be very minimally styled, so you can overwrite it as much as you like. Lots of cool elements, including date pickers. Everyone loves the calendar for sure. But you know what's even more popular than Beats UI it's Shadcn. Shadcn is taking over the word. Originally a React library, it has been wonderfully been ported to SvelteKit by Handabyte once again, and a few other maintainers for sure. Shout out to them, shout outs. But it's the one we'll be using now. By default, I do think Shadcn has too little text, too small text, so watch out for that. I guess for dashboards it looks cooler to just not to need to squint to see things. But the good thing with a component library like Shadcn is that it's a copy and paste component library. You don't depend on Shadcn, and then if you don't like something, you need to argue with Handabyte and say, on mobile, when I tap into this input, then it zooms in because the font size is not big enough. So the font size should be bigger. I don't need to argue about that because I don't need Handabyte to approve and then change every input there to be bigger. And it's even worse. They need to go to Shadcn UI, which is a React library, and argue for that because Shadcn Svelte is trying to copy, it's trying to implement Shadcn. It's not trying to do its own thing. So it's like 3 layers removed to get this simple change that I really want and I feel passionate about, that I wouldn't have been able to do if I was directly dependent on Shadcn. But this library, as a copy-paste library, essentially gives you the code to add into your app to have your own input or text area or whatever component that's available here. Lots of cool components. Again, people like the accordion, command palette. It's really cool. I don't know. Siri, no? Somehow I triggered her. You cannot help me, Siri. Didn't even say any of the keywords. Anyway, the calendar, again, quite cool. My point is, since it's copy and paste, I don't need to argue with anybody. I just copy my button component, I copy my input component, and if I think that the text is too small, I don't apply the class that makes it small. I apply the class that makes it big and move on with my life, done in 5 minutes. That's a huge advantage of having it be a copy and paste library. And it's something I've been enjoying and arguing even before Shadcn became popular. So that's one of the times when I didn't change my opinion. It's just that the world changed around this. Of course, not that I affected this, but I happen to be right on that one. I think maybe in the future someone will say, well, actually, this was wrong all along. Anyway, Shadcn, super popular, especially for dashboard style apps. I do think it looks professional. It is obsessed with looking like very small and squinty. I do think it's too black and white. It could use some color, but guess what? We can theme it nicely. We can make it purple, like we always like to do here. But I've agreed with my friend who will be doing orange at this time. Anyway, we'll be bringing it in now. How do we do it? Well, first of all, we need to make sure that we are in the next Shadcn version. We are using the PNPM package manager. It's saying create and use SvelteKit project. We did it. Add Tailwind with the adder. We've added it. It's in the wizard now. Standard dependencies. We've done it. And then set up any other path aliases that we want. We do not want to set up different path aliases. So you may have noticed in some places we're getting the button component from lib components, for example. Son is saying the only beef is that all sites look the same because of it. It is indeed the mark of success. At some point it was, I had friends telling me, this smells of Bootstrap, because every site was like Bootstrap style. And definitely things are becoming quite a lot Shadcn style, and it's going to be even more since Vercel's v0, which you can ask it to implement some UI, and then it is going to implement it using Shadcn components. I think apps are going to be looking more and more the same. But again, that's the benefit of Shadcn being a copy and paste library. Even though the code you get by default has the specific Tailwind classes and it looks like that, you can change it. It's in your hand. It's much easier than if you were using Material UI, for example, where you'd need to argue against them implementing the Material UI spec. Here, bigger buttons, do it. Smaller buttons, you can do that as well. Accordions with color, sure. All you need is to just apply a few more classes. So even though the reality is people just don't do it and don't customize it at all and just use whatever they get from the wizard, in reality, it should enable you to create a more unique app. And we'll talk about this more. Path aliases, I was going to say here, like this magic $lib thing, this is a SvelteKit thing. I don't know why we do it in some other frameworks. You just have aliases to your source directory. And maybe I should say for beginners as well, that we don't have that many libraries. By default, in Typescript, you can import code from other files. If you say import, I don't know, rounder from the rounder library you downloaded, that is by default gonna look either at the vanilla core node packages, which don't exist in the browser, but anyway, or in things that are in your node modules directory. This is one of the weird things of Node, but anyway, it is what it is. If you don't specify anything, it will first look in the core libraries and then into the node modules directory to see if you have something like this and then bring it in from there. If you want to specify code that you have locally, then you need to just do a relative import and say, like we're doing here, import the hero component from the hero.svelte file. Indeed, we are in +page.svelte and collocated, we have the hero component. So relative to the current directory /hero.svelte, that's the thing we want to import. Great. But people are saying, well, what if I'm in a route that's like nested 5 levels deep and I want to bring in a component that's like in the lib directory? Would I need to be doing like this to get the button element or something? And the answer is yes, and you could do it like that, but people get really upset when they need to do this. Very often in frameworks, we configure what are called path aliases to say, all right, if you see an import starting with a specific character, then alias it, like pretend that you're targeting this specific directory. And in SvelteKit, one of the default aliases is if you start with $lib, it's a shortcut to say start from this directory. And that helps because it does mean that no matter how deep you are in a component, you can always $lib and find yourself in this directory and do your thing. So no need to keep adding dots and slashes to go up a level. If you need to nest something deeper or bring something out, you don't need to update the paths because all along you've said this, which will stay the same. It's not like you'll need more levels to go up or down. So that's what path aliases are. For some reason, SvelteKit likes $lib. In some components, you just say source and it goes to the source directory, but not this time, not in this one. Right. And of course, you may think like if I just do slash, won't it just go to the relative and then I can do like slash source lib? No, you cannot do that. And I'm only laughing because you cannot do it. It feels like you should be able to do it, but that's Node for you sometimes. Right, so path aliases, we're going with the defaults. We're not specifying anything else. We don't need to specify this. So we need to set up Shadcn for the very first time. Let's bring in the Tailwind palette. Trying to bring in the command palette. And it's gonna ask me which grays I prefer, and I think I prefer like the stone grays for this app. Maybe zinc? I don't know. Let's say stone grays. Whoa. Long. So let's run this in the terminal. Shadcn does have a few styles. Maybe in the future they'll be adding more. But we can see that we have the default style and the even smaller New York style. It's like, come on, man. But people for some reason like the New York style more, so I don't know, maybe. The smaller the better is what people are thinking nowadays. I do like that the New York one has shadows and stuff like that, so that's fine. Like it has a bit more color and accents, so that's why I'll go New York. And then it's on me to make things bigger. So New York, which gray do we want? Stone. And where is the global CSS file? Let's check. So our CSS file is indeed in source app CSS. Where is the Tailwind config located? It is indeed on the root, Tailwind config TS. Configure the import alias for components. It's lib components. Great, they dropped the UI. Maybe they were listening. Import alias for utils, which we don't have. There will be utilities to merge Tailwind classes together and that sort of thing. And import alias for hooks, which are new with this version of Shadcn Svelte with runes. Oh, there you go. So it did ask me the import alias for components and then for UI. So they must have a distinction between what's a component and what's UI. So I'll just go for the convention. What can I say? Remy says, you started learning Svelte 4. Are you on the right track? Yes, and this is the time to learn Svelte 5 and runes. There is no going back. So I would switch to Svelte 5. It's not going to be the end of the world if you stay with Svelte 4. But there is no going back. Runes is the future. I've been using Svelte 5 and liking it for the past year. And now it's official release, like a couple of weeks ago. So you should get going Svelte 5. Things aren't that different, but there are clear differences as well. If you do most of your data loading on the server, then you won't change maths. And what we've said near the beginning is not in the new docs. They do advise to go through the Svelte tutorial, which will cover most of the differences and what you need to do, what you need to know to use Svelte 5. But we've talked about the main differences, creating the button component as well. So how you declare properties instead of doing export let, how to render things inside your Svelte components. So no slots now, you render children, or similar things we'll do in the future. And also important to know, that you can mix and match. You can have a Svelte 5 app most of the time and use Svelte 4 however much you want inside it. So unless you have a configuration, there is a configuration to enable strict runes mode, but you don't need to enable it. So you can slowly migrate to Svelte 5 if you wish. But I do advise to learn Svelte 5 as well, Remy. And I wish you luck. Right, so what happened here? So let's see what Shadcn created. It created madness. It created this components.json file with all the configurations we went through the CLI tool. So this has a schema, like we can read it here. It's not the most readable one, but it's fine. The style is New York. This is our Tailwind config. This is the CSS file base color. The alias is here. Some people are saying, Remy says, how can I, it's on the Discord channel. There should be a link in the description and we will be deploying this. So at some point you can just go here and click join the Discord and you can. But everywhere, just go to johnify.com, for example, and click the Discord icon. And then you will be in there. For me, it will say invalid because I'm already in there. But for you, it will work. One of the ways it's on the Discord, and it will be great to have you. Right, so Son says that some people just put the components directory alongside lib. Sure. I will go with a convention as well. What I was saying is like, why do you need another alliance for the UI directory? I don't understand. Anyway, we are using Typescript for sure. And where to find the components is here. Doesn't accept this type of GET request, I suppose. Cool. So it changed a few things in the dev dependencies. It added, we added bits UI. It added CLSX, which is a utility library to merge Tailwind classes together, CSS classes. That is also using Tailwind merge. Tailwind variants is to allow to have different classes applied to different variants of components. Tailwind animate, I guess, animation library for Tailwind. It also changed our Svelte config, interestingly enough. Did it? No, we changed this to add the inspector. That has been crazy. It did change our Tailwind config dramatically. So dark mode, it made it be class-based, which we don't particularly want. Since we're here and we're talking about dark mode, we kind of want the class option of dark mode, even though we said that we are not going with class. There are two ways to use dark mode with Tailwind. One of them is to automatically detect what mode we're on, which is the default. But the media one, they call it media. But we want to do not a class, but a data theme. And here we see that they've upgraded to use the selector thing. So keep that in mind. Dark mode, we want it to be selector. That's a new way to do it with Tailwind, apparently. But it will be looking for the dark class. But we want to customize its selector to actually look for data-mode. And we can do that by passing in the second variable here. And actually, it's just going to be data-theme for us. And that's it. Oh, and typo here. Ah, no, it's still media strategy, so that's fine. And they have some other examples of how to apply, but we've talked about dark mode, how we're toggling, this will be enough. So in Tailwind, there is a way to conditionally specify classes only on dark mode. And the way to make that work properly is to tell Tailwind, actually, for me, dark mode is when I apply a specific selector somewhere in the document, and the one I apply is data theme dark, which would be kind of like what you're doing when you're applying your own CSS. Great. So it overwrote my CSS file. which is kind of rude, to be honest. But hey, I guess it was descoped to actually keep whatever crazy things I had in the CSS file, but that's fine. Anything else? So it created this utility file, which is the one that is using both Tailwind merge and the class names library to merge the classes together, common thing. And we didn't add any components. Those are the things that Shadcn created for us. Next time, I'll need to remember to actually do a commit before, because I would want to see exactly what the changes are in app CSS, including keeping the one that I had. Things like border may look weird, but I guess their argument is for consistency. People do get confused when you can apply a border to an element and then see nothing, and it's like, oh, you also need to specify the color that you want, and this gets around that. It specifies a border color for every element, even if you haven't specified, if you don't want it to have a border. Anyway, it also applies these millions of CSS properties, different for light mode and dark mode. And we did say that actually for dark mode, we want this to apply when you can see a data theme is dark. And you can also specify a color scheme of dark in this, and by default we specify a color scheme of light. But also when data theme is light, we want this to apply specifically. So if we have an element nested that is hard-coded to always have light mode, then these would apply as well. Cool. I do like specifying some things in general outside of here. The things that are in color that are across the app, like the radius, I don't specify it according to the data theme. It's specified here, and there will be a few more things with that in the future. And also, we need to go back to the small CSS stack layout to remember how we've done it. Plunk. So in the base layer, I guess. All right, so that's done. And our hero is looking like a bit weird. Is it because some margin that I've applied here? Maybe. Doesn't really matter. So, what else do we need here? Still on Shadcn, still focused Johnny. What else do we want? Let's go through. The tutorial. Give me 1 moment to call my dog. All good with my pup. Just heard some noises and wanted to see what she was chewing. If it was a toy, something approved. Anyway, we've installed this, we added the questions, and now we can add a Shadcn component. So let's add the button component and see how that looks. There are cooler components, I guess, to add. Like we could add like a carousel or something, but we won't be doing that. Simple stuff for today. So let's add the button component. It is gonna say it updated component JSON. Why? Who knows? But let's see what it brought in. So one of the things that I found needing to nest in UI, or the convention being to nest in UI, like I can see that my components are inside just lib components, and the Shadcn other components are inside components UI. Fair enough. And what we get is an index file, which again doesn't make sense when you only have one thing, when the button family of things only has the button. Why do you need an index file? But if we were to use something like the carousel, where we have the carousel root and the content and the item, then that's when it makes sense to have an index file. Some people don't like them either way. I don't mind. And now that we have this, maybe we don't even need our button anymore. Maybe what we can say in our hero component, as they suggest here, can import the Shadcn button from here. We don't need to specify the file extension, which indeed is not JS, we're TypeScript. And when it's an index file, you don't even need to specify this. It will look by default on index. Hello, Sammy. So let's bring that in. And you can see we have the good old boring Shadcn button that's super accessible. Frangelo says there is a Shadcn extension. Dear Lord, I will be adding it. Shadcn. Whoa. Whoa. So is it just to install components from here? And open recommendation. Cool. And snippets. Oh, that's cool. All right. Sold. Convinced. Right. So we have this button now. Again, using a library does make sure that you have things like accessibility kind of covered at some level. They've thought about hover states, focus states, that sort of thing that maybe you haven't thought about. And let's have a look at this. If it's our first time here, that's why we keep increasing the complexity. You can see that instead of just having a regular component like we had, we actually have this Svelte file that is doing all sorts of crazy things. It's not bringing in, it is bringing in bits UI, but it's using something from it without seemingly using anything else there. It is doing its own logic to check, do you have an href or not? And if you have an href, you render the anchor. If not, you render the button. So that's interesting that they're not using bits UI there. Why are they using this? Just for the props. Interesting. And most of all, it has this crazy button variants thing that is where that Tailwind variants library comes on. And essentially how this library works, you're telling it which classes to apply on every single thing. And then you can also tell it that you can have different variants for whatever name you choose. These aren't magic as far as I know. So you can have the default variant that this is going to be applied if you don't apply this attribute. The destructive one, usually red, the one that has an outline, the secondary ghost link, and the different sizes here. So let's, what else are they doing? They are importing this, the extension that doesn't exist. And remember, whenever you bring in something from Shadcn, do format afterwards, because they'll probably have a different style. So yeah, if we hadn't seen how Bits UI works and how Svelte components work, just looking at this may be overwhelming. Maybe even now it's overwhelming, but we have. And just to prove this point, so in our hero button, we see that we have a few different variants. By default, these classes are going to get applied. But we could also say that this variant should be destructive, and I get the autocompletion here. Here you go, it's red. Or I can use the secondary variant, or I can use the ghost variant, which doesn't look like a button, but still has the accessibility features when you focus on it and when you hover on it. That's quite nice. Good for header links. An outline, which should just have an outline, but it looks like it's not just an outline. Well, that's something for us to fix, I suppose. The secondary we also did. Link has an underline when you hover. Again, if you don't like any of those opinions, you're free to change the classes. And we also saw that they have different sizings. So they have like the LG size and whatnot. Should we have a separate section for styling? So there are a few things to go over. First of all, we saw that Shadcn has some opinions on how to define your CSS properties. For light mode and dark mode, like you specify the background name for the things that you want to be like the background, the foreground for the things like your copy. When it's muted text, it should be like this. Foreground text on muted text should be on muted background should be like this. So whenever you don't have the dash foreground prefix, it's what the surface, the background is going to be like this. I would call it surface, but sometimes I call it surface and people ask me, why did you call this surface? So Shadcn just calls it nothing. And everything that's the foreground adds the suffix foreground. No right way to call these things. Naming is hard, but Shadcn is popular, so let's follow this convention that they have. And what else do we need here? Nothing really. So if the primary color for dark mode is this, and I change this variable, then you can see that it will affect this color, right? So you can start playing around with this, but if you want a potentially better starting point, you can go to the theme section of the Shadcn website and find which color you'd like to start with. I like this one because I like the background color. Here, you can check it out on light or dark mode, and you can mess with how rounded the corners are. And then you can copy the code and then apply it again. So let's paste this. The light mode stuff are gonna be this. And the dark mode stuff are gonna be that. And remember, radius will just specify in a different section, so we don't need it here. So magically, this becomes a primary button on the orange theme, and other things will change as well. And maybe in our root layout, we can say that even this link is actually a button that we can import from Shadcn. Sean asked whether there is a difference between doing this or this, or even this. Not really, it's just how much you want to type. Re-exporting with an index file when you have many components makes sense. When it's just one file, doesn't really make sense, but for consistency, let's just bring in everything like this. Worth noting, this won't magically happen for you, so it's not that Typescript does magically import everything you have in this subdirectory. In this directory, it won't magically import everything here. You need to have manually specified the index file. But since Shadcn has done the work, we can import like this. So now we have these lovely buttons. And we can say that this one is a ghost button that still gets the focus, something we may want. And yeah, this one should be a ghost button as well. And maybe these contact ones also need to be Shadcn buttons. And they can be secondary buttons, I guess, or outline buttons. Let's make them outline. And the Discord ref, actually, we do know that we want it to be this. Since we're here. All right, so I have a few buttons. They have like this nice focus thing, on brand, area, and we kind of have some idea of like what's our brand color, how do we affect this, if it's a different orange. These are HSL values, hue, saturation, and lightness. So if we are in dark mode, so if I increase this to be 98, it will be super bright. If I decrease this to be darker, it becomes darker. It's the lightness value. If I decrease this, it's the saturation. It's how saturated it is. The less it has, the more desaturated it is. The less color apparently it has, the less bright it is. Lightness, vividness, and that's just the hue on the color wheel, how many degrees it should be. So that's how you actually change the base color. That's something to think about. You can specify a color like this in CSS, specifying, oh, this is HSL and whatnot. But the way Tailwind likes to understand these things at the moment is by separated values like this, because CSS properties just stores values without really knowing what they are. And in order for Tailwind to be able to make things like brighter or darker, it is more helpful to have them as separate values and not just an HSL color. With modern CSS, you can actually extract lots of things using any color, even if it's a hex code. But if it looks weird, and if your editor doesn't actually give you what the hue is, which it would, if you were to do this, it would know that this is this HSL property. Let it be known, it's because these three numbers, random numbers, don't mean anything by themselves. It's only because they're used somewhere in Tailwind that they become hue, saturation, lightness values. And we're not using HSL here because of older CSS limitations. So maybe in the future it will change. If you were wondering what are these like crazy numbers, I figured that I should have mentioned this elsewhere. But you can start hovering around things and figuring out when is this applied, where is that applied, and seeing what you'd like. So maybe you will be happy with the default thing, but if you want to play around, maybe if you want your primary color to be closer to your brand or whatever, this is where you'd be coming in to play. And remember to check and change the correct ones for light or dark mode. And did I change the lightness value here? Oh, I think they're doing the pro move of having a less saturated version when you're on light mode. Interesting. So the primary foreground, 6090, 69.1. No, it's the same. So is it something I changed? Oh yes, it is something they changed. So they've made the classic move when it's dark mode, they've made this more saturated and bright. Maybe you like it, maybe you don't. Anyway, that's by the by. The other thing we're talking about is all these classes. Maybe you're like, well, even the large button is not large enough. Maybe the default button is too small. What do I do? Is anything doing text SM? So yeah, by default, the base button is doing like small, is adding the text CM Tailwind class, which makes the text smaller, which I don't like. So I am going to remove it. That's the beauty of copy and paste library. And maybe this means that things do need a bit more padding by default. Maybe this is like a real thing. It has the height defined. So I think maybe by default it's like 10. And then the large buttons are even bigger. Yeah, let's make the buttons big. That's too much. Let's say that our hero button is a large button, a huge button. Make sure that we apply text.t on it. Oh, and they make it more rounded, actually. But for no reason, because it's a base class. Okay. Okie dokie. Even bigger? Nah. All right, so maybe that's enough for now. Let's do the theme toggle. So the theme toggle, I actually want it to be an icon. And it is one of the things I will steal from my other app. Like the icon that I had in that video, the dark mode one. Let me know if you like it too. Theme toggle icon. So it's going to be one of my components. And it may look crazy, but it's an SVG, a scalable vector graphic. Screen readers shouldn't see it, but it should have an accessible name somehow. And it's going to have a mask for when we want it to be in the moon states, and a circle for when we want it to be in the sun states, and then some things that are going to be the sunbeams as well. Based on that video that I linked and showed earlier in the episode, you can find it in the description. We can specify how long we want transition to take. And it's also using some easings that are part and that we can bring in from the great easings library. The great utility library that Adam is also contributed in. So if we look at this CSS file, you'll see that I'm importing a couple things from the OpenProps library. The shadows maybe I'm not going to be using on this one. Not sure. OpenProps has quite a lot of things, but the thing I'm going to use is the easings. Easings is when you do animations. There are some curves of how things should animate from one state to the other. That OpenProps has a nice way to do it. Oh, it's almost the one I have. Makes sense. So let's add this OpenProps library. It has a few handy things for us. But the only thing we are going to use is the easings. So bring those in, and we have this theme toggle icon component once again. But essentially, it is saying, all right, when there is anywhere a data theme dark and you are inside this, then in the SVG, anywhere there is the sun class, then you should make this scale bigger sun. And you should remove the sunbeams, make them have opacity 0. But also, the moon part, you should move it around and change how much of it is drawn, essentially. So these are like advanced CSS features that I'm not gonna go over, but we're only saying what's the start state and end state is gonna be. If the user doesn't have a preference of whether they prefer reduced motion, only then we are applying a few transitions that are gonna be using those easings we talked about for the duration that we've specified in this component. So if the user is fine with animations, we are going to show them a cool one for this. If they don't like them, we're not going to do that. And where I want to put this is in my layout file. Instead of having this theme toggle text, I want to have my theme toggle icon here. And then if I press it, you see that I toggle from one size to the other. And if I want it to be bigger, I can give it a class in like a size 4 or something. 5, 6, no, nothing. Yeah, this should be applied straight in the component here. Also, let's make this flex justify between. And it looks kind of nice. And did I say that this doesn't actually work? No? Oh, I'm not passing the class name here. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ah, the other thing. There is actually a size property here. So this will be as big as its container. We don't need to do anything. But this one can be the size of icon, which was like a different thing. Which may be fine, I guess. But change anything? Let's look at the buttons for the component again. So for icon, they make it H9, W9, and that's it. I guess it doesn't specify anything for extra padding and stuff. So maybe it's fine. But then, if I give it a class here, size, nothing happens again. Yeah, I am spreading all of the props, so the class should be passing in here. So now if I give it a class, something will happen. No. If I made this icon class to be this, did it become bigger? Yeah, but the content doesn't become bigger. Anyway, the theme gets toggled. This is too small. I will need to change it at some point, but the point is not now. 5 hours in, almost going into 5.5 hours. And just looking at this route page, just quickly, let's make this section a bit better. And maybe give it some padding too. And maybe we'd want to flex it to just stick this footer at the end. But yeah, 5.5 hours in, that's the most I can master. So we have this, see this week's program, doesn't have anything. Can go back to the home page, great. We can toggle the mode. Contact page does get you somewhere, but what's this? These should also be Shadcn buttons for consistency. Great. And let's make these course buttons outline. And we can link to the correct thing. So Farnglauf, does this need another label that has no text? Yes, it does. I was gonna show Playwright to, I was gonna show maybe Lighthouse or something to cut it out. So if we had a test and wanted to test clicking the theme toggle, does it change the mode? And then it would tell us we cannot find a toggle theme button there. And then we'd know that this is not an accessible button. So that's a great catch. Lighthouse is a tool by Google that has been put into Google Chrome as well. Where is it? Where is it? Is it somewhere? Do I even have it here? Is it in performance? Ah, even better. So in this tab, I think, let's see, if we actually run this, it is going to tell me that something is not accessible. Is it? Let's see. We'll find out. Maybe not. If we were going to run the Lighthouse core, we would definitely see that it would trigger that there is an element in the page that's not accessible. I'm wondering if this performance tool actually says this, but no, it doesn't. It does feature on other core web vitals, but not accessibility ones. It must be one of those. Was it an experiment? Did I dream this? Did this never happen? Did I make this up? Is it the AI assistance thing? Could be this. But I swear they've added a Lighthouse section here. But I guess it does do some weird... Yeah, it does have some other flags. Some false flags there. Elements accessibility. So yeah, let's see. There you go. So we are in screen reader mode. So that's another way to see, like, is there an accessible name like for this? You can see that it's not there. But I was looking for like a tool to just tell me something's going wrong. So this one, this button is like, what is this button? It has no name. So you'd need to know that this is bad instead of having an alert tell you. If we're using Playwright to click it, it would tell us that it cannot find a toggle theme icon. So you should probably do something there. There is a few ways we can change this. An SVG can have a title. Maybe we can give it like a toggle theme here. And then, depending, this may change. Sometimes they don't like it. I think that should pass for accessibility, but I guess not. Another way to do it would be right in the header where we are using this button. We could give it an area label of toggle theme. Here, this one. So now it does have an accessible name. You can focus there. So that's a good one. Yeah, I don't know what you can click here for the app to actually tell you, to actually flag the things that you probably want to access. But again, my recommended way is to use Playwright for the things that you want to be accessible. If you want the user to be clicking the theme button, then you should have a test for it and see, can you actually click toggle theme? We can have a look later when we actually introduce Playwright in a more serious way. But yeah, the screen reader accessibility mode is top tip here. Right, so contact gets you here. Generate a program gets you nowhere for 4, but you can track this in the chat. So in the community gets you in the Discord. This is not going to work. You probably want this to be an outbound link. So you can add some attributes there to open a new window. But we're not going to do it now, because what are we doing? We did the Shadcn themes. Anything else? We won't, not really. Let's talk about the other things that I like to add in my app CSS. So Joss, who I often cite, very fun. Oh, the different animation here, love it. Has a nice article about his custom CSS reset, but instead of just, you know, copy and paste this, you can actually read about all the tools, all the rules that are being added here. We're bringing in Tailwind, which is bringing in a CSS reset that makes everything look consistent, flat, across browsers, but there are a few other things that Josh likes to add, and some things that I like to add. So let's have a look at another app. My dog is getting too squirrely, so I don't know how long we're gonna go for, but let's go. Almost 6 hours in. Summer, you're a good girl. Still need to be fed soon is the situation. Thank you, good girl. She's so sweet on her little bed. So I do cite Joss again. This is a Shadcn thing that we've already added. Let's go step by step. I'm not sure if I want to actually add this to body. Probably not. If I want to make this a flex container and this one have a minimum height or something, it could help in some cases, but it can look silly in some others. Yeah, not now. And this PT, we're adding it here. Layer. Correct spelling? Yes. All right, what else do we have? Yeah, I think these aren't added by default by the Tailwind reset. So let's add them. Just inheriting the fonts. If we are bringing in like Tailwind plugin for fonts, I do think they do this, or Shadcn will do this by respecifying the font, so you don't really need it. But maybe you don't want to use Shadcn. This is not just a recommendation, but another recommendation that I have seen. It makes the wrapping of a headline a bit better than what you may be used to by default. And this is one of the ways that you can make sure, again, that headings have a more balanced way to break the words. And the pretty text wrap for paragraphs as well. Also, this allows the thing that sounds like sounds bad. Sometimes you have a paragraph that ends on a single word, and that's bad. In newspapers, these are called orphans. Nowadays, with emojis, it may be very common that you end a paragraph with an emoji if you are in a specific breakpoint. By using the pretty text wrap, it ensures that the last line of a paragraph will always have at least 2 words, so it looks nicer. Stefan is saying, hi everyone, Svelte 5, Tailwind sounds nice. You're 5 hours late, so you need to catch up. When Shadcn is expected to be added to SV initial setup? I don't know for sure. Good question for the chat, or if anyone knows. But we did go through the steps here, maybe like half an hour before, and we're still through this process. And it wasn't that hard. We can do it. You can do it. And I think that's a good argument for even if something is in the other, you should go through the process once of adding it yourself. I think that's helpful. So in the next Shadcn docs, they do have the instructions of how to bring it in. And when through it, you can rewind this. I will be adding timestamps afterwards, but I guess we did add it at 4:29. So you can have a look there how it went for us instead of me going through it again. If you've already added Tailwind with the other or the wizard, you don't need to do these steps. All you need to do if you don't want to override the path analysis is go through the Shadcn wizard. And that's it. I guess that may be the thing that may make people to not want to add Shadcn with another, because it has quite a few options. It has its own CLI tool, I guess. So not sure. Also, make sure you do commit your app before you add Shadcn, because as we found, it will it will delete a few of your files to overwrite them rather. So the Tailwind config that you have, it's going to overwrite it. The app CSS file that you specify, it's going to overwrite it. So do the version control thing, commit it first. So if you did add a few things in your app CSS or Tailwind, you can see what you had before Shadcn overrode everything. Right, anything else? I'm doing some fun stuff. So I think I stole this padding inline from Stephanie again, but not sure where I picked up this trick. But I like having this padding inline CSS variable. That's like I like having a radius, which is essentially a responsive padding according to whether you are on mobile, essentially, or on a bigger, wider desktop. It clamps, it squeezes the padding value from the minimum of 1 rem up to 3 rem. But if it is going to be variable according to your viewport width. So anything between 1 and 3 rem goes, and ideally it's going to be exactly 5 viewport width units, 5% of your viewport width. So that's kind of cool. And I like applying this into various containers. And I think this is it for my custom CSS stuff. I do have some view transitions things that we are gonna be looking at soon. To make this padding available, I also tweak my Tailwind config here and have every container have like this specific padding too. So Tailwind config time. Shadcn says that our containers element are gonna have this 2 rem padding standard. What I like is using this dynamic padding that we've specified, the inline padding. Correct? Correct. And if I want to use it elsewhere by myself, I also extend the Tailwind utilities. I don't think we have one for padding. So I also specify padding. I have this magic inline variable that's going to be using the padding inline CSS custom property, which means for my layout, for example, for this header, if I want this to have an inline padding, I can add it here. And my hero component, I guess. But I won't do that. What else could we do? This section, if I were to put it in a container, then it would automatically have the magical responsive inline padding too. I would think so, but it doesn't seem to be applying it. Be in one of those cases where you need to restart the server. Could be one of those cases where I just need to restart and a break and to keep going next week. Yeah, it's a real property. All right, so it does work. Cool. What else? Playwright. There we go. Almost there. So, testing. You want to deploy with confidence, even Friday nights, even before Christmas Eve on Friday night, like all the things that the developers sometimes dread. Let's ensure you can do that with confidence by having a meaningful test with Playwright. We saw that we have some tests with Playwright. So the Svelte added Playwright for us. And we have the VS Code extension for Playwright. So here, if I go to the testing library, to the testing tab, I can find this test and I can run it. I can run every test here. Did I go to the wrong test? Wow, they're doing the separate thing that I'm doing. Usually I do the Playwright tests with the .spec extension and the unit test with the test. Anyway, doesn't matter. So this test, I can run it in line here. I can even click this to actually have the browser showing, which will appear here. Great. So you can see Playwright play around this. Great. We're not having it click anything. And you can do more complicated things that we will find in the future. But we saw that we have like a Playwright config that looks like this. But in general, I don't like how they've done this. You're not reusing the port either. So what I would suggest is going through the motions and setting up. Let's see how we set up. We can set up Playwright ourselves. So They have a way to do it in line. I wonder what's going to happen if it sees that we have a config already. Should we just delete it? Delete the Playwright config. Delete the end-to-end directory. And run this command. The default for them to where to keep the end-to-end tests is the test directory, not e2e, which kind of makes sense to me because we will have actually end-to-end tests running against deployment and integration tests that will be using mock service worker to hijack any requests to a third-party service. So it's not only going to be end-to-end tests, but I guess even the wizard says when getting started with writing end-to-end tests with Playwright, where do you want to put stuff? Do you want the GitHub Actions workflow? Sure, let's see what we get. Install the Playwright browsers. We did install them, but say yes. So that's a problem we wouldn't have had if we went through the code. And it is adding some example tests for us too. But the big thing here is the Playwright config that we get. So have a look at this one, compare against the one we had with the Svelte adder. It has tons of comments for everything, and I find that way more helpful. So whether we want the test to be fully parallel, sometimes if you're on CI, you don't want that, but we don't mind. We specify the test directory to actually be in tests. And that means that in package.json, we should say, I guess, can keep the name the same. It will just look at the config and look at the correct directory. Should we call this browser? Yeah. So any tweet remaining? No. I think that makes more sense. How many times retry? Only on CI, let's say 4. How many workers to use? I think on CI you can even do more workers nowadays. But locally, use the default, which I think is 5. It's going to be faster. Whether to report how you how you've done on the tests in a nice HTML way. I actually don't like this. I don't like specifying this. I find the inline approach better. What the base URL should be, which it should be in our case localhost 5137, I guess. Is that the one we want? Probably. Yeah, this one. So we can go, we can use the relative paths. And whether we want a trace. And this is where we can also ask for a video to be captured for us. This will say which browser to use, which defaults to use to run the tests. Instead of desktop Safari, let's do the thing that people fear the most. Let's do mobile Safari. And what to do, whether to start the web server itself if it's not running already. The command, let's just say pnpm dev. So let's not build and then run against that build to be faster, but also we will be using cookies eventually. And when you're running the preview build server, it's going to be on an unsecure HTTP host, and you'll be in production mode, and you'll probably be checking, am I in production? And then the cookies are not going to be set on the browsers. Anyway, that's something we'll come across soon, I am certain. The URL to check, like the port to check for the server, can be this. So if the server is running on this port, it will check if this port is occupied. If it is, then it's going to assume that the server is running. It's not going to start it. It's going to reuse it. But if it's not running, if it cannot find this port we reused, it's going to start it with this command. But in any case, if we are on CI, it will never try to reuse a port. For some reason, maybe we don't need this. Anyway, this does mean that if we do test browser, it's going to run the end-to-end tests. I like this more than the HTML review. And it looked like for a second that we're going to fail Safari, but it actually worked. But it's not even our own test. So let's see what our example spec is saying. It's actually going to the template, to the Playwright side. So we don't want this. What we want is to test our own app. And my favorite test is the navigation smoke test. And we can go to the root of our website. We don't want any examples here. Hey, what name? We're building a brand new app using Svelte 5 and runes. New series. It's going to be awesome. We're going to be going all the way from level 1 to level 99 of web dev. Today, like 5 hours in, almost 6, we are going through the chunk of this, learning some HTML, CSS and JavaScript fundamentals and more. And we're learning about testing and automation now using the browser testing framework of Playwright. Thanks for the question. But that's what I'm doing, I guess. How I'm doing is I'm doing well, although I've been talking for 5 hours almost non-stop. So if I parse your question incorrectly, bear with me. Right, so if you're gonna have one test, have it be the navigation smoke test. Ensure that you can go to the root of your website and you see the heading of your website. This is gonna mean that the build was successful, the deployment was successful. You can see a website there. So you can just have that. And this is gonna actually catch something. So we'll add it later. And let's see, do we have an accessible and a semantic heading there? Top level heading, level 1, with the name of Gamesatron. Is that true for our homepage? Drink some water. I should. I'll do another break for water. Sage, great advice. Right, so now we can run this test and it passes, great. But if we check for whether this app does have a title, which should be for SEO, we'll find that it doesn't. Fail. So there you go. Now we've remembered that we need to do stuff for some fundamentals, not just for SEO, but to make our app nicer. So you can see that it doesn't say Gamesatron here. And just to get around this quickly, we can go to our layout file. This is definitely an introductory episode. We'll be doing more in the later episodes as well, but we started from scratch just using the SvelteKit wizard, and we've gotten to this point, to a point where we do have a few CSS stuff, a few components, a few things, and we are in good shape to start deploying quite soon. Right, so in the layout file, very quickly, we can use a special Svelte component called head. Is this a real thing? I'm not sure anymore. Svelte head, I think, is what we want. So we can make sure that the title of the website is correct. So in real websites, I guess, the HTML in here, the HTML file will have a title in the head section of the website, which you can call anything. And in our case, we'll call it Games.ron, and you'll see that this updates immediately. However, we will want a different title for when we go to the contact page, for example. We'll want to say like contact. How do you do this dynamically? We'll find out. But to have Svelte add stuff into SvelteKit add stuff into the head of this template dynamically, it's going to be adding them here in this special section. And the way to tell it what to add in this special section is by using the special Svelte head element. So in here, we're going to be adding the title of Games.ron. And that should ensure that our test passes now. Great. Now, I want to ensure that we can go to the contact page. Maybe we'll add like a link in the header later, maybe not. Let's say use the header. I want my header to get me into the critical parts of the website. Again, if you have just this, that's better than nothing. That's really good. That 90% of the value actually. You know that you have an automated test that is going to run every time if we set up the automation, which we will. That is going to tell you, all right, you changed this thing Friday night. Did it completely break the website? If you have this, you know that at least it didn't completely break the website. Next level is to actually ensure that it can hit, you can go to all the critical links that you have. So to use the header for navigation, we can say, we can find the header element because the header element by default has a special role called banner. You don't need to wait it. This is where GitHub Copilot is wrong. And this is where ESLint is annoying because it's red squiggly as if I've done something wrong. But what I've done is I haven't used this yet. And I know I haven't used it because I just declared it. Why are you claiming that I've done something wrong? And that's why sometimes I don't even add ESLint into projects. And that's also why sometimes I just add a few ignore rules here on ESLint. Let's see what I've ignored in this project, because this annoys me incredibly. I think I can just set it in this level. I think this stream is about to crash as we're trying to get into 6 hours. My computer, my Mac, is almost giving up the ghost. Let's see how long we can keep going. I'll see you next Sunday if it does blow up. All right, so I still don't like the squiggly because I know I haven't used it. It's also, you know, less vibrant. A bit opaque, less opaque, more transparent. Like, I know I haven't used this, no need to complain. Anyway, I want to use the header element for navigation, and I want to click to navigate to the contact page. So from the navigation element, I want to get by role link, name contact, click it, and then I expect the heading now to be contact. And let's see how we do. First problem is going to be, well, I can't even find what you're talking about. And therefore, I can go to my layout. And since I keep searching for header, we can extract this into its own element. I think it's time. So in lib components, let's create a header element. Header.svelte. Paste everything in there. We need to import the button, I guess, which we can import like this. And the theme toggle icon, which we can import like this. And in the layout, we can just say, render the header here. Move on with your life. And in this header component, therefore, let's say on the right section, maybe we have a nav section that has a link to the contact page, indeed. But this, let's do some flexing. And now, let's see if our test passes. So if I rerun it, great, passes quickly. But did I remember to change the title? Does it say contact in the title here? The answer is going to be no. So how do we do the SEO stuff there? How do we dynamically change this to say contact or contact gains a tron? How do we do that? Great question. Do I have it somewhere? I have a later section for the SEO stuff. Should I leave it for later? Maybe. So let's say you can at least make it to the contact page and we'll figure out how to dynamically change the title when we worry about the meta SEO stuff in a later chapter. Cool. Because what I really want to do is to talk a little bit about the GitHub and version control first, which I think is more important, and we don't have much time remaining. We're like 3 hours in. So I don't have particular links about Git and GitHub and version control. I have this very funny article from many years ago called GitCons. If you know something about Git, then you will be enlightened. If you know nothing about Git, then maybe you won't laugh that much, but eventually you'll find this funny, I promise. The main thing is that in software engineering, thankfully, for many years, version control has been a standard. So if I'm working on a project with someone else, there is a way to ensure that we're not, if we want to edit the same file, there won't be any conflicts. And even if I'm working by myself, if I'm experimenting with something and then I'm like, oh, I want to abort, I messed something up, I just want to give up and go to a save point in time that I had before, version control also allows you to do this. And the most famous, the most popular version of version control is Git. There are other options like Subversion 7 app I used to do back in the day. Anyway, the most famous platform that hosts Git projects is GitHub, owned by Microsoft. Lots of the things we're using today are actually bought or owned by Microsoft nowadays. And tons of things have GitHub integration as well. So even the deployment that we're going to do later, it's going to look whether we've pushed our version control project to GitHub, and when it does, it's gonna build the app and deploy it for us. So Google those things, Google Git, Google GitHub, get familiar with them. It's gonna be needed if you want to work in this space, and it's really gonna make your life easier. I do use version control for things that you wouldn't expect, but also necessary for things that do use code that don't have to do anything, that don't have anything to do with web development, like game dev. I also use a version control there for sure. Very easy to do version control with Godot, for example. I do have the point. This is one of the reasons where we have been doing a few commits here, and maybe I should have been doing even more. We saw that when we brought in Shadcn, then it overrode our app CSS file, and we didn't know what we've added before, and we needed to rewrite it. If we had done a commit, a version control save point back then, we wouldn't have been as stressed. But hey, it is what it is. So let's say that added main hero callout and contact page. Commit everything and we have this thing. So even if we mess up terribly and nothing works anymore, we can just revert to this point in time. So quick GitHub callout, and now something fun. View transitions. So I have 2 videos on this for you to watch. Do have a look. There are ways where you can do view transitions even easier with SvelteKit, but the main thing that I like with Svelte and SvelteKit is that it is so easy to adhere to web standards. It is not doing any weird tricks that even Astro is doing in order to bring in view transitions. And as I'm saying here, the best way to bring in the app life of your web app, the easiest way nowadays, is to implement view transitions. So that's the thing that we're gonna use. We're gonna bring in now without watching these videos. Do watch them instead of like 6 hours of me kind of rambling, trying to find things out. I do spend a lot of time to edit these videos to be as short as possible and as fun as possible, I would say. So have a look at them, find the links in the description, and see what we're gonna bring in there. But essentially, and with Next.js, where it's really hard to bring in view transitions, even though it shouldn't, because it's a web standard nowadays. Favorite reason to use SvelteKit. Right, so essentially what we want is to tell the browser when you're trying to navigate to another page, then we want you to nicely transition into that new page as well, instead of just doing whatever it is you're doing there. As soon as it loads, you just flash it in. That's not what we want. We want to do a nice, cool transition. How do we do that? Well, watch those videos to find out. And you can have a look at the example code that I have there as well. But I would say keep it for the end of the video, not for the start. Take the shortcut in the end, after you've seen the 10 to 7 minute video. And then you can have a look at the actual open source project and see what is that guy doing there. So essentially, we need to tell SvelteKit that when you're trying to navigate to another page, actually, if it's possible, if it's supported in the browser that you're on, to do a view transition, then do a view transition. Indeed, we will go to the layout file. We are gonna say on navigate layout file, the root layout file. This is code that's gonna be executed everywhere in the app. So every time, anywhere in the app, you're trying to navigate to somewhere, we want to check, are the view transitions, is the view transitions API available? Because you may be in a browser where it's not. And maybe, do we want to check whether you're going into the same URL? But we'll do this later. Then what's the video for like a better explanation of this? Typescript is going to be complaining, as it likes to do, because it doesn't know. Oh, it is thinking that everything has view transition. Interesting. So since that video, now the document does know that we have view transitions. Great. Is it actually supported by everything? I would say no. Like Firefox doesn't support it, so that doesn't exist. So that's interesting. Anyway, so this thinks that this is always defined. Interesting. Anyway, let's send it check. I think on Firefox this would break because it's not supported. Yeah, I guess it's saying Firefox for, yeah, this Firefox either. It's like, is it supported? No, with a bug. Interesting. Right, so I don't know why they've extended this already to say that view transition is a thing, because sometimes it's not a thing. So fair enough. We are doing this check regardless. And we're gonna say that if we're gonna return a promise, because that's how SvelteKit works with the onNavigate thing. And we're gonna get the navigate object here. The navigation object over here. We will need to double check this. Maybe not anymore, because that's always defined. Great. And we're gonna start a view transition, which is good. When the view transition here we need a method that is only going to resolve when the navigation completes. That's what's going to tell the browser, essentially returning a promise. Calling this method is telling the browser, take a screenshot now, and when this method that I'm giving you resolves, ends, gets fulfilled, then take another screenshot and try to do a difference, mix and match, figure out the difference between the elements, animate them as I am telling you. And when we want to take the second screenshot is when SvelteKit has finished the navigation. That's why we're getting the navigation element from the onNavigate method that SvelteKit has. We're waiting for the navigation to complete to tell the browser, take another screenshot to compare against and do the nice view transition that we're going to do. Right, so having added this should already work. With a default transition, you can see that we're getting this fade. And it's quite nice. And apparently no problems, it just works. Beautiful. But we want a cooler one. We want the one where things are sliding in and out. And that's where we'll reach into our app CSS file to specify a few more things, but only if the user is fine with motion. So that's another instance we'll try to respect the user's preference to not have things moving around. And let's break out the view transition for the body. Why not? Let's say in this section, view transitions. The normal navigation is that things are going to be fading out to the left. They're going to be going to the left and fading out. And things are going to be sliding in from the right. So from the right, they're going to go in. Kind of like how things slide in when I switch desktops on Mac, but with a fade effect for the things going out. So for the things going out, they're going to be moved on the x-axis 50% to the left, and also start getting transparent, fully transparent, invisible. And the things coming in from the right, 100% from the right, these are variables I've been tweaking and I think are pleasing to look at. So all the way from out space and completely transparent, completely opaque, they're sliding in. I think they're nice. Feel free to mess around with them. But then we are gonna say, if the user has said that they don't have a preference regarding whether you should be using less motion, no motion, or anything like that, only then we're going to be applying these animations. So the old page is going to be fading out to the left in 300 milliseconds with an ease out curve. And the new page coming in is going to be sliding in from the right. And I also disable pointer events on the body. So if people are like frantically clicking around, it's not going to work. But jury is out whether this actually does anything or not, but I've been trying it out. Anyway, I think that's just going to work. There you go. The gradient, I find, doesn't go out as gracefully. Would it go more if I had it go all the way out? Let's see. Not bad. Maybe better. Maybe 100% makes more sense in this app. So, are you noticing anything? You may be noticing that the header is also sliding in, which we wouldn't want to because it's the same header in every page. How do we have it not be part of this animation? We can go to our header element and do some styling here. And say that our header is going to have a unique view transition name. It's got to be unique. You can name it whatever, but it doesn't matter. And the moment you give it a unique view transition name, it's going to break out from whichever navigation animation view transition it was part of before. So just by adding this, it's going to go to the default of the crossfade, but because it looks the same on both pages, then it's just gonna feel like it's just staying in place. And we could do the same for the footer. And we could be giving the view transition name in line. Maybe we can try it like here. And now you can see this kind of line up and down. So there is like the default transition happening, which is kind of cute. Maybe you like it, maybe you don't, probably you don't. This should always be at the bottom of the page. So that's another, with an inline style and an specifying the view transition name is what does the trick. This could be anything. And it would work quite the same. Just remember, it needs to be unique. If I were to name it as another element that has a view transition of the same name, then it would just break. Like no view transition would happen because it would be like two view transition names have the same name, and you cannot do that. However, I am gonna create the footer element. I'm gonna expand upon, I'm sure. And I'm gonna be doing the same trick here. Apply the same style. copy harder, find the footer, call it footer, no need for inline styles, and actually use it in layout just to keep things compartmentalized. Good. And maybe the header, give it some more room to breathe. Cool, but what if they're doing back navigation? Like it now looks the same no matter if you're going front and back. So what I like doing, a simple way to do this, is for sure to have a different animation to play when we're going back. So when we're going back, the existing page should fade out to right, the opposite. And the new page should slide in from left, the opposite of before. But how to play, when to play this animation? So that's just something I made up. And again, to respect the user's preference, we can say that if they don't have a preference on whether to use reduced motion, so for accessibility purposes, a user may specify in their browser and other places whether they want a reduced motion or no motion at all. But if they have no preference, we have the permission to add moving animations as well. Just having animation is not necessarily bad. It doesn't make your website inaccessible. Sometimes it makes it more accessible. But usually movement can be a thing that triggers people and makes your site less accessible. So now that we're doing this slide-in trick, we should be very conscious whether people are asking to have reduced motion in their websites. So what I'm doing is looking for whether the root of the website, the document element, has a data back attribute. And if that's the case, then I'm applying the fade out to right animation to the old page and the slide from left animation to the new page coming in. And this, since this is more specific than this is the one that's going to win. Cool, but how does this get applied? That's just something that I made up. And what I like doing is every time we navigate, so in the layout file where we have this trigger of the thing that happens every time we navigate, we will be checking whether we're going back to something. And if so, then we're going to be finding the document element to the HTML element to apply the data back attribute. But how do we know whether we're going back? The easiest way I found is by looking at the delta of the animation. So maybe the first thing to resolve is, even if I'm clicking to go to the same page, I get a navigation. I don't want that. So one of the things I can check here is if circular transition is available, we want this. And then we can say if where we're coming from is different to where we're going, only then play a view transition. So this will immediately solve the problem where if I'm trying to go to the same route, it's not going to play the slide-in transition, which is annoying. I find this is annoying. So check whether we're going to a different place than the one we're coming from. If we aren't, don't do a view transition. Then the question is, are we going back? So the navigation object also has a delta property. So before we even tell the browser to start taking screenshots to do the view transition, we can check the navigation delta. If there is a delta and it's less than 0, then it means that we're going back. So we can go to the document element and add the data back attribute with just true. This can be anything. this will append the data.back attribute to the HTML element, which is what this rule, CSS rule we've added, is looking for. Or else it's gonna remove the data.back attribute. And that should mean that this will magically work. So if I use the keyboard navigation now, you can see that it's going the other way. So you can see that this works. What is delta? If I'm using the keyboard shortcut to go back, or I'm using the browser back button, the delta is going to be -1. Or if I'm using the history here to go even further back in history, then the delta is going to be like -5, according to how far back I go to history. That's how that works. And yeah, clearly that needs to be contained. This is like too wide. Let's put it inside another element. And the container class from Tailwind. Does that look any better? Maybe not. Maybe yes. I think the problem is the footer, so maybe just quickly I will add the footer from this project. Oh, quite a lot of things here, actually. Yeah, I won't add it for now. Let's just say flex item center. Nameline padding. That should make it a bit better. And in our main page, this section, looks great. Doesn't look as bad now. Cool. So now that we have added these animations, we may find that with Playwright, maybe not just with those tests, the more things we add in our app, the longer it will take to hydrate. This means that our app may look ready, but it's not going to be responsive. People may be clicking and trying to input stuff in forms. But if you're as fast as Playwright, which no human is, but Playwright can fill in an input, many inputs, a whole form in like 5 milliseconds, and then press the button immediately. If you are that fast, then even SvelteKit won't be hydrated, and there will be something weird happening with your form submission, and may lead to flaky tests. So since we are in this subject, let's add a way to wait for hydration to have happened before we run the rest of our tests. We don't have a form here, so we won't be able to see this problem. But again, the idea is if you have Playwright to just click a button immediately, the moment you get to the site, it may not be responsive because the app may not have hydrated just yet. You'll need to trust me on this. If we have a bigger form, which we will in a future episode, I will show you how that can lead to a flaky test. But for now, it's a trust me bro situation. What I want, definitely this spec file. I like this is my own convention. I made it up. I like the vtest tests to be .test and the Playwright tests to have the .spec extension, because that's what Playwright does by default, I guess. So when I look for spec, I am looking for the Playwright browser tests. And I want to go to this page and I want to wait for hydration. And again, this is important if you have things like forms. Playwright is gonna be so fast trying to fill them, and especially when you're working against the dev server locally, it may cause the form to shift and fail the test, which you don't want. It's bad for DDD. It's gonna be annoying for you. But even for other places, before you start trying to navigate, like wait for hydration to happen. So what I like doing is having Playwright just try to find the data something attribute. And let's see if I am doing it in this project, just to double check, because my brain is definitely fried. At this point. Hey, navigation spec. Oh, this is the one place where I'm using a test ID. Normally I don't like. But why am I talking about this in this section? It is because it's something I'm doing as we're messing around with the layout, the root layout file. It's something I'm doing in the root layout file because I want this to be added no matter where the user is ending up in our app. So we can have a look here. Let's do double check. That, as an effect, whenever the app loads, what did I copy? I'm adding the test ID of hydrated, so Playwright can easily test it, I suppose. If the layout code has run, it means that we are on the client and we have hydrated. This only runs after hydration. So that's why I'm doing it in this case. And that's why if I, in my Playwright tests, if I do start them with this assertion to wait for hydrated to happen, I find that it leads to me having less flaky, fewer flaky tests. And let's have a look at the GitHub action as well. So we have a workflow here, but we know we won't have the master brand. So that's the main brands. Timeout a couple minutes. Sure, use the latest version of checkout, I guess. Oh, something crashed terribly. Whoops. We are on version 4 indeed. It's setting up Node, which I guess is also on version 4. Yep. LTS version, for what reason? For no reason. Install the dependencies. It is installing PNPM, so it figured that out for us. It is installing the Playwright browsers. And then it is running the Playwright test, which maybe we don't want. Maybe we just want to run the test that we have defined on the script. It's test browser. And then if there are any artifacts, it's gonna upload them and it's gonna look for artifacts in the Playwright report. Which is not exactly what I want because I don't do the HTML reports. I think those are useless. But what I do want is to save videos when the app has failed to build. So let's have a double check of that one as well. It's one of the options that they haven't left there documented, sadly, but that's fine. And I have the slow Molans option. But in the Playwright config, in the use section, We can say that if there is a failure, we can capture a video. And we can say retain it on failure. Great, you have other options. So if you failed once, like do the retry and capture a video to see what happened. There are a couple helpful ones. I have experimented here where if you're running it with environment variable video, it will capture it. So even if you want to see it run well, maybe for a demo, then you can do this. That's my reasoning for the slow-mo variable as well. If you're passing in slow-mo and video, then it's gonna record a video for you, so you can do awesome demos. So maybe I will keep them here. We just don't have cool functionality just yet. But maybe in the future we will be doing this. Right, so back in the Playwright file, this means it's gonna create a video somewhere in the test outputs. And where that somewhere is gonna be, maybe in this Playwright file, it is gonna be on test results. And I guess we can just say always, if not cancelled. I guess that makes sense too. The name, we can have it be test results and have it look at the test results directory and keep it for 30 days. If nothing failed, this is going to be empty, so it's not going to try to upload anything, and it's going to be just fine. And since we have this workflow running, we can even add a cool badge in our README, like this. So you can name this anything. I'm calling it end-to-end badge, and it's going to have an image. This is Markdown. I guess we'll be uploading this into a Gamesatron project on Zonify. It's going to be looking for actions, workflow, Playwright YAML. Oh, make sure to add the A. The extension works the same, but I like this convention more. And then it's going to look for this badge, and that's going to be it. And I think that's it. I think that's just going to work for the GitHub action. And we just need to go back to Notion to find what our plan is for today before moving on to another break. Oh, and in theory, I wanted to do fonts and stuff, but I think we're gonna do GitHub and deployment and call it a stream. But let's see if I get like a bit of a third wind here. Stay tuned, quick break. We're gonna be back. Hello again. Right, it's nighttime here in Barcelona. I don't think we'll make it that much further. Optimizing images, like the CSS stuff, we're not going to be doing this. We definitely want to do deployments today. So let's see. Not setting up a domain, we can do it next time. But again, one of my own videos, how to set up fonts without using Google Fonts, doing something more performant. Here, have a look at that one. But quickly, we can just show how to bring in fonts using fontsource, which is one of the ways to do it in the video. If you are doing one of the easily publicly available fonts, even on Google, you can use this library to just bring it in. And discussing with my friend, we may be using this Cherry Swash font. How do we install it? Like this, with PNPM. This needs to be a dev dependency. And then we need to make sure that we actually import this font that was put in. Since we will be using it everywhere, the layout file is a great way to bring it in, much like we're bringing in the app CSS. And what do we want to do? We want to say, want to declare somewhere that our serif font family is going to be this fancy font. So our font sans is going to be not inter. It's going to be Cherry Swash. And fall back to system UI. Font serif, sorry. And where are we going to apply this font? We could say that every header has this font, for example. Like apply font serif. And magically, we're going to be seeing this fancy font here. And we may even be applying font bold. Now, those are gains, for sure. So bringing in fonts is a great way to make your branding pop, to really make your app individual. Be conscious of it. I think if you want to bring in if you want to differentiate your app with a sans serif font like in there, good luck. Everyone's using it anyway. And it's really hard to tell the difference between one sans serif font and another. But with serif fonts, then there is a lot more variation. Like if we have this chunky G here with our new font we put in. Are we bringing this in? Am I making this up? Is it just the default font? Missed a step here. go to our Tailwind config and say that actually our serif family is not just going to be this, the Tailwind defaults, it's going to look for the font serif CSS variable we just created. And then here we go. Then it's going to use the font that we liked with a very haircut style G. It's so tight. Wow. So we may pick a different font, but for sure, if you see this, it's gonna be unique. You're gonna remember this font for sure. Ugh. It's so tight. Is it any better if it's not the bold version? Maybe. And in the header, similarly, we can say font serif. Yeah, we need more letter spacing with this font, but we may switch it in the future, so I won't worry too much about it. So yeah, a plea: be careful when bringing in fonts. Definitely do not bring in it from web up from another CDN like Google Fonts or even Adobe Fonts. For privacy and creepiness concerns as well, but also for performance, your server will need to hit another domain in order to save your save, so you're going to be hurting your core web vitals. Have a look at my video for more. The way we're doing it now inlines the font essentially, so your web vitals are going to be just fine. And for sans serif stuff, no need to bring in a different font, really. People don't really cannot really tell the difference. But it is fun to bring in a nice display handwriting or serif font to differentiate. It is fine. Like websites should be fun as well. Accessibility, of course, is very, very important. But having a website be like a millisecond slower just to bring in something fun, I think it can be worth it. And it's the same with animations, like this animation happening for 300 milliseconds every time. You know, is it more efficient to just go into the other page? I guess so, but it's more fun to do this. So if the user is not triggered by moving animations, then why not do them? Why not have some fun? Cool. So font achieved. Maybe we won't be keeping that one, but we brought it, that's for sure. Optimizing images, we didn't bring images in. I was gonna suggest two libraries, two projects, Andro, which has beautiful SVG icons. I was gonna have a look at the, Gym. I found quite a few fun ones that we can use in our hero page and stuff. And SVGs, you don't need to optimize. But then we were also gonna use Unsplash, for example, to also find some nice pictures. And these ones I was gonna show how to optimize, but we won't do this today because we've been going for almost 7 hours. And I'll have to keep it for the next episode. So let's do another comment. What did we even do here? Playwright setup. We could have a header test that clicks the toggle, and if we were gonna look for the role of button, so I'll just do it here quickly. I won't keep it, but test for accessibility. Can look for button with the name of toggle theme and click it here. This is working. Thanks to Farnglaw in the chat for spotting the issue. If we didn't have this accessible area label, then it would be Playwright that would be telling us that we couldn't find a way to toggle the theme here. So it would get stuck, it would get us an error. This is one of the ways where I use Playwright to help me make the website accessible. It's gonna get stuck forever. How long should we be waiting for? How long is it waiting for? Is it waiting forever? Yeah, I didn't expect this. Let's see if there is anything else fun in the Playwright config that we have here. That I may have forgotten. There must be a timeout variable here. Let's say on CI 30, let's say 60 seconds on CI, but locally 10 seconds more than enough. I think that was the problem, that we didn't specify a timeout and it was waiting forever. All right, so after 10 seconds, it does hang. Great, remember this option. Don't know why they didn't have it. It's one of the important ones. Maybe that's one of the things that I've added. So here you go, Johnny pro tip. CI will wait for more, locally you wait for less. You can make this even lower, but I do like running big tests. Right, so if we include this, this will pass. But I don't think toggling the theme is an important functionality. Like I wouldn't want to be waking up in the middle of the night, it's like, oh, light mode is broken. Like, I don't really care, so I won't have it in the test here. Just want to show testing for accessibility, the important elements in your page. You should keep in mind that you should ensure you have tests that check that they are accessible. Thank you, Remy. I need the third wind for sure. Cool. So what did we do? Just a bit more layout stuff. This is where we can also do the lint. Maybe we could have a separate action to actually do the lint. Ugh, I was afraid of this. I'm wondering if it's all these weird rules. What about it here? Yeah, just the one. So here there's Svelte. What's the problem? In 18.5 here, ugh, it doesn't like this way to call the method. Oh, yes, lint. That's why I don't add you. All right, so is this better? I don't know. I guess, you know, if you were confused with this syntax, then it is better. But let me know, were you confused with the previous syntax? Maybe you were, no shame in that. Right, so anything else? Remy saying you're struggling with formatting the Svelte code in VS Code. So are you using Prettier? I assume so. If you are, do you have the plugins option in your Prettier RC that does include the Prettier plugin Svelte? And if you're using Tailwind, also the Tailwind plugin. I have seen people that do have these correctly specified and still it's not working. But I don't remember what we did to fix it or anything. If you go to your VS Code options, you may want to have a look at what? There must be something, clearly, on the format you'd like to use when you save, but I can't see it now. I don't think it's when you... default formatter. So have a look here in your editor, the default formatter, and have a look to see if it is prettier there. So you don't have the plugin prettier, see? Great. That's what you're missing. Common mistake. It can happen to me as well. This didn't used to be the case with older versions of Prettier. I suspect you are in a version of Prettier that does require this. And also add this one if you're using Tailwind. If this is not here, the only thing that's going to happen is that your Tailwind classes are not going to be rearranged in like the optimal way, in the agreed upon standard way, which is not the end of the world. If Prettier is not running every time you save a VS Code file, that's a problem. So that's a big thing. So definitely resolve this one way or the other. Yeah, so this may be your problem. Cool. Hopefully it resolves it. Let me know. Core and tested. And continuous integration, continuous deployment to test them. Cool. So we have a few commits. We've done a lot. We should have been doing more, but we didn't. Whoops. Let's set up a GitHub project and then either set up a Vercel deployment or something else. So we've talked about GitHub before. We've talked about how we're using GitHub Git for version control, the most popular way to do version control, and GitHub, the most popular way to store Git projects. And what we want is to create a new repository on GitHub. So you can go to GitHub, you can have a free account, and I'll create a new project in my organization. All of this code you can find in the Zonify organization. If you've got Zonify Premium, you get an invite here. If not, the intention here is for you to code along with me, because I think that's going to be more beneficial than just getting the code, but maybe you've coded along different live stream series. Maybe you just coded along the places that interest you, and you only want to code along the places that really interest you, and you want to get a head start on some others. That's the point of Zonify Premium. Games.com is what we're calling this. And I don't know what the mission statement should be. I like the framework for the rest of us, which I think is the new SvelteKit motto, web development for the rest of us. So let's still add one for now. Create a repository. Then you have a few options of how to put the code that you have in this repository. Usually, always, I already have the repository, the code in my computer. So what I need is to copy the instructions here for an existing repository, because first I start doing things locally and then I push them to production. So in the terminal, we may just say push the main origin setup where this code is. Just copy this, like it will give it to you, run it in the command line. And if you refresh, you'll see that you'll see everything here. And the Playwright workflow should run and potentially succeed. We'll find out soon enough. It is going to attempt to run the dev server locally, which we haven't tried, but hey. Prettier works for Remy. Amazing. Classic. It's happened to me quite a few times. It's happened to me quite a few times, I'll say again, and I'm definitely not a junior. It's not like, you know, you're born, you learn how to walk, you learn how to set up your prettier config. No, it's things that we need to figure out. So again, the matrix here is that it is gonna be running the one test that we have, the navigation test that we have, against the 3 browsers. So Chrome, the most popular one, Firefox, and mobile Safari, the bane of software developers. But it is gonna work because we're awesome. Since it did work, no videos were captured. If they were, we'd be able to find them attached into the action and see them, which I find very, very helpful. So that's a pro tip for sure. Remy, new subscriber and Discord member. That's amazing. Say hi in the Discord as well. Any questions, let me know. Any suggestions for what we'll be doing next week. Even though clearly I have a plan, we are doing this live with the intention of guiding the plan according to what people want to see more. So CI/CD with Playwright done, GitHub project done. Do we deploy somewhere? I've shown Cloudflare many times, Vercel many times, including in the Paulina Puppers project. Should we show Cloudflare this time? I guess. In any case, we have said that back 2 days ago in our Svelte config, we said that we're using the automatic adapter, which will detect that actually you're building in Cloudflare or Vercel or wherever. But if we commit to one manually, then we can get some other options as well. And also, when you run the build locally, it will tell you, actually, this doesn't work in Vercel Edge or whatever. So you'll get there earlier. So let's deploy to Cloudflare pages. It is saying Cloudflare has quite a lot of things. Some of them, 2 of them is Cloudflare pages and Cloudflare workers. And what they're claiming here, if you don't have a specific reason to use Cloudflare or workers, then just use the Cloudflare pages adapter. So that's what we're gonna do. So in our package.json, we can actually remove the auto adapter. Oh, which version is that going to be? We'll find out because VS Code is awesome. 4.7.4, great. Pm install this. And then we can bring in adapter Cloudflare. Almost done, Summer. And that will mean that we can add a few Cloudflare specific options here in the adapter, which we're not going to use. But maybe in the future we will. We will see. We may need to do cool stuff with Cloudflare. So now that we have this, we can actually say, we can actually do a commit here. We've talked about versions of Node as well. So let's talk about this tool called Volta again. Version management with Node. You shouldn't go to the Node website and manually download Node because you'll have inevitably different projects on different versions of Node, and it's going to be a hassle to manually manage it. A modern way to do this is by using a tool called Volta. NVM, the Node version manager, was the most popular one up to a few years ago, up to when Volta started becoming popular, I think. Volta has the great thing that the moment you change directory to this project, it will switch the correct version of Node. You don't need to do anything further. So, since I do have Volta installed, I can pin Node at 23, the latest version. My dog is feeling it, let's say. This is going to be installed the latest version of Node as well, and pin it for this project. And can I even pin PNPM? I don't think so. Yeah, I can actually. So I think, yeah, my dog is flipping out, playing with her tire. That's fine. Remy saying, self-taught front-end, great, lots of people. Background in law, oh, my sister was a visitor and she's a lawyer. You know, you've been trying to work for over a year with React JS. Cool, React is a great solution for some things, but I do find lots of people get React fatigue. And nowadays, Svelte is definitely my preferred framework. And SvelteKit better than Next.js. Let's set up in the Discord if you would like. Right, so where were we here? Maybe format again. Before my second wind runs out. And our GitHub action, which node are we bringing? I shouldn't have clicked it again. They got me. If I don't specify the node version here, what is it going to do? That's my question. Not sure. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about it, I guess. Pin those versions here. It's only pinning them with Volta, so I wonder where is Cloudflare gonna deploy? Unsure. Yeah, restore. Why not? Will it be looking into the engines? Unclear. So in package.json, which is our app configuration file, we can have a section called engines. And here we can say node. And here maybe we can say 23x or whatever. I think Vercel wants you to say 23x, but Vercel may not be supporting 23x either. Let's see if Cloudflare does. And let's say explicitly set up Cloudflare. explicitly set up deployment with Cloudflare. And with Cloudflare, you can have a free account. Great. And I guess in Pages, I can create a new one. A new Pages thing that I can connect to Git. There you go. It's Zonify organization. Gamesatron, that's the project we just created. Begin setup. Production branch is the main branch. It is SvelteKit we're deploying. Build command is npm build. And the output directory, I suppose, is going to be this. A root directory is going to be the root directory, since we're not in a monorepo, but we will in the future. And environment variables we don't have yet. When we are working with libraries that need secrets to authenticate us or our backend, we'll be using environment variables. Save and deploy and see what happens. Maybe I should have named this Gamesatron web. Oh well. The thing I like with Vercel is that they give us confetti on successful deployment. Will it give us successful deployment here? Oh. So it's trying to deploy node something. How would we install the correct thing? So if we didn't say anything, then it would have been happy to build. What can we do? Is there something else here? Gamesatron settings. Is there like node version or something? Runtime. So it does deploy to Vercel? Maybe. Let's try to have a look at here. Ah, it is looking at this. And it's saying that it's supporting any node version. All right, let's see. So if we were using NVM, we would have created an NVMRC file. That's by the by. So we know that we're pinning this. Do we just say the same thing here? Maybe. Comment the previous comment and force push and see if that triggers another deployment. It is trying again. Let's see. Surprised that it's the default is node 18. That's years ago. There you go. Installing node 23. Problem solved. Is it using a different version of PNPM? Yes. That's interesting. but it seems like in an install the dependency is managing to build just fine. Upload complete. Your site was deployed. Is it true? There you go. You can click and go to gainzatronpages.dev. We'll see if we're going to be buying a domain with the Cloudflare registrar. And if you are looking at it on a device that does support view transitions, you're going to see view transitions. It's going to look awesome. And if you think we cannot go live like this, like it has the Discord thing, like we'll be adding lots of icons here. We get some 404s because we don't have every page, but we've talked about fake doors and an easy way to see where people are going. I wonder if Cloudflare has metrics here. Oh, metrics. Last 24 hours or even more. We could enable Cloudflare Web Analytics. I don't know. I'm not paying for Cloudflare, so we don't have this for free. But that's an easy way to be able to see where people are going on your website. So let's see if I actually click this. Would they ask me to pay money? Enabled. Interesting. Visits by country. Does it start after this? Now, contact page, join Discord, go back. Nothing yet. Maybe it knows who I am and it's not tracking it. Maybe one of you need to get in there. The tool I use the most is called Plausible. It's a privacy-friendly alternative to Google Analytics. There's a few of those with admission because people are getting increasingly creeped out by Google. Google Analytics is of course free and what most people are using, but you know, if it's free, then they're getting something else out of you. So I'm happy to pay Plausible for this. Vercel also has its own analytics thing, which eventually you have to pay for. I imagine eventually you have to pay for this in Cloudflare, but I don't know, we'll see. The idea is that if you do have analytics, any analytics at all, you will be able to see where on your website people are going. So even if you don't have anything real in your generate program fake feature for now, then you'll see that, oh, 10 people try to go into like that page. So there must be something there. People must be liking it. So just by the URL that people are trying to visit, you can figure out whether people want a feature or not. And wow, people really like this blog post from 3 years ago. Cool. Lots of things we haven't done, including favicons and that sort of thing. ACO stuff, but I think this will have to be it for today. Let me have a look again at the plan. Yeah, no buying it main today. Track analytics, I'll have a look at the Cloudflare option. Since we have a static website now, we could even be using the adapter static, but knowing that we will need some dynamic stuff like forms on our website in the future, we will straight on keep using the Cloudflare adapter, but we can make some specific routes that we know are going to be the same for every user by using the pre-render true option on any page. So if the contact page were like, oh, this page is gonna be the same every time, we could be exporting pre-render true on that specific page, but the Typescript version of that page. So that's something we need to get into the future. Like almost 8 hours in, I don't think I'm able to explain this. We'll need to keep going later. Anything else? Images we don't have, we'll have next time. Metadata we should have. Maybe that could be the last thing that we add. And then call it a day. Yeah, let's do the SEO stuff. Why not? Let's finish on something fun. You may remember from our navigation spec that we didn't check the title of the contact page, which should include contact somewhere. And because it doesn't, it was going to fail. We didn't bother on how to make this dynamic. And we will achieve this by introducing the concept of load methods and do a bit of backend. So a bit more of an advanced feature at this point, but we can do it. There are quite a few ways to do SEO, but the way that is hinted at in the docs is to return some metadata from page load functions. What are those? We'll have a look. Any page can return some specific, can load some specific data according to what it needs to render on the page. We'll be doing this more in the future, so I won't go too deeper into it. But let's say that on the server, this UI plus page.svelte file can have a sibling plus page.server.ts file that can export a load method that can be magically typed by SvelteKit itself. I love magically typing things. I love things being typed for me instead of me needing to do it. And anything I return here will be available in the UI. So I would like to return a meta attribute. It's not page server data, it's page server load. That is gonna have, well, I'm gonna return nothing here actually. So it's the root page, I'm gonna return nothing and take everything back. Forget this page ever happened. But the contact page, the one that is actually failing, the one that doesn't have the title that I want that page to have a sibling page of plus page.server.ts. That one is going to have a load method, and that one is going to return some meta attributes. And the meta attributes are going to be the title of the page, the description of the page, and potentially a unique Opengraph image if we want, unique favicon or whatever. These things I'm making up. This is just my own convention. This is something I like doing. You don't have to do this, but I've been liking doing this. The point is that the contact page would be able to access that data from the props. So we've seen props earlier in this episode. SvelteKit will magically type the data according to what the sibling page here is returning. So it knows that the load method is returning a meta key that is an object that has a title and description. So this should know at some point that, for example, We have data, meta, description here. And we can use it here. And I think the problem is that VS Code is not reading that file. And if I reload it, it will recheck and then find what it is. Unclear why this is happening. Should I type it? Page data. It's going to be a superset. I think that it's going to be magically typed for me. I don't know. We've been running this for like so long. Things aren't working out that well. The magic typing, that the key feature of SvelteKit, it's not working out that well for me, but I promise it works. Let's restart the server, restart anything just in case. Reload this, have a look at this file too. All right, so now it magically knows. I don't know what it needed to happen, but it magically types whatever we return here. And if we didn't return a description, then it should magically update and know that, oh, you're not returning a description. This is not going to be a thing. That's a thing that I love with SvelteKit. I don't know why it didn't work before. Restart the server if it's your first time trying it. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe don't do it at the end of an 8-hour live stream. Anyway, we don't actually want to use this here in the contact page, although you could. I want this to be a convention where any page can return a title and a description, and that will affect the meta attributes we put in the head of everything. Anytime I want something to go to every page, what do? I go to my root layout and do stuff with it. So besides children from the prompts, I will have agreed that pages will have a meta object sometimes. We'll have data that may have a meta object, let's say. And then let's say that we also have some hard-coded meta. Let's say that default title is Gainsatron. Is there an emoji? And a description, which is going to be we're going to figure that out later. And the default Opengraph image, which is just going to be just on the root OG PNG. Good. So we're going to use another rune called the derived rune. We're going to say that the page title is going to be derived according to whether there is data, meta, what are they recommending here? They're saying just use it with page data, so I'm not going to use it from here. So I'll bring in the page store. We haven't talked about Svelte stores at all. We will in the future. If there is the meta attribute, which sometimes could exist, if there is a title there, then the title I want is going to be that title, pipe Gainsatron. Or else we're going to use the hard-coded meta title. And then in our Svelte head here in the title, we're going to use the derived title. It's going to be in data. say again, data meta. And optionally it's like there because meta may not be defined. So you'll notice here that suddenly contact appears. I go to the main page. It's the gain Zetron with the weightlifting person. I'll use them here. So it magically updates according to the page that I'm on. If it's a page that doesn't exist, it defaults to the other one. If it's a page where I've forgotten to return a load method, then it's not gonna appear. We can do the same thing for the other important meta attributes. Which, do I have like a nice link for us? I have this CSS tricks blog post that claims to have an updated view of the ones you actually need to do things like Open Graph titles, but it doesn't remember to do the classic meta tags that we have nowadays. So let's see what I'm doing again in that other project that we've done. And since this passed, let's look at whether our bands worked. It didn't. Lol. So let's see, what was the problem there? Is it the version of Node? I knew it. So it's the same thing that Cloudflare had a problem with. So if you remember looking at the Playwright YAML, we're using this. We're like, should I use the width version? I was like, nah, let's see what happens. And what happens is it breaks. So let's use the correct one here. But it does mean that you need to remember to update the Node version in like a million places. Oh well. But now it's gonna work. And just to keep version control clean, we can just say amend the latest commit here. And move on with your life. And we're doing this to also check the chrono app and say, what am I doing here for meta tags? Because I don't trust this article is covering everything, but I trust myself. And so in the layout file here, am I not doing anything? No meta descriptions, no nothing. What a guy. What a guy. Oh well. Oh well. I guess I did trust that article back then. Cool. Yes, Open Graph descriptions. Yes, superset everything else. So we have the Open Graph title. Open Graph is very important because nowadays, better than weird SEO tricks that experts may tell you nowadays, the best thing is you share this on social, you share this on Discord, on WhatsApp, on Threads, wherever. Does it have a nice image to go with it? That will make people more likely to click. That will make the algorithm promote it more. That's really important. So the title and description being able to be updated and having a nice Open Graph image, more important than most tricks. Cool. So we have the title updated. Let's do the meta description as well in a similar way. Let's say that the description, if there is a description returned, then we're going to use it. Or we'll just use it immediately. If not, we're going to use the meta description, the default description. Cool, that's sorted. What do we do with the Open Graph image? Well, That's slightly more complicated because this needs to be an absolute URL. It cannot be relative because you post on threads, it's looking at this URL, it's trying to hit it, it's not going to figure out for you where your site is deployed. SvelteKit, once again, to the rescue. SvelteKit does know where this is deployed at. So if we check for page URL, is it just the origin? It should work. Hello, boss there. That's very nice. We're almost 8 hours in, so I'll have to say the true brosidar today. Very kind comment. Right, so what's the origin? If you go to any website and the inspector here on the console or whatever, and you do location origin, what do you get? You get all of this. Even if there are path names here, you just get the root of the website. So that's what we want here. URL is essentially the location object there. So that's going to be good. That's not going to have a trailing slash. And we want to append, or maybe not append, we just want to have if the meta object that the low method may have in return, if it is there, if it is defined, then that's what we want to append. Or else we want to append the hard-coded meta OG. And that's what we want. But of course, make sure that this is a real thing. This should be in our static directory here, which it isn't at the moment. On my desktop, I do have a games.ron OG. So I'm looking in my second screen and adding it here. You'll see it appear. There you go. Looks like this. And just double check on the bigger screen. If I inspect and look at the elements and look at the head element, we should be able to see an Opengraph image here that indeed has the URL correctly and specifies this. And we see the Opengraph. So when we share on Discord or wherever, it's going to look great. It's going to look amazing. It's going to look nice. Nice. Good. What else do we want? Maybe a favicon. Yes. Let's drag it in there. I have an SVG and I have a thing called real favicon generator, which I have been using for years, for better or for worse. Let's see. Oh no. I shouldn't have drag and dropped it. I should have copy pasted it. So this thing is gonna create a few versions of our favicon here. It's gonna look nice. I don't really want to bother with any other options here. Oh wow, I have an XCS version. Felt like an app. But it is an app that I've been using for so many years. And I'm happy to see that it keeps getting updated. So it gives us a zip file with quite a few files that I'm gonna drag and drop again into the project, and we'll talk about them. it's saying make sure to add these in your app. Great. Let's make sure to return to delete the default favicon here. Is this nothing? Did it freak out because I gave it an SVG? I think so. Yes, surely that's not a real thing. Oh no, this app has failed us. Since we're not going to be changing the favicon on every web page, we could with a similar trick that, like the one we've done with layout file, but we aren't, so we can just go to our app.html thing and just append the things that they want us to append. So apparently they want a 96 by 96 version of us. Maybe that's good. They want the favicon, which can be an SVG, which is great. They do specify favicon.ico as well. Maybe we won't do that. The Apple Touch icon at 180, and we have a site web manifest. So site web manifest is something that can allow your app to be downloaded as well as an app on people's phones. So it's cool. A standalone app, standalone web app. So let's call this games at run. I'm afraid it can get shorter than that. And the theme color, who knows what we're gonna have here. Let's say that we're using some sort of orange. Let's go to the palette here and use this one. So at the top of their phone, it's gonna look like this. And let's say the background color, since we do know that default is dark mode. Let's say it's one of the grays. So what remains is to actually make these files that they didn't manage to make for us. With weird file names. So let's just call it favicon. And let's go to Figma and export it ourselves. So we want the 0.5 version. And what else do these guys want from us? The 192. Oh, how would I do that? Can I specify pixels here? I guess not. 192W, will that make it work? And what else are they saying? They have an Apple Touch icon that's at like 180, like at 96. Who cares? Let's not do that. I think at 181 and we're good. Favicon stuff, sure. And let's remember to use the SvelteKit assets template here for SvelteKit to be able to inject the correct path for that. There's going to be some deploy targets where this is not going to be exactly on the root of the project. That's why this is necessary. All right, so we've specified this. The only legit thing we have is the favicon SVG, I guess. But no, that's something that doesn't quite work. This should work. There you go. Favicon SVG works. Amazing. Let's drag and drop the things I just created. 3 more versions. Apparently, these guys want me to have an Apple Touch icon. The 181. Sometimes Vite, if you try to access this, it's going to be looking for a pre-composed version of this, and it's going to show like an error. So just create a copy of this and add the dust pre-composed and move on with your life. What did we say in our manifest? We said that we also have these 2 versions. So let's call them what we claim it should be called. I think since we have an SVG, we can get away with not having these recommended versions, but whatever. They want us to use them. Let's do it. We could be using another tool besides Figma to have these be better compressed. But you know, that's fine. So the main goal here is we managed to do the SEO stuff. Plonk, plonk. Good. And therefore, our test now should be passing. Oh, it is passing. Just the state here greens like, oh, it's stuck. Good. Let's call them SEO. Add titles, descriptions, favicons, and Opengraph Images. I will need to force push. We made that little change, cheeky change with the Playwright action config to use the correct version of Node. And that may be it. Next time maybe we'll buy a domain, maybe I'll do it offline if someone converts to Zonify Premium. So converting does get you all of this code and every other project, like lots and lots of people. Happy people on Zonify Premium. Quite a few. Quite a lot of instructions, and also the documentation website. This is a private organization, but the docs you can check out for free. I will add a section at some point for this new series, which is starting as a beginner series, but will keep increasing the complexity all the way to the most complicated thing we've done, which is subscription payments, which Zonify itself is actually using. So that's kind of interesting. So a few seconds ago, we have deployed. Great. Favicon is there. Opengraph checker. Let's find like a tool to use here and put this website and see how does the, if you were to share on Facebook, it looks like this. Great, people may click. X or LinkedIn and whatnot. There's quite a few of these tools, but I think it looks fine. It looks like we did manage to do the job. This is the thing that they suggest. They do suggest to add a meta name description. I'm surprised I didn't have it. That's the thing I was looking for, but we'll add it for later. In our layout file here. Why not also have the old school meta description? Here. Cool. So it does manage to find the description anyway because it is on the Opengraph thing, but I think it does help to have it like this. I don't know. Not sure. Cool. I think that's it. Time for last questions. And if so, if not, final demo. And we get out of here. Almost 8 hours in. What did we do today? We started from scratch. We went through the SvelteKit wizard to create a brand new Svelte app, the thing people were clamoring for. We spent last month doing game dev, but usually we do web dev. And in the month of October, as it happens, right on the eve of my birthday, Svelte 5 was released for real, officially. And now we went through the whole flow, what it's like if you don't have another project to copy your stuff from, what it is like going through the Svelte CLI wizard. What do you need to do to set an app that looks kind of like this? An app with Tailwind, an app with Shadcn, popular CSS choices, CSS libraries. What is it like to set up things like Playwright browser tests, v-tests for fast tests, which we didn't do any v-test tests, but we did make sure to test the core navigation of our website using Playwright, using the browser tests as well. We've talked a little bit about using fake doors to actually check whether people want something. So if I have analytics running on this website, I can keep track of whether actually people clicked the button and went to the program page here. Is it something they want? Maybe what they wanted the most was the contact. So that's what was clicked the most. Maybe generate a program was the one that was clicked on the most. Even if it's a 404, that's going to get tracked on my analytics, and I'll know that more people want it. And I guess that's it. A lot of setup today in 8 hours, but we did quite a lot. Hope you enjoyed it. Clearly, definitely the longest stream I've ever done. We've done a few marathon streams, but almost 8 hours. That was something else. Hope you enjoyed it. My doggy is sleeping peacefully. It's given up on eating dinner, but it will have to eat. Summer, my sweet dog. I'm coming. Daddy's gonna make food for you. Thank you very much for everyone watching and giving me some attention. Thank you for spending some of your time with me. Let me know in the comments in the Discord what you'd like us to cover next. Clearly, I have plans for this series. We're gonna go on and on for quite a lot. There's gonna be many stages, many phases of this app. We're starting with the mostly static website here, but we'll be doing dynamic content with CMS integration soon. We still need to finish up the static version, because if you tell your client this is what we're gonna end with, then they're gonna be shocked. I will be trying to do some of the boring things maybe offline, or have more design things prepared, but the interesting things will be doing it together. Or, you know, if anytime you tell me in the chat that we should skip something, maybe I will. Let me know. Your feedback is very important to make this content useful for you. So then the idea is that we'll do the mostly static, we'll turn the mostly static marketing site into a dynamic site, because our client or us will easily be able to change the content thanks to our CMS integration. Then we'll have authentication, authorization, and user accounts. Then we'll allow users to do some stuff like mutations, like favorite a program, log their own stats, that sort of thing. Then we'll have some of those features be premium, or introduce some premium features like personalized programs for some of them. Personalized doesn't mean we'll use an LLM to create a program for them, because I'm sure they can use ChatGPT if they wanted to directly themselves. But it could be, you know, instead of the one global program, you tell us what you need, and then we come back to you with a truly personalized program there. And then the final step would be the steps we need to take to actually release a mobile app to have on the side of this. So this, I do believe, does take us from level 1, which we started today, all the way to level 99 of being a web dev. This should be the longest stream we'll do for quite a while, and definitely the longest stream for this series. We hit quite a lot, including what is JavaScript even, what is the node runtime, what is SvelteKit, why would you use it over Astro when Astro makes more sense to use, other frameworks. We talked about HTML, CSS, JavaScript, testing, deployment solutions. We optimized fonts as well. We've talked about core web vitals. We focused on accessibility and a couple points thanks to the chat as well. But we'll have to call it a day. Now, take a look at the description. I won't be adding the timestamps today, but I have them saved here so I can more quickly add them tomorrow when I have the time. But I'll take the rest of the night to rest. Thanks again, everyone. I'll see you next Sunday. Until then, let me know what you want to watch and have a lovely, lovely evening. Goodbye.